All right, everybody, it's the Outlaw Radio Network for the 2nd of February. Hello, Tom.
Hey there.
What's going on, buddy?
This sounds different.
It does sound different.
Yeah. I'm not mad at it.
No, it just takes some getting used to, right?
Yeah.
Whole new system, whole new setup. We're growing as we grow and doing what we do. We got bump, though. You like the bump I found?
Yeah, it's not bad.
And it's freeware.
Free.
Which means...
Zero cost.
No more annoying notes from Zuckerberg that we're violating some silliness.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's one off the list, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got the FCC off the list.
Well, now we got Facebook off the list too.
Well,
now they can't tell us that we're stealing somebody's music because we're not, because it's freeware.
Well, and supposedly Facebook is supposed to knock it off with their censoring.
Well, but that's censoring, buddy. That's not licensing stuff.
I know. They're allowed to do it.
They got way too much love coming out of the licensing stuff. So, welcome to the show. Paul will be here, I believe, at some point. That's what I hear.
That's what I hear too. But
your mic's not on. Okay, you're on. Your mic is on now. Hello, Lori.
Hey, Lori's here.
What's going on?
Not much.
Hold on.
We'll be here in 10 minutes.
Is your mic? Is there a switch on that mic to turn it on and off?
It's on.
I don't think it is. Let me see it real quick.
It's on.
Now it wasn't on before.
It was.
Come on, you got to be smarter than the device. Come on.
Oh.
Just giving you a hard time. Hold on, keep talking.
Haven't talked to me all week, and that's how you start.
Oh, it's been such a crazy week. It has been a bonkers nutso week.
Right.
It's been a bonkers.
Phil, which one of these is the main out? Just so that I know. Just out of curiosity's sake. This is the main out. So if I turn that down, well, okay. Okay.
We spent time getting that.
Okay. Well, I just need to know. So okay. All right. We're good.
If you're clipping here, you need to turn that down.
No, I'm just trying to figure out where the buttons and knobs are. That's all.
The mic gain is.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see where what we're doing. I don't know what we're doing.
It's not a woman, Kevin.
It's a whole bunch of new toys. Well, yeah, that's right. It's not a woman. It's still here.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, thanks for checking out the show, guys. We appreciate it. Again, Paul will be here in a little bit.
Oh, you can't. No. You can't just ignore that. I was going to play with that one a little bit. I was going to ask Lori, is it more or less complicated than a woman? More. Okay.
More.
I don't know what you did, but no, I can't hear myself at all.
Yeah, you're really
No, I'm
muted.
There we go. It sounds like it's back to what it was now.
No.
Isn't this riveting?
It is. This is riveting radio.
Educational radio.
It's riveting
All for you
radio.
guys.
Perfect. I do want to get any feedback from those of you in the chat. If you have any thoughts or comments or concerns about the feed, what it sounds like, all that kind of stuff, just let us know. This is a
Work in
progress. Yeah. Before we get into any topics, we're gonna tell everybody this is Phil's last night with the show. Phil has bigger and better and world domination plans going on ahead of him, and so Phil will still be in consult, and him and I will still be in conversation. We'll be chatting and talking and stuff, but this will be Phil's last broadcast. I talked about women earlier. I said broad.
No, I know.
Last broadcast
Really?
with us.
Wow.
But he'll be on the backside. I'll be able to reach out to him whenever. So
The dark side of the moon.
yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
I think on behalf of all the Outlaws, we just thank Phil for his expertise and his contributions. And this show would not have gone off last week or this week without Phil doing what Phil does. So and he's set us up on the video end with a very easily maintained system. So you don't like having your picture taken, Lori?
Pretty much. No.
Well, why is that? Too many wanted posters out there with your...
Exactly.
She's going to be spotted in the post office.
And then we're going to get the reward money for turning her in. All right. So anyway, best of luck to Phil. And again, he'll still be, he's not going anywhere. He's just not going to be around as much. And we appreciate him. We appreciate his time and his energy. Doing this stream stuff is not, doing the radio stuff. This is not a, you're not cashing paychecks that'll pay your mortgage doing this thing. You know what I mean? You're not, this is not for the faint of heart. And for those of you who think you can do better than us, fuck off and do it. I'm serious. I'm serious. If you think you can do a better show than us, I encourage you to do it. I'm not going to watch it, but go ahead and do it.
You should watch it.
I'm not going to watch it.
Why?
I barely have enough time to watch the things I want to watch.
Oh, well, that's fair.
And
I
Suits
never
is
get to watch the things I want to
They're
watch.
bringing a Suits spinoff that's coming out to make room for that. All the NCISs I watch. There's a lot of stuff to watch.
You
I
watch
don't-
NCIS?
Oh yeah.
Oh, wow.
Especially
All of them?
Origins. Oh no, not all of them. I didn't really get into New Orleans or Hawaii or
They're all the same.
the one in Australia. No,
Right? Right?
I
they
can't-
are.
the original
get into
NCIS is good. The
Oh, I-
original NCIS.
So
is
what
good.
is Origins?
Origins is back to the beginning when Gibbs first became a probie.
So he was a probie.
Yeah.
Going back to.
And it's got Mike Franks in it, a younger Mike Franks, and
So who's
it's-
playing
it-
Gibbs? His son?
no, I don't know who it is,
Oh.
but it might be. I don't know. I'll have to look. But it's edgier.
Mm.
It does not follow the
Formula.
happy little butterfly feel good motif of the NCISs. It's got a little bit of a darker rub to it. Rick said NCIS Australia. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm just not.
I like I said,
But I'll tell you,
they're all the
always
same
have
show.
they always have hot
Yeah, they are.
girls on the original NCIS. Man, Abby was
That's-
on there.
that's what it-
Abby was good, and then the blonde. What was her name? I know Rick likes that show. What was her name? The blonde.
You know, Kevin, if that's what you're looking for, I mean, you can.
And then
just
Agent Knight is. Oh, she's gorgeous. Oh, they
Yeah,
always
yeah.
have cute girls. On
You,
there.
you can always just watch Baywatch. I mean, if that's what you're looking for.
No, none of them were pretty.
It's
None of the
same
girls
idea.
on Baywatch were pretty.
It's the same idea.
None of them were pretty.
Really, you didn't like
No,
Carmen Electra?
none. No, Carmen Electra
Or Pam Anderson?
looked like they both look like they've been ridden hard and put away wet. Man, they had been through the ringer. Man,
Yeah, well, that's part of the look. for
Gina
the
Lee
time.
Nolan was not attractive. No,
I'm
no.
not sure which one that was.
She was
Yeah,
the
obviously,
the
I-
non-blonde
That's
one.
California.
Yeah, she was the non-blonde one.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
Wow.
helpful.
yeah. Rick, what was her name? The blonde one from NCIS. The
Kate?
no. Kate was cute. But she was only in there 2 seasons. She was the one that was in love with Torres for a little bit, and then she left, and I don't know, whatever.
Is this more recent?
Well, 5 years ago? I think she left 3 years ago, something like that. Yeah, I don't know. Kevin Nelson wants to know when we're going to get an NCIS Seattle. Snorefest. All they'd be doing on NCIS Seattle is busting people doing meth in the corners downtown.
That's a lie.
And shipping containers?
They
And
don't
shipping
stop
containers,
people
yeah.
from doing meth downtown.
True, they don't.
They don't stop people.
Rick doesn't know. Now I got to find out who the blonde agent on NCIS was. Hold on. Emily Bishop. Eleanor Bishop. That was her name.
Oh, Bishop.
Yeah,
Oh,
Emily Wickersham played her.
okay.
Yeah.
Now I remember.
She was good. I don't know why
Yeah.
she left. She was good.
I have no idea.
Well, you need to get out more.
No, I just don't watch all those, alphabet soup
Formula.
shows.
You know another show that's really good?
NCIS, was it SVU? I mean, there's a whole
No,
bunch of
I don't
alphabet
watch
soup ones.
the
I don't
SVUs
watch
at
any
all.
of them.
But you know another one that's really good is FBI.
Oh, I
Again,
haven't
it's
seen
more
it.
alphabet soup.
The original FBI is really good. I'm not a big fan of Most Wanted or whatever it's called because it's got Dylan McDermott and he's a douche.
I don't know who that is.
And then
I'm
then
so out of
and then
touch.
FBI International is a horrible show. It is in the top 5 list of shows that I think are most horrible on TV today. But the original with Missy Peregrine and I don't know the names of anybody else that's on the show, but it's a good show. It's a good show.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, I
It's a
don't
good
watch
show.
TV.
And then I'm watching another show. This is why you guys tune into the show tonight to hear what I'm watching. We'll get to some topics in a
Because
second.
Kevin actually is watching
Yeah.
TV or
I do
something.
watch TV. I don't watch a lot of movies though.
Yeah.
See, I'm the opposite. I'd rather just sit down and watch a movie. I have commitment problems when it comes to the
you?
screen. Yeah, I have a hard time committing to a show because it's just, in my opinion, not much good on. But I'll dig up a movie once in a while and watch that. Because when the movie's over, that's it. I'm free. I can leave now.
Yeah, I have no desire to.
Yeah,
watch
I'm
it.
not committed to
None.
another episode or another season or
2 hours.
I'm watching
last
this-
night was hard.
I'm watching this show called Doc. Have you heard about this?
No, I have not.
So it's about this woman.
oh
and
yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. I've seen the.
she's a
promo.
total complete bitch. She really is.
Yep.
Total complete bitch. So it turns out her marriage failed. Her kid died. I mean, you understand why she kind of had a personality breakdown. But then she gets in a car accident, and she doesn't remember the last 8 years of her life. So she had to lose her son all over again.
Right.
She had to accept the end of her marriage all over again, and now she's struggling to be a doctor. And she went from being like the head boss to now she's just a peon. And I don't think it's gonna last.
No,
This is one of those shows that I don't think is gonna make a second season, but it's not awful.
no.
It's just not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah.
All right.
It's predictable.
It's relatively predictable, but most of network TV is.
I was
Yeah,
going to say I
That's
would.
why I don't watch.
Yeah, I would challenge you to find a show that's not predictable, which is
Most of
why
network TV is.
I kind of get bored and go, oh, I know what's going to happen at the end, and I go find something else to do.
But I
Yeah.
do have to tell you, last
read a
night,
book.
spent 2 hours with one of my sons who's a movie buff. He picked the movie. I've already seen it. He's seen it.
Okay.
19,
Can I guess the movie?
Yeah, 1984-ish, 85-ish.
Debbie Does Dallas.
No.
Okay.
No.
And
it
that was
a
before
thriller.
80.
Paula Does Portland.
It was a thriller.
84
Suspense.
5.
Harrison Ford.
Oh.
Lolita Does L.A.
Kelly McGillis.
Kelly McGillis and
Abducted? Or what's it?
Harrison Ford. What
Is
was
that the one where their kid gets kidnapped? Is that the
Fugitive?
one?
Wasn't it Fugitive?
No.
No.
Kelly McGillis from Top Gun.
By the way, have you seen Kelly McGillis lately?
Yeah, I have.
Holy cow.
Hey,
the
don't be
macaw.
judging.
The
Don't be
macaw are hunting
judging.
her. Okay, what'd you
Damn,
what'd
dude.
you watch? I'm not supposed to be nice. People don't tune into this for me to be nice.
And for those of you that didn't catch it, Kevin's referring to the macaw tribe.
The macaw- I'm Native American. I can talk about Native American things. Get off me, Whitey. What'd you watch?
Whoa, I'm not even white.
What'd you watch?
I watched Witness.
Witness. Okay.
Oh.
All right.
And it's been a long time. I think it's been like 30 years since I've seen that. That was really, really interesting to watch it now versus.
Yeah.
Did it age well?
Yeah, I think it did. But it was, it takes you back.
Yeah.
Do you know what show I tried to watch and I just can't do it?
What?
Um,
Debbie Does Dallas.
Moonlighting.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
And I love that show. And I went back and watched it. It does not.
I don't think it aged well.
It does not work well today.
I watched it the first time around, and there were certain episodes I could handle and certain that I couldn't. Sybil Shepherd just.
She's a horrible
Shrill.
human being. She's a horrible human being.
But she's so shrill.
But
That's the character there.
David
Bruce.
Addison, Bruce Willis.
Yeah, Bruce.
That is him
Oh yeah,
at his
personified.
best.
Yeah.
Like improvish and variable and creative and just all over the place. It's really
Yeah.
him at his best.
You know what silly.
By the way, Die Hard is a Christmas movie, and if you
Yes,
don't agree,
it is.
and if you
Yes,
don't
it
agree with
is.
me, I hate you, and I hope you die in a fire.
Yes, it
Go ahead.
Great. Bruce Willis movies. You know which one I really like that I
What's
think
that?
everyone overlooks? Hudson Hawk.
It wasn't bad at all.
It was.
It bombed at the box office.
It bombed, but it was silly and fun.
The worst
Yeah.
movie he was in was Death Becomes Her.
I didn't see.
Oh,
that
that
one.
was so
Oh,
bad.
for Bruce Willis.
Yeah, it was such a bad
yeah,
movie.
it is.
Yeah, I
Such a
didn't see
bad
that one.
movie. And by the way,
I
in The
did,
Sixth
I don't
Sense, the
remember.
kid's dead. Thank you.
Spoiler.
All right.
Spoiler alert.
If you haven't seen it yet, you're not going to. I didn't
you're
mess that
not.
movie up for anybody.
No.
Really quick, I'm going to check the chat. We'll get into some topics in a second. Go ahead. What were you going to say, Tom?
Oh, I was just going to say the first time I saw Sixth Sense, I was on vacation in Las Vegas. We went to Vegas with my ex, and our last day, somebody, I'll let that be a mystery, kind of didn't manage funds well, so we had nothing to do.
Oh, yeah.
We had
Oh.
enough money to go to the
I
movies
thought
before
this
we
was
could.
going somewhere else.
Yeah, before we could grab our shuttle to the airport to go home. It was like,
Yeah.
what are we going to do for our last few hours in Vegas? Oh, we'll go to a movie.
That's so dumb.
It was dumb.
By
But
the
we
way,
went and saw Sixth Sense.
Kevin Nelson said that the shows he likes get canceled after one season, the original Battlestar Galactica and Firefly. By the way, Comic-Con's coming to Seattle in March.
Oh.
I will be there for that. And Nathan Fillion, who was in
Oh, the rookie.
Firefly. He's also in The Rookie. He will be there.
I
And
couldn't get in.
I will
Firefly.
secure his autograph.
Are you?
Oh yeah,
For your bathroom wall?
for my bathroom wall. Yeah. If you've
Are you
never been to my
losing out of
house,
space?
I'm running out of space.
Yeah.
You can move some frames. The last time I was in that bathroom, you can move some frames together.
I could reorganize a little bit,
Kind of
but-
Put it
tile
on
a
the
wall.
ceiling.
That's weird.
No, it's not. It's
To
great.
have-
It's
to have-
great.
I have a funny story about ceiling pictures too. God, I'm full of funny stories today.
Anyway, so Nathan Fillion will be there. I've heard there's some other. William Shatner is going to be there.
Really?
Yeah, I've already got his autograph.
How
The
old
Shaq.
is he now?
Shatner.
He's like 82.
He's an old dude,
I
man.
think he's 82, 83.
Really? I thought
yeah,
he was up there.
I
more
think
than
he's in
that.
his early 80s.
Wow.
Do you think if I went to? He's 93.
damn! I was a
He's
decade off.
93, and he's in great shape for 93.
Wow.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah.
if he's in his 90s.
He's in good shape for
Wow.
93.
Yeah, no, he's
Wow.
in really good shape for 93.
And he's
Um,
on his, what, 4th, 5th, 6th marriage?
I was just about to look that up. He's been married once, twice, 3 times. He's only on his third.
3
Oh.
times the lady?
I say I was okay. So
One
he's
divorced, one died, one divorced.
Oh, so he's nowhere near what Larry King.
No, or
Yeah.
what was her name? Elizabeth Taylor.
Yeah, Elizabeth Taylor.
Oh yeah, she had a collection.
Well, we're showing our age. If there's any 18 to 35 year olds, they're like, who are all these old bastards you're talking about? I'm stalling because I think Paul's going to be here, and I don't want to get into these topics with that, but I guess I'm going to have to. Can we?
Do it. Do
Okay.
it.
I get that some of you
Who?
that are checking out the show tonight, Lilet, are not Donald Trump fans, and I totally respect that. I have gone from voting for the dude happily because I could not imagine 4 more years of failed Democrat policies to beating my head against the bar in my house last night because he just won't shut his mouth.
Well, you knew that was
literally,
coming.
I went on the pendulum swing in the course of 3 months.
Kevin, you knew that was coming. A leopard doesn't change its spots.
Yeah.
I mean,
I just didn't
you
think it
knew
happened
he
that
At
was-
fast.
least he's not on Twitter or
I just-
X doing it.
Oh, he will be. Give
Oh
it-
yeah. Give it time.
There
no,
were people
Elon
all-
is probably monitoring.
There were people all over social media this weekend that are like, Donald Trump is responsible for the plane crash in D.C. Donald Trump did it.
What?
Really?
Yes. Yes. And there's people blaming his new FAA person and blaming all of Trump's edicts about DEIA
Okay, then-
and all of that.
Then let's go back to the 1980s when Reagan, I believe it was Reagan era, deregulated the air traffic controllers. Right there. Boom. Done.
Well, hold
There
on.
we go.
I'm not even going back
when
that far.
Standards went out the door.
I am all for holding Trump accountable for things he does.
Sure,
But can we be honest?
but we
The
need
dude had been in office like
9 days.
8 days, 9
days,
days.
yeah.
Nothing he did influenced or had anything to do with that disaster or the one in Philly or the one in Houston today.
Not yet. I'm honestly before I opine, Kevin.
I love how you thank you for working words
Yes.
in that I use
Yes. Before
into
I
our show. Opine before you
Yes.
opine.
Yeah.
Today's vocabulary word brought to you by
Black Ring Spirits. The more you drink, the less likely it is you can use these words in a sentence. Go ahead, Tom.
I was just going to say.
Before you opine.
Yeah, before I opine, I will give Trump 100 days to see where he's going to steer this dog and pony show, and then we'll then we can go ahead and gripe. But I think he needs 100 days to set things up and see how bad he's going to screw things up.
I think on most things I agree 100 days is viable. Some things I can't, right? I like the tariffs thing. We'll talk about the tariffs thing later. It's coming, Margie. Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, hey, I have skin in that game.
But I think, do you?
I do.
Yeah.
How do you have skin in that game when your stuff has to be local? Oh, we'll get to that later.
Yeah, no, we can talk about
let's
that.
talk about that, 'cause I think it's a good- I think it's a
do
good
have skin
conversation.
in that game.
The issue is most things I agree with you 100 days. Some things I'm not going to give him 100 days. The tariffs took him 12, and
Oh, and
so he's responsible for that, good or bad, hook or by crook.
Right.
That's a Trump thing, right? What happened in Panama over the last 24 hours?
Oh my
Trump
gosh.
Trump gets total credit for that.
I haven't seen that, so I
Have
do
you
want to
seen
be.
the last 3 hours on Panama?
No, I've been here.
Panama had a contract with China to do a belt project or a gateway project or whatever. Panama has now canceled the project with China, so they're not going to do it. They're bowing to pressure from Trump. And so again, like it or not like it, we can hold Trump accountable for certain things less than 2 weeks into his presidency. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to hold his stupid orange ass accountable for anything involving the FAA,
No.
airline crashes, none of that yet. Give it time. Now,
100 days.
what I don't like is him coming out on social media or whatever he's doing, talking about DEIA as being the reason why these crashes happened, talking about whoever he wants to blame for whatever reason he wants to blame it.
Well, that's as ridiculous as saying it's Trump's fault. Because, I mean, it's not DEI.
No, I think it's more ridiculous.
Well,
I expect
Okay.
idiots on the internet to be idiots on the internet. I expect our president to shut up a little bit and let an investigation run its course, do what they need to do, come out with the report, and then you talk.
right.
And he needs to learn to shut his mouth. Because this is when he does damage.
Right.
This is most things Trump does is non sequitur.
right.
It just doesn't matter.
But he
but
could
in-
be
yeah.
empathetic to the families, and
I don't even care if he's empathetic. I want
and
him to
then
shut his mouth.
We'll investigate, and we'll be coming out with a full report
Yeah,
shortly. You
exactly.
know, I mean, he doesn't need to dive in.
Yeah,
and
he
why
does.
play the blame game? He
Well,
won.
And why talk about
Dude,
stuff you don't
gotta-
know the truth about?
Right,
Right.
right.
I know he's been right on some things.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he was one of the first person to jump on the Lake and Riley murder, that it wasn't illegal, and it turned out that it was. Like, he was right. But I think he employs the dartboard strategy.
Yeah.
I'm just going to throw a whole bunch of crap out there, see where it lands, and pray that one of those things are right.
Yep.
And in the end, maybe this was a DEI hire. Maybe. Maybe it's somebody who wouldn't have been hired under normal circumstances, but because of DEI programs, they hired somebody who may not have been fully competent because the FAA, like many, like all agencies in the federal government before Trump took office, had a DEI mandate on their hiring. Okay, fine. If that comes out, then let's listen to him opine forever about it. But until then, like, literally shut up.
Oh, I can take this topic a totally different direction.
Oh, can you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and before we get going on,
You know what's great is
Tonight-
Lori refuses to call herself a host, but she's about to take this in a totally different direction, which is what hosts do, right, Paul? Oh, wait, you're not here. Okay, go ahead, Tom.
no, but before we get down this rabbit hole, yeah, tonight's drinking game.
Oh, do we have a drinking
Oh,
game?
what
we
is
we
the
do
word?
now. The word is going to be opine.
Opine.
So every time you hear opine,
Before
take a
you-
shot.
Yep.
well,
take
listen,
it
2
on.
weeks
So
from
you owe
tonight,
us 2 right now.
2 weeks from tonight will be the next official drinking game because it's the day before a federal holiday.
Oh,
And we're gonna go totally balls to the walls on drinking games now because we're not at AM radio. We can totally do it. So
And we're in a distillery.
We're gonna
It
go
makes sense.
balls to the walls back on the drinking game. But I'm not gonna be here in 2 weeks
oh, well, we'll do it in 3.
because in 2 weeks you guys will be doing the radio show, and I will be in Seattle at the Paramount. How does a bastard
Hamilton.
orphan, son of a whore and a Scotsman, dropped in the middle of a forgotten spot in the Caribbean? Yeah,
Here we
I'll
go.
be at Hamilton for the 4th time. Go ahead. So you're gonna take this in a
Really?
different, for the 4th time.
For the
I've seen
fourth-
it twice at the Paramount, once in San Francisco.
One thing I have not seen.
Oh, but you watched it online on TV?
No,
right?
I have not.
It's on Disney. Do you have Disney?
No. Why
You don't
would
have
I-
Disney Plus?
Why would I have Disney Plus? Think
Because
about
you're
the
a
age-
single Catwoman. I figured all single Catwomen had Disney
Whoa,
Plus.
I don't even have cats.
Oh, then you need Disney
Dude.
Plus even more.
No, I don't.
She has a super cool puppy named Reggie.
Well, if you ever want to
She's
come over,
not a crazy cat
instead
lady.
of my new comfy couch and watch Hamilton, I'll even make you popcorn. Anyway,
Steak.
okay.
It's a deal.
So no, I'll throw. Listen,
Ooh.
I know a lot of people that are like, I don't cook steak on the grill in the winter because it's cold and it's rainy, and I'm like, well, you can hand over your man card anytime.
You know,
I will grill in the snow. I will grill when it's hot. I will grill when it's cold. I will not eat green eggs and ham. I will eat them
you
same
and
way.
me, buddy. You and me.
Yeah.
So since Friday night, I've gotten about 8 hours of sleep.
Really? What? Hold on.
He's been smoking butts.
Well, a brisket, not butts.
Oh, I thought it was butts.
No, it was a brisket.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
So we had a memorial at Black Ring Spirits today, and
Oh,
the-
that's right. Did
yeah,
you have
the-
any smoked pork left over?
no, it's gone.
You didn't
Yeah,
put
it
any
was a
aside
pork,
for
it was
us.
beef. It was,
You
it
didn't
was- it was
smoke.
a
You didn't
brisket.
put any beef aside for us.
I will calm yourself. I will do another brisket because we're going to be doing a remodel on the tasting room here, and when we have our grand opening,
right.
I'm gonna throw down on the grill.
Yeah, but that's not my question.
No, there was none left. There was none left. It was all gone.
Do you want some Southern mac and cheese?
Ooh, yeah. Hell
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so
Okay.
annoyed right
Why?
now
Because
he
getting
smoked
burnt ends.
he smoked burnt ends and didn't even think, let me put a little bit, just a small amount on a plate on the side,
Yeah,
so the
I'm
guys
sorry.
can try it.
I'm sorry.
When
Next
I
time.
when I
Ne-
made
next time.
I made
I
stuff
know.
and brought it in to share.
I know.
Remember when I brought you in salmon?
I do remember.
And I don't even eat salmon. I make damn good salmon for someone who doesn't like salmon.
I'm sorry, my friend.
You're an ass.
I'm not an ass.
You're an ass.
I am sleep deprived,
And I hope you
I've
die
been
in a fire.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, damn.
Oh, thank you.
Anyway, so I'm gonna
Go ahead. Tell me
Opine.
your no, opine is an opinion. Is this an opinion?
Okay.
Oh,
it's
hey, do a
somebody-
shot.
It's
Take a
somebody
shot.
else-
Take a shot, opine.
It's somebody
take another
else's
shot.
opinion.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Not my opinion, but somebody
Okay.
else's opinion that was sent to me. So this is all over X right now.
Mhm.
There's a dude, and
I
I'm
refuse
not
to call it X, by the way. It's still Twitter.
okay. Twitter, whatever. Anyways, there is a dude or dudette behind the account who is now blaming Israel for the Black Hawk American Airlines crash.
That's so dumb.
And they went through, and I went down the rabbit hole. All these
Rabbit hole.
receipts, apparently, of how Mossad agents are employed at Duke University on the board and all these other places, and how COVID-19 was actually reformulated in a lab in Israel to target white people because the one in Wuhan was only against Chinese people.
Yeah,
It
because
was-
no white people died from COVID. Yeah, that's exactly true.
It was a whole thing. And I
Idiots.
went down this rabbit hole and just was like, what did I just waste my time on?
stupid.
in my brain matter.
Stupid sons of bitches. Listen,
Yeah.
here's the deal, and Paul will probably vouch for this as he's here. If you've never seen a Black Hawk helicopter,
Oh, I have.
let me
Stationary.
explain what a Black Hawk helicopter looks like from the sky from above.
It's massive.
Well, hold on. From the sky from above. A Black Hawk helicopter is not discernible from above. Most of the lights that ring the side of it are going to blend in with the lights below it. So even though there's flashing lights, red, blue, whatever lights on the sides of it, those are going to blend in with the city size skyscape below you. If you're in the middle of the Afghanis desert, it'll stand out.
Yeah.
But when you're over a major metropolitan area, it's not. The only lights that are on top of a Black Hawk helicopter are called slime lights. And they're not really bright. They're not designed to be bright because you don't want to be lit up like a Christmas tree when you go into a war zone.
Exactly.
So the airplane coming in from above the helicopter had no visual reference to identify where the helicopter was. My question for you and for everybody else, and I'm not laying blame, I'm not giving conspiracy.
Right.
I would like to know why a helicopter was on a training mission in the middle of one of the most crowded airspaces in this country.
With the shortest runway.
With the shortest runway in a crowded airspace. There's two major metropolitan airports in DC. DC is 10 miles by 10 miles.
And a continuity of government exercise. Let's be honest.
So
Why?
consider. So why would you now? I did hear something today that the helicopter was 200 feet higher than it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
Whatever. That may very well be true. But
However-
why do you have a training exercise in the middle of the most crowded airspace in the United States?
In the dark.
In the dark at all,
Yeah.
right? So that's my only question. Again, I think this isn't a DEI issue. Oh, we hired a DEI. Shut up. This was human error
Yeah.
on top of human error, on top of really bad policies and really piss poor
Leadership.
foresight. No,
Yeah.
foresight. To
Oh, you
have-
don't think it was leadership at all?
Well, I mean,
Why
again,
are-
leadership on whom? I mean, I think
Military.
foresight. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
okay. I was attributing foresight to
okay.
that, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why you would have that exercise in that airspace at all. Period.
Yeah.
Now, if you have if you have a verifiable reason why that was in there, if you were concerned about a threat or something, you should come out and say it. Okay, but otherwise, there's not. That's who this comes down to, you know? And we want to make this, people, especially idiots online, want to make this about it being something bigger.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like I said, there's a lot of people on X. Trump's responsible for this. Trump did this. No, he didn't. You're an idiot. He's been in office like 9 days.
Yeah.
None of his policies could have possibly taken effect in 9 days. It would have impacted that crash or the one in Philly, or the near disaster in Houston this morning. That's it. Like, human errors happen. And in this country, we've gotten really lucky. We haven't had a lot of airline accidents in the last decade. We've had a few.
Yeah.
But not like we used to have with like what was it, the seven.
Would you like some insight?
What was the one in the 80s that they had all those? Oh, DC-10. Remember the DC-10s were like they were like dropping out of the sky for a while, and now we don't have air disasters like we used to anymore. So now something happens and people want to blame somebody. Yeah, you're lucky it doesn't happen more.
Right.
Tom.
So in the chat, Sean's talking about
Sean
Mahood.
Hello, Sean. Long time no see, buddy.
So there is a helicopter corridor on the east side of the Potomac. And the helicopters go in and do training to evacuate senior leaders to contingency locations. So that's what the training operation was. So in a busy space, but absolutely it made sense.
Yeah. Again, that's fine. Like, I'll give you that. That's totally cool. But I still don't understand why you have a big ass Black Hawk helicopter flying in the most congested airspace in the nation, right near the airport. Like, I don't understand how any of that makes any sense at all. But I'm smarter than the average bear. I really am. I'm clearly smarter than all the idiots in D.C. All of them. Every last one of them. The one in Philadelphia, again, I think it was Rick that said this in the chat. We're not going to know about any of these for months. Like, people are going to wander and hypothesize and give opinions all they want to. Okay? But we're not going to know anything for months, if even in months. Hello, Paul.
Hi.
What's up, buddy?
Oh, I'll tell you what, man. If my asshole had a name, we'd call it Watertight. It is. I'm telling you, man. Driving in from the peninsula out there, man, I was like doing freaking half, speed and
Do you
everything.
guys have snow out there?
I had just a dusting at my house, so I'm like, okay.
Like when you left tonight, you still had a dusting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, but I was still like, because I drove to the gas station earlier and stuff like that. I was like, okay, the roads are fine. No problem. Well, by the time I got halfway, between, the gas station and drive-through feed, all of a sudden the snow started getting thicker and then it was on the road. And by that time, I'm like halfway here. And so I'm like,
yeah, I'm surprised you're here.
And I told myself, my daughter wanted to come in, so I brought Beth with me.
Hello, Beth.
So
if you don't know why we call her Beth, watch Yellowstone.
Watch Yellowstone, yeah. Anyway, so long story short, we started. Anyway, I promised her and her mom. I was like, well, look, we'll watch the temperature. If it's last night, I drove home. I was out here at Walmart, and by like 8:30, the roads were a sheet of ice driving home. Tonight seems warmer.
Yeah.
It does not seem as cold as it was last night. So I just told her mom. I said, I'll keep an eye on the temperature. We have these cool radar things on our phones. So. Yeah, thanks. I should just go home now.
Pretty much.
Anyway, and everything was fine until you guys, the hill, so you go past Safeway and Lowe's over here in Port Orchard, and then you got the hill that kind of goes up towards when you're heading out my neck of the woods. Yeah, that's when Pucker Factor 12 kicked in. Butt cheeks clenched and everything. And I asked my daughter, I was like, did you just feel a spin out? She's like got her head buried in her phone, and she's like, no. I'm like, you lucky. Yeah. I'm sitting there trying to talk to her. And she's doing her makeup, and I'm trying to talk to her, right? I'm like, when you get older and you're driving in these kind of conditions, I'll give you a piece of advice. Do not hit your brake. Steer out of it, right?
Steer out of it.
She did not listen to a word I said. She'll get in at least 10 accidents. Her ADHD will make sure she gets an accident after accident after accident. Yeah, she's told. Well, that's the one thing I'm thankful about that Mustang being a stick, and having that millennial anti-theft device in it.
Yeah.
But having said that, it's still a Mustang rear-wheel drive with, it's terrible. It's terrible. If the rain is too thick, it's terrible. The car doesn't even drive well in the rain.
No.
Yeah, talking the microphone.
The word is actually fun. You just have to be careful around.
Yeah, well. Bless your heart for thinking that that's fun. I think at my age, the fun part was 3 beers in 20 years ago. Then it was fun. Now it's like, how am I going to afford this if I put it into a ditch? That's the thought process, right? Or, because like my insurance won't cover me putting it into a ditch out of idiocracy. Things like that, So that's where my mind goes. And I know some people are like, oh, let the snow come. I get it, folks. I get it. Especially because how little it snows around here. I get it. Enjoy the snow. But F right the off, because not me. Nope. I don't know, man.
Sorry, I love the snow, man.
I know
This
you
is-
do, and
this
that's
is
just
awesome.
fine. It's totally cool that you love the snow. I have no problem with it.
Actually, I want more of it.
But
There's
I will-
not enough right now.
I will tell you, man. When you guys remember Snowmageddon a few years back? Well, we were on the 40 acres, and
February 8th, 2018. The only reason I remember that was the grand opening of Black Ring Spirits.
okay, well that sucked for you, didn't it? Yes, yeah, because I had just finished laying my water line to my well system, so the trench was dug. The water line itself had not even been, the PVC piping had not even been glued together yet. And so here I had an open pit trench. By the way, it was 250 feet from my well to our trailer. So I spent that entire Snowmageddon with having to go out. I literally drug my cattle, the herd of cattle were up the hill.
I thought he was saying he drug his wife.
No,
I'm like, what?
No, the cattle, our herd of cattle was up the hill because our place was terraced, right? It was 40 acres and terraced, and we were on the bottom terrace. So I had to go up 2 terraces and drag down one of the cattle water troughs, fill it with snow, and build a fire next to it in order to thaw the snow out to be able to take my hoses, which is how I got water from the well, and literally dip them in to melt the ice so that I could have water during that.
Wow.
I told the kids, they're all there, like, look at me like, we're stupid, right? And I'm like, wow, think about it like this, guys. This is something you're going to tell your grandkids about. You're never going to forget this. Yeah, in the days of the internet and computer, we lived on a farm and had to build a fire to thaw our water lines out. Yep, sounds really technologically advanced, doesn't it? But, it was fun.
I'd have thrown myself off a bridge.
Can I talk about what you were saying about the Blackhawk? Because
Yeah.
you
I
raised,
got some comments in the chat.
yeah, you raised some really good points. But here's something you brought up. You were talking about timing and all this other stuff. Okay, so in the Army, depending upon your MOS, you have
Which is your specialty.
your
for those of you
military
that-
job, right? Your military occupational skill, and you have a year to qualify for your job, and it's the training cycle is the same every single year, right? So I was in tanks, and I knew every year what I was going to do in January, February, March, April, May, right on through.
Paul found love in tanks, but go ahead.
Hey, listen, man. To be able to do 55 miles an hour over rough terrain, 16 buy-in, and firing a bullet that weighs 90 pounds 4 miles away and hitting a telephone pole, that'll get anybody rock hard, man. I'm just telling you. That's some badass stuff right there. Anyway, so the point is all of these folks, the Black Hawk pilots themselves, right? So and I will liken it to Armor because we did a lot of joint training together. So you have in Armor, you have what are called tank tables. And so like in April, you're doing tank table 1 and tank table 2, and then May, tank table 3, 4. And you get all the way up to tank table 8, which is your qualification. So once you pass that,
So those are like practice exercises and all that,
they're
right?
practice
Okay.
exercises that get you, they're preparatory for your qualifications. Now, take for example, in tanks, if you're not qualified, that means you're non-deployable. All right. So getting qualified is like the most important thing. All right. So you go through this training cycle year after year after year, and you always know what you're going to do. And those helicopter pilots have to do the exact same thing. And those are reserve units. If I recall what I heard correctly, they're either
Yeah.
National Guard or Reserve, that helicopter crew, right?
Correct.
So here's the people are like, oh, they don't have enough training. National Guard and Reserve are 10 times more serious than active duty military because they have the exact same amount of time to hit their qualifications that active duty military do. Does that make sense? So what active duty
But
military
they
has-
technically have less time to get there
Much
because they're
less.
because
Three-
they're not doing it
they have
every
10
day.
they have 10% of the time. So in tanks, I would show up on a Friday night, get off the bus, get in my tank at like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, whatever time our bus got there, get our stuff loaded up, get our crew loaded up, and move out to our training area. And we had Friday night, Saturday all day, 24 hours into Sunday until we left about 6 to 7 o'clock at night on Sunday to meet the exact same training criteria that active duty military had 30 days to accomplish. So 30 days for active, 3 days for Guard and Reserve. So when you hear people talk about the professionalism of the Guard and Reserves, in every every single aspect. They take it much more seriously. Now, the drawback to that is familiarity, right? Hours in the cockpit, or hours in the driver's seat, or hours in the gunner seat, right?
So cockpit,
right? Well, that's a legitimate thing, right? So if now you don't just go. In tanks, I was able to do this. I went to something called OSUT training, one station unit training. So from the moment I stepped foot on the ground at Fort Knox, Kentucky, you know how you military, you got 8 weeks of boot camp. In your case, Navy was what, 6 weeks? So you had your boot camp, and then, whatever they called your A school or whatever it was called. For me, boot camp in the Army is 8 weeks. My training was 16 weeks. So from the moment I got there, I was training to be a tanker, period.
Oh, okay.
So it wasn't boot camp and then tech school.
Right.
It was
all combined.
It was all combined. So basically, it was a 16-week basic training, which is why I kind of want to hear, 8 weeks, dude. You could sleep through that, just like us on a weekend drill. 8 weeks is nothing. Ours was twice as long, and man, after about 6 weeks, 7 weeks, it starts dragging. It's the dog days of summer. I joked that by the time when I arrived in Fort Knox, Kentucky, it was snowing in the middle of March 11th, 1990, or 1990. And by the time I left, it was like 110% humidity, 110 degrees. It was
awful.
Like you step outside and you even though you just took a shower,
you're wet.
Oh my God, it was miserable. Anyway, I never knew what a wet bulb was until I got to Kentucky, man. Have you ever seen a wet bulb?
No, what is a wet?
So it's this device that measures humidity physically. So it's this bulb. So if it gets wet on the outside of this bulb, it's too humid to train, and they'll send us back to the billets.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. So we loved that wet bulb thing. Anyway, so the bottom line was on the and I think you may have brought this up and touched on this, and this is a point I was trying, darling. If you're listening, I love you. But let's think like a soldier here for a second. Now, anybody here gone scuba diving? Tom, yeah, you've done everything but go down on the Titanic, dude.
Freezing
right,
matters,
right? I say that because every time we bring something up, Tom's like, "Oh yeah, I did that. I was an expert." I'm just kidding, Tom. I'm just kidding.
I've been flying.
I
haven't jumped out of a plane.
You haven't jumped out of a plane?
No, I want to.
It's not worth it. Not worth it. Trust me.
You got to talk in the microphone.
Oh, well, don't we have enough? Oh, Lori's got it over there. Yeah. Here's the point. There's a lot of talk about them having worn night vision goggles, which is, again, a very important part of the training. And they made it clear that that's part of their training cycle as Black Hawk helicopter pilots. They have to fly at night. They have to fly using those in order to pass their training cycle.
Sure.
So that's what, at least from everything I've read so far, that's what that training flight was doing. Now, you brought up the point that I wanted to make. You get tunnel vision, first of all, very easily. It's like looking through binoculars. You have no peripheral vision. And that aircraft, that I think it was a Boeing, right, was coming towards them. And planes have very bright lights. Has anybody here ever worn night vision goggles?
No.
You have, Lori? Okay, so you'll know what I mean when I say this. You're looking at everything through different hues and spectrums of blacks and greens, okay? And it just uses ambient light. It collects the ambient light and then, puts this little screen across there. Well, if you get hit by a bright light, that thing flushes out.
Yeah.
It will blind you for 3 to 4 seconds. So if you're wearing night, and as I was watching, everybody's like going, "It was on purpose. Look at that. It flew right into that plane." And I'm like, first of all, if the pilot is wearing night vision goggles and that plane is coming off to the side, he can't, all that pilot is seeing is a hue. They're just seeing a hue of light. Now, do not get me wrong. Pilots absolutely have to have spatial awareness. They have to understand their surroundings and where they're at. And if you and in the pre-flight mission, they should have absolutely been like, at this point in our dog leg, right, we're going to fly through landing space, right? And plus there's another co-pilot and a crew chief on that helicopter with them. So there was no excuse for them not to see it. But if that's what happened, that's not the pilot's fault. That's air traffic control and the assistant pilot and the crew chief. Now, maybe the assistant pilot is sitting directly to the right, and they don't see it either if they're wearing night vision. You still have a crew chief, right?
But why? Well, let me ask this question. Again, you're Army, so you
I have familiarity.
You probably
only.
have a little more because I
Yeah.
was Navy.
Yeah.
Come on, we just swam.
Hey, look, we go to war, and it'll be the Navy that saves our bacon. So
Why have them even do a training mission?
that's a good question.
That crosses across the flight path of planes coming
I
into
do-
land
I-
at
yep.
Reagan.
I think I know the answer to this. I heard an
have
answer to this tonight.
Flown into Reagan before. When I went to DC in 2018, I flew.
It's
into
incredibly busy, right?
Reagan. It's horribly busy, and as you look out the windows of your airplane, you can see planes all over the sky out
Yes,
there.
I understand. From what I understood, it's the second busiest airspace in our nation.
Besides New York,
I
maybe?
thought it was Chicago.
Chicago.
Is
yeah.
Chicago busier? I know that
That's-
Atlanta is the
That's
busiest
what I understood.
airport.
Busiest international, I think, is the issue for Atlanta. But I don't know. I'm not
Oh, I
enough
thought
of.
Atlanta was more shipping
It
No,
could be.
Atlanta Airport
and
is
connecting.
Atlanta Airport is the busiest airport in the nation.
Really?
But I don't know under what, like maybe busiest international airport.
Yeah, I don't know.
And that doesn't necessarily mean airspace because there really is nothing else around Atlanta. You know what I mean? There's Atlanta.
Right.
You go to DC and there's Philly and there's Trenton and there's Pittsburgh
and other airports,
and other
smaller airports,
all over the
yeah.
place out
But a
there.
lot of secondary airports. So when
and a lot of planes flying through that area to go to other spaces too.
And I think
so.
to tag on to Kevin's question, why would you do like a continuity of government exercise?
That's
over
what I had
the
heard, yeah.
sea
Mm-hmm.
when you have smaller but still metro airports to do this on? So that's
Sure, perfectly. It's a legitimate, honest question.
Well, it was brought up on chat by Sean.
Hello, Sean.
He was making mention that they were doing exercises to remove senior officials from
I had heard something
Right,
exactly
for-
akin to
for
that.
evacuation.
So the training was something like basically, hey, you have you from a continuity of government standpoint, you have VIPs that are there, and you've got to fly people in, and you've got to get them out in and without the thought is without crashing into anything.
yeah. and
Apparently,
what's
they didn't get the
TCAS?
memo.
I do not know TCAS. Sean
Well,
may be able to tell.
but let me
us.
ask
I
you
have
a
a
question.
feeling it's a flight transponder of some sort.
Okay. So even if you're doing those exercises for that reason, which, okay, I'll give you that. Why have them crossing the flight path of planes coming to
Yeah.
land at a major airport?
Yeah.
The short runway.
Well, yeah, but again, the
Sounds
length
like
of the
you're-
runway doesn't
sounds
matter.
like you're cracking a comment about the short school bus or something.
You run into a plane, you might as well not have a runway.
Well, but they're training where they're going to, if they have to exercise
You
that,
have-
if they
yes.
have to execute, an emergency, removal of senior people, they have to practice it where it is.
You have to train
it
to
has
standard.
to be real world.
Right, you're not.
Yeah,
You can't take a crew on a tank. And this was my biggest beef during the Clinton time. They had us install 50 caliber machine guns inside of our main gun, and we fired 50 caliber rounds to save money. Right. So guess what happens when war came in 2002 in Iraq? Tankers were not trained to standard. They'd been practicing with 50 caliber rounds. Right. Well, a 50 caliber round weighs 4 ounces. 120 millimeter smoothbore round weighs 95. Right? It
You mean
changes
95 pounds?
95 pounds. Yeah.
Not 95 ounces.
No, correct. 95 pounds. So the point is,
Big
that
difference.
it changes the dynamic,
Reminds me
and
of online dating
and so
profiles where they lie about their age.
my thought would be is that these guys are out there and listen, this isn't. I'm sure that I would bet anything this is not a new training cycle. I bet you anything that they did say that they were training for night vision. Looking to get qualified on their night vision flight, and they said that the pilots were experienced. Something went wrong, right? So we have to look at the things that could have gone wrong. The most realistic explanation, I think, is right in front of everybody's face, and that is a tower that normally holds 30 air traffic controllers. There were 19 on duty that night.
What?
Yeah, there were 19 air traffic controllers on duty. So they had a third higher workload. In fact, the controller that was, from what I've understood, the controller that was in charge of communicating with the Boeing was doing 2 people's job that night.
Oh, really?
It was just, and so then you get into the, well, how come they only had 19 out of 30 people?
Well, I also heard that the helicopter was supposed to be crewed with 4. They were crewed with 3.
That is correct.
Yeah, so they were short a pair of eyes too.
That's correct. And so so you start asking the questions. Well, how come there were 19 people in the tower instead of 30? Right. That also has a logical answer. And the logical answer actually it has pissed a lot of people off, and it's where Trump made some of his comments, or why he made some of his comments. There were processes put into place by the Biden administration over the last several years that apparently this has become a regular thing. And I know you're going to hate that I say this. I'm not saying it's the fault of it, but there were DEI processes put in place, and they were looking to hire. There were, from what was stated, there were thousands of applications for those jobs. Do you know what the problem was with those applications?
None of them were diverse.
They weren't diverse enough. So you had a critical skill that's serious that was short-staffed because enough minorities weren't applying for the positions.
Yeah,
we can look at that and go,
I'm going to say I don't know if
BS.
that's. I'm going to say I don't know if that's true.
Well, I didn't see it. I don't want to pretend I know that it's true. It's just
Only
what I heard.
because in my job with a federal agency, when we did our last several rounds of hiring, and again, I wasn't involved in the hiring process. I'm not that high on the totem troll, but I was involved.
Did you say the totem troll?
Totem pole. But I was involved in the training and the mentoring of the new people that got hired, so I got to meet a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
It was average diversity, like, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't like they were only hiring different ethnic groups or people who identified as LGBTQ or something. Like,
Right.
it was a normal round of hiring for all.
So
the
if there were
hirings I was
100
involved
people,
in.
70 of them were white, 30 were not.
Maybe,
Whatever.
maybe even
I'm
more
just
than that because
guesstimating
you're
on the percentages.
But I'm just saying there was nothing that came out of that made me feel like, boy, this administration is really only going to hire diverse people.
So, well,
but they didn't shy
yeah,
away from it
yeah.
either. But I'm just saying it didn't feel like there was an emphasis.
Yeah. So it does pose some interesting questions, right? For example, and probably Caroline Levitt, the new press secretary, made the comment. She was like, when you're on an airplane and you're preparing to land, and if you're at all a faith-based person, you're going to pray that your plane lands safely, right? She goes, you're not going to pray that you have Latino gay person flying the plane. You're praying that your plane lands safely. Like, this is not something, the idea of hiring for DEI quotas is not something that enters the lexicon of the normal person. It is not like in, LA with firefighters, right? Running a commercial that says, when I rescue somebody from a burning home, they're thankful somebody that looks like them has rescued them. No, they're not.
Yeah, I heard that comment too. That was so stupid.
So it's and it gets worse when you follow the things that are going on social media. And I'll get into some of them in a little bit. But I mean, that's the best information that I could add. I think, honestly, it was a tragic system-wide errors that collided all at the same time, no pun intended, that allowed for this thing to happen.
Do you think we need tinfoil?
No.
Or do you think
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
There's some wild
There aren't there?
conspiracy theories
Yes.
going on, but
Yes.
it's an unfortunate
It is.
accident.
And those happen.
Sad.
They happen. Yeah.
Can I say this? I don't even agree with you that it's even to that extent. And
What do you mean?
I don't even think it's a problem. Meaning,
You think that
no. Hold on, let me explain.
there's a problem for 69 people?
Hold on. Let me explain.
Right?
When you have an advanced civilization and you have advanced transportation and you have all of the things that we do, there's inherent risks.
Yes.
This is a normal risk.
Yes.
So I would say
I fell in chicken shit tonight. At the
don't-
risk of having a farm.
I'm not excusing it, right? I'm not saying it's okay that they died, but I'm saying when you look at the risk reward equivalency,
Yep.
this is within the normal operating procedures of what we do in transportation. So it's sad that they died.
We have a high standard, don't we?
But we have a very high standard, and we're a bunch of hypocrites because we will scream about how sad it is these 69 people died until you come back to people and say, well, if we want to fix all these issues, your taxes need to go up by this much. We need to spend this much more. Your tickets are going to be this much more. I don't want to pay all that other stuff. I'm going to fly Spirit and pay dirt cheap. Right? You know what I mean?
I'm going to fly JetBlue and hope nothing blows up.
But so
you're not.
we're a bunch of hypocrites.
That's right. Spirit Airlines is gone, isn't it?
We freak out about all of that stuff, but when it comes to actually paying for it, we don't want to do that. So I don't think it's a problem. I think it's sad, but I think it is the risk you take every time you get on an airplane. Don't tell me you've never flown. Don't tell me you've ever flown on an airplane,
Right.
and not for a minute thought this thing could crash.
Right.
Of
I went
course
to
you
pull
do.
up. Phil had sent us information, the most current information. It's audio, so I can't pull it up in the middle of the show.
That's okay.
I was hoping, man, fingers were crossed. It was because there's just like, and it's such a like as a whole, when you look, this is a technical thing when you're talking about flight operations between a helicopter and an aircraft. And you know, my soon-to-be daughter-in-law, that's her job in the Army. She's an air traffic, and she's in the Army. She's an air traffic controller for the Army, and she's like, you know, she ran away from home at 16, lived on the streets in Denver, got herself a job, did all of these things. She's like, air traffic controlling is the most stressful thing. I couldn't even have imagined how much stress was involved with it when I got into it. She's like, it sounded exciting. Oh, I'm just directing air traffic. She's like, it is so stressful. So, and I've heard that a lot over the years about the position. And she made the comment to me, she said on the phone yesterday, she said, it's not a, you know how you can hire people to work certain jobs and you don't care what kind of experience they have? She's like, in the Army, you have to have a high AFQT, like 92 or above. Okay, for those that don't know, that's like you take your ASVAB test,
your entrance exam.
Yeah, and it basically, and it lays out the jobs you'd be best at depending upon, you know, the areas where.
This explains so much. Thank you.
And so basically a 92 AFQT means you can do pretty much any job you want in all the military. So you have the mental skills, you have the brain power to do whatever you want, and so it tells me if you need a 92 AFQT to be an air traffic controller, that means you better be smart as a whip, and you'd better be on top of your game, and you'd better be mentally and emotionally stable,
right.
Because all of those things are important. And maybe that has something to do. Maybe the hiring standards are such that they weren't getting enough people of diverse backgrounds to be able to hire them and meet the standards.
Maybe.
You know, and you can't just, like McDonald's, you know, hey, turn in your applications, put them over there. I'll take a look at them next week and I'll hire people. That's not how this job goes.
Make them watch Star Wars, where they have all the different, you know, gliders and scooters going across. There's no traffic pattern.
Right.
So you've got to be, as an air traffic controller,
Yeah.
it's not like you're directing traffic on the ground.
Right,
There's
exactly.
lanes.
You have to have a 3D
you have to have
model in front of your face to
That's why I'm
visualize
so
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and here's the other question though, right? What happens now? You know, Donald Trump has gone out of his way to attack the DEI mentality, which is fine.
DEI, yeah.
But does this enhance or make worse the issues of staffing that they have at the FAA for air traffic controllers, for example? Is this going to make it easier or harder to fill those slots? I would argue it's going to make it harder, because he's targeted the federal government in his comments, in his actions anyway. So qualified candidates are probably less likely to want to work for the federal government to begin with. And secondly, if you are a DEI candidate, if you're a candidate that would fit into that box, they're probably even less likely to want to apply now, because they're going to feel like they're going to be targeted and attacked just because they're diverse or whatever. So I would argue that his actions are not going to help solve this issue in the short term.
Tom, you look like you wanted to talk. I can see smoke.
Yeah. So I think we could say that the idea of doing away with the DEI agenda or the DEI regulations, the DEI mandates, whatever adjective, you know, whatever description you want to throw at it. By taking that away, I would argue that is a kind of deregulation. It should make it easier to hire, right?
I don't disagree with you. By the very nature of it,
if you fit into some of that you know, diversity that the previous administration was looking to, you know, to promote, well, you're still eligible. You're still a person,
right? But keep in mind,
to pass the training
but
like everyone else.
You're right. The removal of the DEI should remove some of that restriction from the government on who they do or don't hire.
Right. So they have a larger hiring pool now, not a smaller one.
But I think it's less, because Donald Trump has made it clear that he's not a fan of federal employees. Donald Trump has made it clear that he's not a fan of federal spending. He's put a full federal hiring freeze on federal employees currently. He's talked about cutting pay. He's talked about clearing out 30% of the federal workforce. So a lot of your qualified candidates are not even going to consider applying for the federal government, because why would they want to come in and be a part of this shit show while the shit show is just getting kicked off? Like, this is not when you join the boat when it's starting to sink. Secondly,
That's fair.
yeah. Secondly, if
Like
you are
hopping
one
on
of
the
those
Titanic after it hit the iceberg.
Yeah. Secondly, if you are one of those candidates that feel like you fit into that DEI category, I don't think they're going to want. Why would you want to apply? Like you're already going to feel like you're going to be targeted by this administration, whether you are or not. They're going to feel like it because that's the narrative. So,
Brother, they've eliminated those DEI hiring procedures, though.
right.
So,
but that's
so
what I'm saying. So if you're an African American woman and you're thinking I'm just fresh out of my learning how to direct traffic school, which I heard is actually taught in a kitchen. So it's right out of that aviation school, right?
You didn't.
I did. And you're thinking about where to apply. Would you want to apply for the federal government at this point where you feel like the Trump administration is doing things to specifically target?
you have an odd. I mean, it's a
hold
very
on.
different.
I'm not saying that's what
take.
they're doing, but the perception is, right? You got to deal with two different things, right? The truth and the perception of the truth.
Oh, 100%.
And if you're in one of those diversity groups, you're going to feel like the Trump administration doesn't like me. They have it out for me. They want to ignore me. They want to push more white people into these jobs. That's what's being sold by the media. That's what CNN is saying.
Yeah, well,
so why would they apply?
Listen, because if you go into social media and you know whether it's TikTok or any of the others, there's a lot of videos being made out there by diverse individuals, people of color and different backgrounds, and I'm hearing just the opposite from them. They're going, I am glad this is gone because now I can apply and have an equal chance based on my merits, not the
Right.
color of my skin. Therefore, if I get the job and I'm working in this field, I'm going to be an equal.
Exactly.
So that's I'm hearing a lot of that. Now, I don't watch CNN much, but
All right. We got to do our hour breaker piece, right? So we're going to
breaker piece.
Yeah, so every hour we got to put a little break in, like a 30 second, like just block of just some music. We'll go to a blank screen for a second. This gives us the opportunity to break the show into hour-long segments, make it easier for you all to share, assholes,
Make it easier for me to edit.
and make it easier for Paul to edit.
Yeah.
We come back. We might continue this for a little bit, but there's a whole lot of other stuff going on. Trade
is
war
there?
with Mexico, China, and Canada.
and they backed down in Panama tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So
heard
we'll talk
about
about that and more. It is the Outlaw Radio Network. Stick around. All right, so I told you it was just going to be a really quick little divider segment for us, but we'll do that on the regular, so that we can, yeah, there you go. Oh, perfect.
Perfect.
So that way we can edit it and make it better.
We really don't
hour-long
need that much of it.
Actually,
You like the bump I found?
can I rephrase? I do actually really like this. I need to. I'm sorry.
freeware,
I
too.
hate to do this to you, Lori, but we're getting a glare from Tom's forehead. And I'm just kidding, Tom. I'm just kidding.
All right.
You're welcome. I love you too.
Coming up later tonight, too. By the way, our final football picks of the year. We'll get our Super Bowl Sunday
I
picks.
never got the list.
I didn't send it out to anybody. I forgot. But nobody got it, so we'll just leave it alone. We'll just leave it at that. We'll all do it together. All right.
Can I have? Unless you have someplace that you really wanted to go.
I want to go back to the chat just
Okay.
because people have been leaving comments in the chat. And the one thing I always want this show to be is receptive and responsive to what people say in the chat,
especially now.
unless you're an idiot.
Well, I was just going to say we have a more diverse crowd of tolerance.
Yeah. Corey said Paul's right. People are going to get jobs based on their qualifications now. Maybe after Trump gets rid of the hiring freeze. That's a whole different question.
Well, that's the first 100 days, right?
And I will say this too. Trump said that some agencies would gain employees in his release. He said some agencies will grow because they've got to fix it. I believe the VA is one. I believe the FAA is one. He said some agencies are going to cease to exist, and I believe he means the Internal Revenue Service and the Department of Education.
He does keep bringing up this idea of removing the Internal Revenue Service.
Well, the head of Treasury kind of.
Well, there was an interesting set of circumstances that arose the last couple of days over that
Yep,
issue.
sure was.
And I don't know enough about it to talk about it with any sense of intelligence, so I'll leave that alone. But we can talk about it at some point tonight.
Well, but let me say this about that discussion. It is a moot point. The only way to get rid of the IRS, the EPA, any of those things is through Congress. Congress has to strip out the appropriations funding and the budgeting and the congressional call for those agencies. So Trump can whine, piss, moan, complain all he wants to. As long as they're funded and still federal agencies, they still exist. And Trump can't get rid of them. That's not within his purview. Now, Congress could, but Congress is not...
Doge could be working in tandem with the Senate committee that is
But again,
Doge.
Senate committees can't do it. It's going to have to go through both houses of Congress, and Republicans don't have enough votes to ramrod this stuff through. So either Republicans have to get a whole lot more bodies in the midterms into the House.
Well, what is it that you're thinking that they would need extra bodies for?
To have enough Republicans, because I think that would be a 60%. I think because it involves appropriations, I would think it would require 60%.
Oh, to eliminate one of the.
I think it would.
You mean to eliminate the IRS?
Yeah, to get rid of the IRS.
Yeah, I couldn't. That's a
Now they
fair-
could
fair
neuter the
point,
funding.
but-
They could neuter the funding, which is what they did during Obamacare. But
I love the idea of eliminating the IRS.
I think you guys are so stupid.
Well, again,
Now we've had this conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, there needs to be some function, and someone needs to take care of the tariffs and stuff that Trump is apparently going to lean on.
if you could eliminate 95% of the IRS and have everybody pay the same 10% flat tax or 9% or whatever,
holy smoke,
right?
that makes sense.
You know,
Damn, I'm out of a job. Thanks, Paul.
But you would still need to have.
that is not how I meant that.
I know. I'm just kidding.
But you would still have to have an IRS.
Yes, I said
Not-
95%.
yeah.
I'm agreeing with you.
Because you got to have somebody collect the bill and distribute the money.
And people to go after the people that lie and cheat and try to
Right.
get around it, right?
Right.
But could you seriously scale back the size of the agency, what they're supposed to be doing? Certainly.
So but listen, and then that opens up the idea to go back to, tariffs, for example, and collecting from tariffs, which is how we used to do it. Now we've grown a lot. So the idea, I don't know where Trump gets the idea that we could go on this kick of just paying for everything with tariffs. Like, I have no idea how he's not an idiot. Like, why would you consider that? But he might be saying that just to kind of make a point, because we are much bigger now, and we have much bigger unsatisfied obligations, right? We have $35 trillion worth of unfunded obligations, right? We can't. No way that tariffs will pay for that.
Yeah, well,
just tariffs.
Yeah, we're not going to unravel that mess,
Right.
in even 10 years. I
Right.
mean, it took decades to make that mess. It's going
That's
to
right.
take decades longer to unmake that mess.
Yep.
But the idea of tariffs and stuff. I mean, yeah, we're bigger, but the world
We're a
economy,
lot bigger.
We're a lot bigger, but the world economy is a lot bigger, and there's a lot
Yeah.
more. There's a lot more goods and services going around the globe. So
that's not my problem, and I said my problem. My problem is unfunded obligations. Right? It's that $35 trillion in things we have to find a way to pay for. Go ahead, Lori.
Question. Out of those unfunded obligations, how many of those are repayments to countries to rebuild whatever from whatever
We're still
conflict
paying
or
for
war?
Germany in World War II right now.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But why aren't they paying us back for anything?
Well, that's a
Dun,
wonderful
dun.
point.
Well,
Yes,
let's
we'd
just
like them to
clean
start
the
making
slate.
payments on the bombs we dropped on them. If you could start a
No,
payment
well, that's
plan
not what I'm talking about.
on the 5 tons, 500
Let
tons.
me
of-
ask you this. When did England finally pay, or Russia for that matter, the Soviet Union, when did they finally pay us back on the Lend-Lease?
Never.
Mm-hmm.
No, I was being sarcastic. out.
But you're probably right.
But if we charged them for every bomb we dropped on Dresden, our national debt would be gone.
So let's think about this.
Ow.
Let's think
We'd
about
carpet
this
bomb them crowds.
realistically, right? We're hearing a lot of people that are screaming at the top of their lungs about Donald Trump coming into office and doing what? Making threats. He's like, look, if you're the Netherlands and you control Greenland, Greenland ain't getting snot out of you as a protectorate.
Well, it's
okay,
Denmark.
Yeah, Denmark.
and
Denmark.
Denmark, thank you. And Panama, we built the damn canal, and when we turned it over to you, it was like parents letting their kid drive a car after they already wrecked it once, right? They're like, okay, you can drive the car again now, but it comes with conditions, and Panama has chosen to ignore those conditions, right? So, in fact, not only did they chose to ignore them, they then turned around and let our number one economic
Competitor.
thank you. Yep, perfect word. Competitor build effectively I don't want to say military bases because they're not technically military bases, but basically build ports at each end of the Panama and then charge us considerably more than other people to boot. So like literally the kid not only got the car back, gave us the finger and drove off to another state. Like that's how that went for us. And, now good point was made to me today was, well, how come it's taken us this long? I think it's one of those things, like we got a lot of problems, and that was like kind of like the bottom of the pool of figuring out stuff. But Trump has clearly come into office with a plan, and his plan,
very big plan.
yes, and his plan has centered around economic stability and energy freedom and a few other things, and he's clearly done a lot of research with his people to know we got to do step by step by step, right? And what do we do to start lowering prices? And it's going to take a while. This isn't going to happen overnight.
Well, they're about to go up.
And they will.
They're about to go up with the tariffs.
Well, listen. Let me ask you this: what do you buy that you is imported from Canada, Kevin?
Gas. We do get a large amount of gasoline from Canada.
We get,
There's going to be a 10%.
we get some gas
yes.
from Canada.
But again, it's all about supply and demand, right?
Yes.
So if you are now increasing the cost of gas from Canada, it places more of an
it's
importance on that.
13%. We get 13% of our gas from Canada.
But again, it's a significant amount when most of the rest of the places we get our gasoline from right now are hostile to us and hate us and want us all to die in a fire, right? So in the short term, like for me, I'm on a 2-year clock with Trump, right? Because I think the first 6 to 9 months are going to suck. I think our grocery prices are going up more. I think our gas prices are going up more because of the tariffs.
My chickens are laying like crazy. If you need eggs,
now what happened? I do need
hook
eggs,
you guys
by
up.
the way. But what happens? The 2-year mark is what I want to see. At 2 years, has inflation reversed? Have gas prices?
I think it's a very fair expectation.
And I think the entire country is going to judge it that way. Because if we get to
because there'll be a
midterms,
midterm election, it'll be pretty easy to send a message.
if we get to midterms and gas prices are still too high and inflation's still too high and groceries are still too high and you're still engaged in a trade war, then Republicans are going to have their asses handed to them in the midterms. I mean, that's how the American voter will judge it. And so Trump has a very finite window to work in
I agree.
to do what he wants to do.
Do you think it's just what Trump needs to do? I think it's also marketing. Like Trump needs to market the heck out of everything he's doing agenda-wise.
It's messaging. Yeah, messaging is a big deal.
You
I don't
think so?
agree. I'm sorry. I don't agree. I don't think messaging matters for squat. And here's why. Because when people voted for Trump, what did they say they were voting for? We're sick of inflation. We're sick of high gas prices. We're sick of the economy struggling. If it doesn't matter how he messages it, because if people feel like the economy is not getting better, and that was the driving force of why they voted for him and not Harris, he can polish that turd up as much as he wants to. If they're still paying more at the pump and they're paying more for energy and they're paying more for their groceries, it doesn't matter how he sells it.
I adamantly disagree, and I will explain this why.
Please do.
Trojo. Trojo is the reason why I say messaging matters.
Okay.
And by that, I mean he posted a message in our chat room this weekend that was so emotionally charged and, from the angle of, I read a headline and it pissed me off, and now I'm going to tell you all how right I was. But there was absolutely zero investigation into the details of that headline, right? And we'll read it so that everybody can know what we're talking about here in a few. And we all love Jeremy to death, and we've all seen him do this plenty of times. But messaging, I think, right now is so important. It's not even funny. So it is.
But that's the other part of it too, right? Who's doing the messaging? Because the left-leaning
That's what I'm talking
media,
about.
the left-leaning media is going to message it to the way they want it to be messaged, and people tend to listen to them more than whatever Trump bloviates about online. So Trump can try to message it however he wants to, whatever way makes sense for him to try to do it. People aren't going to listen to him. The perception of Trump is that he's a blowhard. He just talks. He doesn't shut up. The media's already doing it. They've been for the last 5 days talking about how much it's going to suck that the cost of your avocados are going to go up. I mean, they've painted this out as a failure scenario before Trump even officially enacted the tariffs. Trump doesn't control the messaging.
No, but I think if he can start with his cabinet winning friends over on the left or the moderate Dem side to start pushing out more positive messaging. Because then you start to reach Trojos of the world.
Yeah.
Because right now they're just grabbing everything that they hear from the left or
you stay right
mainstream media as,
She listened
normal.
to you. You showed her.
as the Bible, whatever you want to call it. They expect that to be correct,
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that Trump is an angel at all.
Yeah.
Don't burst. What I'm saying is that messaging matters. If this is going to be more of a mainstream presidential whatever time frame, and if anybody more mainstream like J.D. Vance, Vivek, Tulsi, or even somebody on the left side who's more mainstream, the only way that's going to happen is if messaging is part of that, solution, in my opinion.
It has bothered me a lot in the last few days, probably the last week, and I've tried to make points to a lot of people about this. Here's a really good one that I saw it tore me up in several ways, right? You go on Facebook, and this lady made this post. She said, "Thank you, Trump supporters. You know who you are. Thanks to you, trans people are now have a bounty on them in Odessa, Texas."
What?
I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
What are we talking about?
So I go and I look it up. Again, it's 30 seconds of vetting. But that's what this lady said in her post.
Right.
It's really obvious what she's trying to, the point she's trying to
Stir
drive
up
home.
trauma.
Yeah. And make it look like, trans people are being hunted, right? And she wanted the blame for it to fall on Donald Trump and his supporters. Very clear.
Yeah.
What the message was.
Right.
Only problem is when you go and you look it up, you find out that on October 24th,
Prior to the election. Yep.
Odessa City Council voted in an ordinance that offered a $10,000 reward if trans people went into bathrooms that were not there born with sex.
Yeah.
So if
To
you're a
push the
trans
agenda, yeah.
man, right, and you go into the women's bathroom, or you're a man that went trans and you go into the women's bathroom, you could be fined.
Right.
And they were rewarding people that were turning them in $10,000. So if you catch a person doing that, here's a reward. And they did that because of a whole bunch of sexual assaults that had occurred.
Right.
Okay? So the reality versus the point that was made was night and day difference. Does it point to a bigger issue about fear? Yes, it does. Right? I don't know what the statistics are of trans people assaulting opposite sex people in bathrooms. I do not know. Now, do we know that it's happened? Yeah, but I couldn't tell you if that's 1 in a billion or 1 in 1,000. I have no clue what those
But are we
statistics are.
thinking that they're truly trans?
I don't know.
Or are they
I don't-
people
I mean, that would-
pretending to be trans because they're predators?
Absolutely. And
That's my
I bet a lot of predators do that, which is
Right.
why we end up with trans people in prison that are choosing to go to the opposite sex prison. And it's not female trans people asking to
Nope.
go to the male prison.
Nope, nope,
That is
nope.
not happening, right?
Absolutely.
So
Well, listen, if I went to prison, I would volunteer to go to the women's prison myself.
and
Let's
listen,
just be honest.
you know what, dude? I would not blame you.
No,
You're delicate.
smart. No, not even for that
That-
reason.
no, because
I'm either going to wake up next to Bubba or I'm waking up next to Belinda. I think I'm going to pick Belinda every time.
yeah, listen. I would give you a high five.
Yeah.
I would bring you a sandwich at jail and say, dude, you're a smart cookie.
I'm a smart cookie, dude. I know what I'm doing.
So that's those are the kinds of things we're seeing more and more. And we just saw, and now I'll get to why I brought up Trojo, right? Because I think this is a big deal. And I don't want to misquote him or give the wrong impression to anybody. I mean, I'll read what he wrote to us because I understand his passion. I understand where he was coming from. But I think that it was also sad in a way, Love the guy. But the truth of the matter is, we've been doing this show a long time, and okay. So here it is. I'll read you what was posted. Okay. So we all know that Donald Trump went out last week and he put the kibosh on federal programs. Like he ripped the DEI out of government processes and procedures.
Right.
Okay. So here's what Trojo said, because like I said, I don't want to misquote him or give the wrong idea. He said, with a stroke of a pen, Donald Trump is truly making America great again. Also, with a stroke of a pen, he has erased pretty much everything that the civil rights movement stood for. Spare me the speeches. You all can see it just like I can. I told you all he is a racist bastard. Say something that will help change my mind. And what he did was he posted the picture. He saw, somebody posted for him, saw a memo from the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, that the subject of it was pause on special emphasis programs and related activities and events. And we've already seen this a couple times in different order. We saw it with the Air Force. Okay. He put this out there, and somebody, look, there are people in all branches of government that hate Donald Trump's guts. And they believe they're justified, and they have their reasons for that. So what did the people in the Air Force did was they said, well, if he's going to do away with all the DEI stuff, you know what we're going to do? We're not going to teach anybody about the Tuskegee Airmen. We're going to prove how bad Donald Trump is. We're going to literally go to the other end of the spectrum to make him look worse, right? So they removed the Tuskegee Airmen, some of the most influential, groundbreaking men in our military's history. Like that had something to do with DEI procedures and processes? No, it didn't. So this memo was put out with the same thing in mind.
Actually, I don't have an issue with the memo, but I'll tell you.
No. I don't have an issue with the memo either, right? But because what I'm saying is, all the memo did was lay out, okay, these are some of the things that we're going to have to pause in January, and it says in January, Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. Now, it's not saying what they're going to stop doing.
Well, hold on. Can I put this in context?
Sure.
So basically what they're saying in the memo is they are no longer going to do things within the federal government at a work level to recognize, celebrate, otherwise acknowledge these holidays. Okay? So put that into perspective. It used to be they may have pulled everybody from their job into an auditorium and had an hour or 2 hour, maybe a speaker came in, gave a presentation. We all talked. You guys did it in school, right? Well, this happens in some of the federal agencies where they'll bring people together and they'll have now, I've said this on the show before. I was on, but I'm no longer on a DEIA committee through my day employer. We had a presentation that we had set up through that committee that was going to be last month that was on human trafficking. And the emphasis on human trafficking and what the federal government's doing to stop it, resources available, all of that. We had to cancel that. And the DEIA committee is now no more. So I don't get to volunteer in that committee anymore. Which, whatever. But that's all that this means. And to be completely honest, I don't understand the pull to acknowledge every single Asian American, Pacific Islander, Native American, African American, Polish American, whatever, and to take, because now we've identified 97 different groups. Are we going to give all of them an hour meeting in the workplace? We're going to pull all of our people out of doing their day jobs for an hour presentation about it. I don't see it. Now, if you want to do it as like a lunch and learn, it's a half hour
story
during their lunch or whatever. More power to you.
And can I point out that on that memo, it's very specifically stated, none of this DEI stuff will affect any of the holidays.
Right.
So that was, but that's right there, and so Jeremy was trying to make the point to us that he had undone civil rights.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Can I share what I wanted to respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
And I'm going to swear. So if you have a sensitive constitution, get over yourself. Jeremy, Jeremy, as an African American man, how the fuck has your life changed? What civil rights is different for you today than it was 6 months ago? What can you not do today that you could not do 6 months ago? Where do you feel pressured today that you weren't pressured 6 months ago? What rights, what acknowledgments have you lost that were there 6 months ago? Like, to say that he's completely stripped away civil rights, I hate to be the white guy pointing out to the black guy what really happened.
You're Native
But before
American.
the civil rights happened, some of your African American ancestors were getting hosed on a bridge in Georgia. I don't see that happening today.
Alabama.
What was it, Alabama? I don't know. I wasn't
Yeah,
there.
it was Alabama.
Whatever. I wasn't
That's
the
okay. You were
Pettis
close.
Bridge.
You
That
were close.
racist doesn't know the
Pettis
history.
Bridge. I'm Native American. Shut up. I know my history. Look, I'm not debating that this is certainly a setback if you believe in the diversity and inclusion movement.
If you're into that movement, and I get that.
But to say that somehow he stripped away civil rights and done away with the Civil Rights Act, what book are you reading? What history book are you studying?
Megalopolis.
Because the only thing he's done is made people upset. Like,
He has made people upset.
he's
We need
made
to
people
acknowledge
upset,
that.
but there's a far cry difference from people being upset and people getting shot with a fire hose on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. There's a huge difference.
People are upset regardless of who's in office. It's
True.
just a different group of people
Yes.
upset this time. That's all.
And I'm not saying he doesn't have a right to be upset either.
next
just to
group's
be
turn.
clear.
That's all.
Yeah, I'm not saying he doesn't have a right to be upset, but that's like comparing Biden to Hitler. Okay? Now, I'm not a genius. Actually, I probably am. I may not be a genius, and I wasn't around when Hitler was here, but I'll guarantee you there's not a lot in common between Biden and Hitler or Trump and Hitler. So any of you people that want to compare the two of them to each other are just stupid.
So
It's this this need for hyperbole.
Absolutely. So I just want to say this really quick. I'm looking at the weather and there's snow coming in about 30 minutes. So I think I'm going to leave here at the top of the hour.
Sure you are. Is there really snow?
But
coming in 30 minutes?
yeah, there is, and it's down to 32 degrees.
Yeah,
right
it's
now.
below freezing. according to my
But
phone.
here's the one, and I want to know if you could pull this up because that brings up one last topic that I wanted to hit on before. And I'm curious. I don't even know if you guys know about this, but are you guys familiar with the phrase "cute winter boots"?
No.
What?
No.
No.
Cute winter boots.
No.
Yeah. So
But I have some on.
which makes this even more interesting. So if you can go on to Instagram or TikTok, are you capable of doing that there on your laptop, bud?
Can you do TikTok on a laptop? I thought TikTok had to be on a phone.
No.
I do it on my computer.
I don't know. I don't TikTok.
Okay.
Can we learn one of the TikTok dances, Paul, me and you?
Do you want to do a dance together?
One of the TikTok dances. We go viral if we did that.
We could try that.
Can we
I don't
wear-
mind.
can we wear-
because
can we
now
wear
that we're-
mankinis
well,
when we
now
do
that now that we're in the Tom will wear a banana hammock and a nippleless sweater.
Perfect.
So
Sign me up.
I mean, we're going to have, now that we're in the podcast realm, there are a few things we're going to have to do different. Unfortunately, that may be one of them.
Hey, Margie wants to know really quick, did Africans come to America on ships to Florida to do a job?
Well, somebody told them to
Margie?
sign up for the cruise, Margie, and apparently it was false advertising.
Free buffet. Hop on board.
So here's the cute winter boots. If you can go on, or maybe Tom can find one, and he can play a cute winter boots video into the microphone. So here's what's happened over the
Well, I
last
can actually stream it through StreamYard if we
Okay,
can find
perfect.
it on here.
In the last couple of weeks, a whole host of videos have began arriving, made by people on the left, where they talk about how at wintertime it gets really cold and icy out there, and so you're going to need some cute winter boots, and make sure that those cute winter boots are of a certain size because it may get colder and anyway, long story short, it's all code words for them wanting to spark like my funniest one I saw was actually today where a lady was like, you people don't understand, none of you people on the right understand that we have the right to overthrow this government. I'm like, I thought we heard that about 4 years ago. Just saying. But the point is, so there's this whole host of videos out there where they're code talking about cute winter boots. And it's all about the left's idea of I think there's two parts to it. One part of it is helping illegals avoid ICE, right? Get ICE, cute winter boots, stuff like that. And the other one is about like
I probably can't play one because I can't tell which one of these are actually about boots and which ones of these.
just type in cute winter boots.
I did.
I just did
but
that
there's-
I just did that on Instagram also, and I mean all I really got was the typical Instagram response of mostly scantily clad women.
Yes, I think that might be one right there, Kevin.
Boy, that's a scary looking broad right there. Sorry.
There's a lot more of them, dude. I'm telling you.
I'm sorry.
Here's the thing.
Shouldn't
And
say
so I
things
came
like that,
across
but
this, and
holy
there,
cow.
yes, and Lori's got some there. There's a wide variety of people that are addressing this topic of cute winter boots. Until one person that actually works for the government came on there and made a video, and pointed out to them I just want you all to be aware. We know you all that are making cute winter boots videos really hated the people on January 6th, and we caught 2,000 of them. We're the government. You're posting this stuff on open TikTok channels. We can easily discern who you are. Like, I'm like, that was Frank. Yeah.
But this is what I don't understand. The left got so pissed off about January 6th.
Rightfully so.
Okay.
I gotta make sure.
But I'm just saying,
I gotta make sure
because they expected conservatives to accept the election results without question.
agreed.
4 years later, they can't accept the election results without question.
Yeah.
And I would argue, I'm an idiot, but I would argue that this election was certainly more decisive than the last election.
You could argue it. You'd be right.
I think it was certainly more. I think Trump winning this time around was certainly, and even if you watch CNN, none of the mainstream media is questioning the results of the election this time around.
No, because there were no the phrase "too big to rig," I think was an appropriate phrase in this respect. Even people on like the win was overwhelming, so nobody had any questions. Right, Lori?
Breaking news.
Yes, ma'am.
Not snowing in the armpit of Gorst and the hills around there.
Wait, it's not snowing?
Not snowing.
Good. I was going to say,
Yeah.
otherwise my
Not snowing at
radar's
your
wrong.
place? Okay.
Yeah.
I saw the radar. I can see it coming in. It looks
Sorry
like
to
it'll hit
interrupt.
here about it. It'll hit here in about a half an hour
Yeah.
or so.
Wanted to let you guys know.
Yeah. So
Eyewitness accounts.
that's good.
In other words, her son, who lives near that area.
Well, listen, the
told
truth,
her
you know, for
that
those
there's
that
no
know
snow.
for those that know the area, I live out on Key Peninsula, right? And a lot of that peninsula is higher, right? So we're here in Port Orchard. We're maybe 150 feet above sea level, but I'm at 350 to 500 feet out there.
And you're farther
So-
from the water, too, so
Right.
there's a little more opportunity for
Yeah.
it to cool off.
So
Know how high?
there's some cool apps
No, where
that you
I'm
can
at.
look at that give you will tell
Yeah.
you where you're at. You're a little higher.
You're
there.
probably, well, she's not much, though. I mean, you're probably 200,
I suppose-
300 feet, something like that.
Yeah, but
about
that depends on
400
how much
feet above
time
sea-
she's been spending with Tom and Dennis. I mean,
No. I'm probably, what do you think I am at my house? Like 80 feet above sea level,
not
maybe?
stoned.
I'm not stoned.
You think I'm higher? I can look out and see the water out my back door, off my back
Yeah,
porch.
I've been to your back porch.
Yeah.
I'd say you're probably 100 feet.
You think so?
150 feet.
Maybe
Yeah.
100. Yeah,
Doesn't matter.
pretty
Still-
close, right in there.
Yeah.
I mean, like maybe
won't
high enough
snow.
to end up with oceanfent property in the event of a large tsunaami.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I
That'll
think
increase my
so.
property value.
Yeah, that tide will eventually go back out. However,
Everett dumped on today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shoreline, no.
Tacoma's getting a whole bunch of snow. Somebody,
Downtown Seattle
and
got dumped on during the day when I was driving.
Andy said that it was Boss Baby commented in chat earlier that it was dumping snow in Tacoma.
yeah,
This is
this is the time of year,
bipolar.
man. I'll tell you, this is the time of year, at least for me. And I think Tom can probably identify with it. Like my best friend is the weather app. And I have found it to be exceedingly accurate as far as paying attention to the radar. If I just watch the radar, I'm good to go. I know that it's down to 32 degrees, and I can see the snow. And even the snow that's coming in is not a big enough front, I don't think, to really deter me, because it just, you just go slower. And if I had my truck, I wouldn't even question it, but my truck needs some work right now, so it's down.
Kevin,
Yes.
Boss Baby wants to know whose house is higher, yours or hers? I think hers. I think she's up higher.
She's in Point Defiance.
That's a good
right?
question.
Mm-hmm.
I would say it's definitely hers.
It's definitely hers, yeah,
Yeah.
because she's on. There's a bluff there that
Right.
overlooks. I'm
Yeah.
not. I'm not.
Have
yeah,
you
she's
ever
higher.
gone down? And this is just a funny little fact for you guys. If you go to Point Defiance, go to the park. You know how they got a road that will take you all the way down to the waterfront?
Yes.
There's a little park down there. Go out there at low tide.
Mm-hmm.
If you never have been, it's a really amazing experience. You go out there at low tide, and there's a lot of clay and shale cliff facings, and you can at low tide you can walk right out to the shelf and look straight down into the darkness. Yeah.
Perfect.
So you look straight down and don't fall. Yeah. Because it's about a 7-knot current through there, which is fast. And but it's amazing. You can look straight down and see you can see wolf eels, octopus, all kinds of stuff just looking straight down.
Oh yeah. Have you
Look into the
dove
abyss.
Sund Rock?
Not familiar with that, no.
SUND. It's not too far from the Hood Canal Bridge.
Okay, well, I've dove the Hood Canal Bridge. Oh, wait.
Is that
the
next
one?
to IROC?
No. Is that the one as you're driving over to Jefferson County, you look out to the left and it's got the little device on top of it that like to warn ships?
Oh, no. This is actually off to the right, kind of like if you were to go to Port Hadlock.
Okay, well,
right after
I've
you get
dove
off the
Matt's
bridge.
Bay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Sund Rock isn't too far from there. You actually have to pull over on the side of the highway and hike through some just brush to get down to a good.
I used to live up there off of Seven Sisters, right on the other side of the bridge.
Oh, it's a cool spot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Check out Sund Rock sometime. It's a fun dive.
I will have to do that. I love it. It's a different world, and it's something. It's a hobby I think Kevin would probably really enjoy.
I would love to scuba.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to scuba.
It's
I just
a
don't have the money
blast,
for it
man.
right now.
Yeah.
It's a blast. Sund is really cool because you drop down to about 50 feet and it stays really flat, and then you get to a wall that just drops straight down.
Funny story about that, because that would be an amazing place to dive. I was out there at Matt's Bay, and that's where I ran into the largest giant red Pacific octopus I've ever seen. So we were out there collecting sea cucumbers and other specimens for the Marine Science Center in Paulsbo, and my dive partner Michelle and I, we're right there, right next to each other, and we're following the rock facings, and we're picking up sea cucumbers and stuff, and tunnel vision. You get tunnel vision really bad when you're diving.
Do they just hang out on the bottom? The sea cucumbers just kind of hang out on the ocean floor?
They're in rocky outcropping type spaces because they're incredibly vulnerable.
They usually hang out somewhere, and they'll just kind of be neutrally buoyant close to a rock wall.
Yeah.
Or
And if you eat them, they taste like sweet clam strips. But anyway, you get 6 or 7 little teeny tiny strips of meat in there. But anyway, so here I was picking up sea cucumbers, and I grabbed this sea cucumber that was, he was a good sized sea cucumber, and it just pulled right away and jetted out of my hands. It was at that moment I realized, and Michelle tapped me on the shoulder and pointed. About 3 feet from my right was a significantly larger than me mantle of a giant red Pacific octopus. It was probably 16 to 18 feet tip to tip. Wow. Huge. The eyeball on this thing was you can't really see them, but it was big. Yeah, the size of my fist or a baseball.
They really only have one eye, right?
Yep. On each side of the mantle, yeah.
Okay.
So they have 2 eyes, but they're one on each side.
Oh, I've never seen one that big. I've
I
seen
had
some
never
little
seen
ones.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And those are called red rubescents. That's a different species of octopus. The ones you find in bottles and stuff around here, and they are poisonous. So, but the giant Pacific octopus, I'm telling you, anybody that's ever seen one, they are super intelligent. They are super nice and super sweet to everything except crabs, which they feast on. Well, the funny thing was, when I came up, I felt like such a moron because I had tunnel vision so bad. I didn't see the huge pile of crab skeletons or shells that were literally 3 to 4 feet to my right. Didn't see them at all because I was focused on what I thought was a big old sea cucumber. Yeah, it was, but it was still really, really amazing. That octopus just kind of looked at me like, "What the fuck are you?" Yeah, I was just like, "Oh shit,"
This episode of Aquatic Talk brought to you by Black Ring Spirits. Don't drink and dive.
No, this is
That's good advice. Don't drink and dive.
Don't
right.
drink and dive.
This is the Puget Sound with Steve Zissou, and if you've never seen that movie, it's strangely interesting.
We started this hour on the tariffs. Can we get back to the tariffs just for a second?
Yeah, we can. We need to because, like I said, I'm going to leave shortly. So,
So here's my question with the tariffs.
Yeah.
I totally understand the Mexico tariffs.
Yeah.
And I'm actually okay with it. I know you guys are going to piss and moan about avocados, but they're not that good anyway. I don't have an issue with the China tariffs. I don't understand the Canadian tariffs.
Well, I actually agree with you. I'm not quite,
NAFTA.
Again, I know it's about NAFTA,
That's
but
the North
I
American
don't
Free Trade Agreement.
Free trade agreement that was signed by Bill Clinton. Yeah, I know. But I don't understand why.
Oh,
I don't understand why we're picking a trade war with Canada.
why not?
But why? Like I don't
So-
I don't see the benefit. Like
President Trump gave a little bit of a hint in his conversation with Justin Trudeau, didn't he? Right, where he was talking to Justin.
did he speak in small words that Trudeau could understand?
I don't know, but when he was talking to Trudeau, he says, "Hey,
They put on
you're
skirts.
fleecing the people of the United States for $200 billion a year or whatever it is." It was a number somewhere around that, if I recall. And he goes, "What would you do if you didn't get that money from us?" And he said, "Well, you better answer. That's
That's
a little
my
bit
nephew
creepy
in
weird."
jail. I'm not going to answer the phone. when he
My
calls
best
me.
friend's friend.
He knows
phone
I
rings,
do
it
the
says
show. on
Prison
Sunday nights.
/ jail. You're
It's
like,
my nephew. He's an addict. What can I say? Well, go ahead.
Anyway, and Trump asked Trudeau, "Well, what would you do if you didn't have that $200 billion a year from the United States?" Right Now, I'm paraphrasing, guys, because I don't remember what the exact amount was, so please don't
Right.
bust my balls over it. But he said, Trudeau made the comment, he said, well, we'd go bankrupt. And so, look, I had no clue until Trump had that conversation, made a big deal out of that thing, that we had such a disparity with Canada and that Canada was taking us for what they were. I had no idea. My wife worked for a Canadian company. I had no clue. And I strangely, I agree with Tom. I think the greatness that would come with combining the United States and Canada into one country, I
not
think
gonna
would
happen.
be. I know it won't happen. For God's sakes, let me.
Okay,
Haven't
go
you
ahead.
ever dreamt about a cute girl before?
But
The point.
Canada's your cute girl. You know what Canada
No.
represents to me? Like
I see.
a 35-year-old overweight man with wearing a midriff shirt and his hairy belly sticking out, drinking awful beer and having lousy cheese.
beer.
He doesn't mean it, Tom. Don't take it personally.
By the way, did you guys? Oh, in beer. Just before we go back to this, did you hear that they came out with that U.S. researchers had a big discovery about beer this week? Tom, did you hear about this?
Discovery about beer?
Yeah, they have identified that there's actually female hormones in beer.
I don't know how to.
True, still no. So
I don't know how to take that.
Here's what they did.
I don't know what to do with it.
Here's what they did. U.S. researchers took 100 men and gave them all 12 pints of beer. And 100% of them, every last one of them, started talking gibberish and couldn't drive.
Oh boy,
Wah, wah,
I'm
wah,
staying
wah,
out of
wah.
that one.
You like that?
That was good. Lori missed it.
Lori missed it.
It's probably safest for you.
I said that after the men drank all that beer, because it has female hormones, 100% of them started talking gibberish and couldn't drive.
Oh my gosh.
That's
no.
perfect. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to just.
I thought you were going to say they started their periods. I mean, come on now.
No, because not again. According to
Gibberish,
the
it just
movement,
means
not all
it's
women have
gibberish
periods.
to you
Not all
because
women have
you
periods,
don't
and not all moms
understand.
are women. So
You don't understand.
Yeah, okay.
We know what we're talking
anyway, so you're okay with the tariffs on Canada,
I'm okay with it. I didn't exactly understand it, but I'm okay with them.
Lori?
I have so much to say on this.
Please do.
I'm sorry. Canada's part of what? The protectorate of the United Kingdom? Why are we giving them money? Their mommy or daddy, now King Charles, can take care of them.
And we're
Are we giving them money, or are we just giving them
We're
favorable
defending
trade
them
terms?
too.
We're defending
Yeah,
them, but
our military
we're also
defends them.
giving them money.
Hold on. I just want to clarify. Are we actually cutting them a check and giving them money, or are we giving them favorable trade deals that saves them money in trade?
Both.
Because there's a difference,
My
right?
understanding is both.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true or not. Okay. That's fine.
Whatever.
No, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying
No,
I
I
don't
know. I'm just teasing you.
He-
but
here-
it's true.
Yeah. Here's the deal. I wish that Trump had done these in steps. If Trump said, I'm putting tariffs on Mexico and China and Canada, if you don't get your crap in a box, you're next. And gave them time. Because I feel like when you pick fights with everybody at the same time, you destabilize yourselves at the same time.
So are you ready for this?
yes, go ahead.
The United States. So Canada, FDI, we'll call it FDI, foreign direct investment.
Yes, FDI.
We, wow, $481 billion, or sorry, $438 billion
In what?
is what the United States gives to Canada in each year to offer stability, global market access, conducive infrastructure. We are their largest investor, accounting for 46%
Wait,
of their
how
total
much?
FDI. We account for 46% of their total
But how much money do we give them again?
438 billion.
So we're basically cutting a check to Canada.
We're
Is that annually or what is that?
annually.
Annually.
That's annually.
Almost
Our
half. Almost half.
taxpayer numbers, our taxpayer dollars are going everywhere but the U.S.
Almost half.
That's
That's why I'm so
Okay. all right.
riled up.
If it's true.
I had no idea it was 46%. That's insane.
Okay, so
King
now I feel entitled. So here's where I have
I want
skin-
reparations.
Yeah, well, here's where I have skin in the game, right?
You know, we did try to invade Canada once. It didn't work out well for us that time.
George
Yeah.
Washington screwed the
It
pooch
was
there.
George Washington.
No, George Washington was. Go read the story of George Washington. during the what was it the French Indian Wars?
Yes, that I'm aware of. So, hey,
Yeah,
you,
okay.
you,
Sorry, Tom was talking.
Yes,
Sorry,
you
Tom.
cut-
Go ahead, Tom.
You
That was
cut
rude of me.
Tom
I'm
off.
sorry.
Let the libertarian.
I'm sorry,
speak.
Tom. Go ahead.
Golden showers,
Hey,
boy.
now you watch it there,
I'm
Mister.
just. Oh, sorry. I just don't know where that came from.
Yeah, that's not my scene. Yeah. So, anyways, this tariff thing.
Tinkle, whittles. Oh, sorry.
You're a funny man. You're a funny man. No, this tariff thing. And now that I know we pump so much money into Canada, I kind of feel entitled to some free stuff. So, do you know how hard it is for distilleries to find a good supplier for glass bottles?
What yellow liquid you going to put in those bottles, Tom?
No yellow liquid. I don't have to pee that much. But a consistent glass supplier is super hard to find.
Okay.
Right,
I've
like
heard
I'm-
some. You were bringing this up the other day about how you can't find anybody to buy bottles from.
Do you know what the only place I can find glass right now? Montreal, Canada.
Wow.
But why is that?
I honestly don't know.
We cut back on prostitutes, therefore glass blowers are in high demand.
That was funny.
Was
But,
it?
Yeah.
I made it up, man.
It was pretty good. It was like quick off the cuff.
Nice.
But yeah, so I know. I think Canada, if we're pumping that much money into their economy, I'm sure I'm probably entitled to a pallet or to a glass.
You would
You
think.
hear me, Trudeau?
You would think. Well, my thought is, listen. First of all, resources. Canada's rich, but they don't. I mean, do you realize? Here's what I would tell you, Kevin.
Yes.
You want to have an adventure? You got
An
50,
adventure?
You got 50 grand.
Yeah, give me
If
an
you get
adventure.
50 grand, let's go up to the Yukon and make some real money mining gold. We don't have to work about 3 months out of the year, and we could go up there. It would just be amazing,
I'll
right?
be the videographer.
Be the
cook.
videographer.
Here's the deal.
Yeah.
Hold on. No.
Because it
there
would be
is-
outside work.
There is no part of me
It's outside.
that has
It's the
any
mosquitoes.
desire
Yeah.
to go to that part of Canada that doesn't. No.
Well, we wouldn't go there during the winter, bud.
No. What is in the Northwestern Territory?
Have you spent
Nothing.
any time in Canada?
It's
I've
beautiful.
been to Victoria and Vancouver.
That does
Man,
not count.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not. You asked. I was just answering the question. I've been to
right,
Victoria.
right. I mean, if you want to get like a
Gold in the Fraser River.
a mediocre beer and a plate of poutine, yeah, Vancouver and Victoria are awesome.
Poutine.
Poutine's delicious, man.
You and your golden showers and a little bit of poutine.
Wow. Okay. All right. I see where this joke's
I
gonna
had
go.
this 80-year-old lady the other day. She's like, "Hey, you want to see my tattoo of my mouse?" And I'm like, "Your mouse?" And she goes and she undoes her belt in her pants and she pulls it down. And she's like, "Do you see my mouse tattoo?" She's in her 80s, dude. I'm like, "I don't see the mouse tattoo." She goes, "Oh, my pussy must have ate it."
Oh my God, your jokes are not funny. They're
Yeah,
they're not.
It's
they're worse
not a
than mine.
joke. It happened.
I was, but it really did because
Yes.
I've heard that joke before, but
Yeah, that's
not
what-
from an 80-year-old woman.
No, it was a TikTok video. It happened. Yeah, she was on the TikTok video. Anyway. But listen, I can't even imagine what those numbers amount to for Mexico.
You're not funny, Mahood. Okay, carry on.
What did Mahood say?
Comment in the chat. That's all. Nothing to see here.
Let me see.
If I'm a betting man and I'm not,
Sean
I'd say
Mahood says, and I quote, Tom Martin is definitely not into golden showers. He's a chicken pricker.
what did it say? He's a chicken pricker.
Chicken burger.
Pricker.
Chicken burger.
Chicken pricker.
What is a chicken burger? Do you remember, Lori?
No.
I forgot.
Oh well, let me look it up for you because we're not on AM radio
No, no, no,
anymore.
no.
So
Chicken
let me-
brickin'. Chicken brickin'. Chicken
This
brickin'.
is so bad.
Well, I understand
Yeah, it's
that,
pretty
but Lori read it. I have to.
With chocolate chips if you want some.
Is it an Urban Dictionary? Is that where I'm going to find it?
Chicken brickin'.
Yeah, yes, I do believe you'll find it in the Urban Dictionary. I think that was the genesis of the joke a very long time ago.
Let me look here really quick. Oh, chicken burger is not in there.
Really?
How do you? What is it?
Oh.
Chicken brickin'? Oh, chicken brick.
Where's
No, that's got to do with the roller derby.
I don't know what you're doing.
It-
but that's
I'm trying to find. Oh, chicken bricken. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Let me read this really quick before we read on.
probably
bad.
shouldn't.
It's so
hold
bad.
on, hold on. Let's give the warning. Kevin and Kevin only.
Yeah, Kevin,
enjoy
did you-
these things that he reads?
Like I said, it's awful.
All right, listen.
The views expressed by Kevin are his and his alone,
I'm
and
just-
not necessarily reflect Outlaw Radio Network in whole or part, or even any of the hosts or the audience.
Well, you're the one that brought up chicken bricken. It made me
No, I
think
did
what you're
not.
doing in your free time.
Sean brought it
Whatever.
up.
This makes me wonder what
Sean
Sean's
brought it
doing in
up.
his free time.
Let's
So
be honest,
according to
folks.
this-
We're educating Kevin right now. He's learning something new.
I am. This is a new.
This will
new
be on
phrase
his
for me.
next female wife application.
It will not
Do
be.
you or have you ever enjoyed chicken bricken?
Chicken bricken? The act of a male having sex with an alive chicken, and just before climax, smashing the chicken's head between two bricks, causing the chicken to go tense.
The fuck do you figure out your?
Again,
Why
this
would
is
you?
only the views of Kevin.
I mean, it's like sword swallowing. Like, how do you even know that exists?
I don't know, but with two bricks.
That
I like my chicken's dick.
Clang.
that awful joke
Wow.
goes back. Oh God, I think that goes back to my college days. Mm-hmm. No, it's awful.
What did you do in
That
college?
shit in college?
In Central Washington.
I've never done that. Don't
You just said it goes back to your college days. There's
joke.
only one way to take
the
that.
joke.
Look, if you did it
The
as a joke, that's your own
joke.
deal,
No,
dude.
no.
I don't need to know about that. I can't believe we're sitting here doing. And this guy makes whiskey. Now, I don't know if y'all need to ask yourselves if he makes the whiskey before or after he does the chicken
Well,
bricken.
now you know what happens when you drink too much whiskey.
That's all it takes for you? I don't. Oof.
Hey, at least I don't have whiskey dick.
No wonder your wife wants chickens back.
No.
She's like, I need to keep my hubby happy. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
Sorry, I'm sending an email to somebody to tell them I'm not offering them a job. But keep talking for a second.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
If you're not into chicken bricken, you're not for me.
Tell you a little secret. I took part in the worst interview I've ever given to anybody. So anyway,
That's
Anyway.
messed up, dude. That's messed up.
I know it's so.
Anyway,
Feels
so
bad.
does it change anybody's opinion what
About
we just
chicken
learned?
bricken?
No, what we just learned about Canada,
chicken bricken.
dick.
No, it does. It doesn't change my. It doesn't change
Just
my opinion.
strengthens mine.
Only in
Yeah.
the sense that I think you can bite off too much at one time. Like, again, go after Mexico, make them an example. There's certainly many reasons that Mexico could have tariffs, right? When you go after Mexico and Canada and China, you're giving them the ability to rally together. I would rather go after one, make them an example, and see if that scares the other two into some kind of complicity.
Well, I get that impression. Sorry, go ahead. Tom.
I think I read, and I could be mistaken, it may not be applicable now, but I want to say around 2015-16, Mexico was one of our largest trade partners.
Yeah, they
So-
might even. I bet they still are.
I wouldn't be surprised if they were. So, getting
Listen, we're going to
Doug-
have some problems. Can we just acknowledge that we are going to have problems at the border?
Yeah.
we're almost in an open state of combat against the drug cartels. And they're shooting at us already, right? They're now using first person drones like they are in Ukraine. Although I have not heard of any of them being used to take out border patrol or anything. I've just heard that they're using them. But look, that's only a matter of time.
Yeah.
It's only a matter of time, and I hope that the president goes after them with a level of viciousness that causes them to stop. Like make sure hit them with a level of violence to make them shit themselves into last year.
What do you think about cement in the tunnels?
In what tunnels?
Is that,
My only
the ones
concern about that.
at the Mexican border.
yeah.
Well, I'm totally fine with that. But let's not pretend they're not going to build more tunnels somewhere else.
No, I
mean,
know.
They've
I know.
got that tunnel building thing down to a science.
They do.
Yeah. Right. And it sounds like I'm making a joke, and I'm really not. They've figured out ways to build trenches and tunnels like
Yeah.
expeditiously.
But if we keep filling them with cement, pretty soon everything under the walls and barricades and barriers is cement.
Yeah.
And it's pretty hard to dig through
Yeah.
cement.
Yeah. I'm
that's a
I'm
big
there.
border.
I just it
Or at least quietly anyhow, right? I mean, you can dig through cement, but it makes noise.
I'm just going to ask you this.
Just dig through cement. Huh?
I just
mean,
wonder why they don't just drive up to like random spots along the border with a catapult on the back of a flatbed truck on the
Punkin'
Mexico side
chunkin'.
and just pumpkin chunk it right over the wall. Like, wouldn't that be easier than digging a ditch or digging a hole? What are we throwing over the wall? Whatever the drugs are they're trying to get over there.
Oh, I thought you were going to say illegals.
No, not illegals. No.
Like, wow,
This is
Kevin.
starting to sound like some Bugs Bunny road stuff, right?
Wily coyotes
Right,
on the Mexican side.
I don't know. To be,
Well,
I'm
they
gonna
do
be-
call them coyotes over there, don't they? Yeah.
I'm going to be real honest with you. What kind of a message would it send if we took the violent offenders, the sex predators and the people that are trafficking children, and put them in a big old catapult, right? And be like, sending you back to Mexico. Hey, Paul, toss. You know, like, I mean, you know, the Mexicans start seeing all these flat black and red in color kind of marks all over the other side of the river.
Come on, Paul.
What?
Flat, black, and red. Come on. I will say this,
A
though.
pavement pelt.
Trump was not necessarily 100% honest about who he was running out of here. Because he had said he was going after the criminals
So
and the bad guys. And he has done some of that. But he's also picked up people that had no legal
he
issues
made it
on either
very
side of the
clear
border.
that if you were somebody that was with those people and you were here illegally, you would get caught up in that as well. They flat out said that
yeah.
off of day one. Tom Homan was very clear about that.
Yeah, I know.
So well, but you just said he wasn't being honest, and I'm just saying I think that he was.
Okay.
So that's all. How are you guys feeling about the immigrants getting picked up so far? How do you feel about how that operation is going? Are you shedding any tears yet for the people that are getting rounded up and being sent home?
I honestly have not had time to follow any of it in.
Well, then it must not have
detail.
grabbed your attention much. That's not a bad thing, right?
Right.
Because that means we're not seeing all these negative pictures of, you know, a little Cuban boy hiding in a closet and men with MP5s opening the closet and escorting the kid back. You know, like his name was Elon or something.
I think my biggest takeaway from that story is how Bob Ferguson has reacted.
So, interesting point about that. I saw this video on TikTok the lady was making specifically about Washington State.
About Bobby?
Yep. And this lady was making this video and she was like, please, President Trump or Vice President Vance, please come to Washington State and help us get our state back. And she was listing off all of the things that the new governor is doing and how absolutely asinine that so many people. She's like, and she makes it clear in the video. She's like, but in Washington State, our voices are silenced and they are taking increasingly more and more steps to not hear what half of us are saying, and we need your help. So, and with that in mind, we will have her as a guest as soon as we have.
Nice.
I've spoke to her a couple of times now. Once we're ready, equipment wise, you know, with being able to take calls and stuff, or
We can do
stuff.
StreamYard now.
Yeah.
Just so you know, booking
Okay.
guests
And I
in the
think
future. We start StreamYard.
the other part is getting Pete Serrano as the U.S. Attorney in Seattle will be a big deal. There's a big, big
Explain.
push.
Explain.
So Pete Serrano was on the Republican side for Attorney General of Washington State. Didn't
Right.
make it. Who is it? Nick Brown is now our Attorney General. He's suing Trump in his
already.
first 1, 2, and 3 lawsuits, I think,
Yeah.
against Trump. But and of course under direction of Bob Ferguson.
Yep.
But Pete Serrano is still, I believe, in the Attorney General's office, but his name has been raised not only by, I'll call us the common folk, but what I would also say are the elite donor class in Washington State. They have been, you know, on the Republican side going over to Trump's camp and saying, hey, this is what we need
Lori,
in Washington.
I had not heard that.
Oh,
and I
yeah,
think
it's
that's
been
a
going
wonderful
on
idea.
since Trump won the election.
Yeah. That's
That's
a
been
wonderful
Going on X, it's been going on back channels, through emails, through campaigns, through, you know, direct messages, however they can.
Wow. It's just that
Clean
is
up Seattle.
I mean, that brings a little bit of hope, but we'll see how it goes and keep our fingers crossed.
Don't give
for
into
sure.
the hope, man. Don't give into it. That whole side of the water is just unsavable.
How did that song go? Don't give up the hype. Right? Remember that song? How did that go?
Rainier needs to erupt so they can rebuild that cesspool from scratch.
Damn, dude.
Wow. You know, if Rainier erupts, is going to be like loss of life in the 6 figures.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Reindeer's not going to erupt out of nowhere. There'll be plenty of warnings like there was with St. Helens. They'll do a lot of evacuations. They'll move a lot of people out.
Yeah, but that entire valley leading all the way in the Puyallup is screwed.
I understand that.
Yeah,
All I'm saying is
there's Lahar evacuation routes. They'll all be fine.
they'll always be fine.
Sure they will.
Just look, every time I go out to the coast, I see these tsunami evacuation roads.
Dude,
Like,
if
I
you're
feel
on
much safer
if you're
now.
on Ocean Shores and there's a mega thrust quake out there, you're effed.
Mhm.
You ain't getting any. That ain't happening, man.
pictures and upload them.
Yeah. Unless you got a helicopter pad. At your
Really
place.
quick, man. Listen, if I'm on the beach and I see a mega tsunami coming, I'm just gonna live stream it until I'm gone.
Oh, your best bet's to swim out and catch a wave.
Is it?
You could body surf right on in.
Yeah, and then be dead the minute you hit the beach.
Slam something, yeah.
Yeah.
It's look, the people that survived the tsunamis, the Christmas Day tsunami, those folks that survived, a lot of them survived because they got caught in the current and they basically did everything they could to avoid. Well, the issue isn't the waves. The issue is the debris in the water.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you just gotta be a strong swimmer. You know, so
In the immortal words of Tool, learn to swim. Okay, we're coming up on top of the hour, so we're going to take our top of the hour break, like a 30-second, just a little music thing to make it easier for us to do that division of show. So we'll take that the 30 second or so break, and when we come back, we're going to switch it up and talk about some other things. I know Paul's going to head out.
yeah, I don't want to risk, especially with my daughter. I don't want to risk getting caught out there.
But Tom and I will be here, and we'll continue to talk. And Lori.
I say, don't forget Lori.
I never forget Lori. So it's the Outlaw Radio Network. We're going to take our 30-second break, get Paul out of here, keep the new music coming. We're back after this. It's Outlaw Radio Network. All right, everybody. It's Outlaw Radio Network. We are back for hour number 3. I really do like this music.
Yeah?
You like that?
Yeah.
I just stumbled onto it. Thank God for YouTube and copyright-free music.
Well, see, now we're all weird with the camera angle.
Yeah, Lori's going to have to fix
When
the
you
camera.
just-
Unless you want to come sit
No,
and
I
be
think
on
we
camera.
should just squish Lori over with us.
Fine.
Come on, Lori.
Squish.
Come on, Lori. Come be part of the fun.
Okay.
All right, Outlaw Radio. By the way, watched the Royal Rumble last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good time. Good time. Of the 10 people I thought would win, none of them did. And the one guy I thought for sure was not going to win is the one that won. Is it
Listen,
snowing out there, Pablo? No snow. All right. I'm very disappointed. I want a lot of snow. I want so much snow, I don't know what to do with myself.
You know, as long as I can get up and down Mile Hill, pardon my hiccups. I'm
Okay.
okay with that for right now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I've got a remodel to do on the tasting room here.
When do
so-
you start that?
I've been dragging my feet a little bit. Today we had a memorial here at Black Ring today, and I kind of put it off so that we could fit that in, because the new footprint for our tasting room is going to be significantly smaller, and that wouldn't have been conducive for the large group of family and friends that got together.
Sure. So when do you start?
Well, I've been dragging my feet about putting my permit packet in, but usually the city turns it around pretty quick because I don't have any plumbing or electrical. I'm just moving a wall.
Right.
So I'll probably.
So
be
that
able to-
wall, you guys can't see this. I'm just so that
Yeah.
big wall, the white wall over there, is going to come this way.
yeah,
About
yeah.
to where?
About the edge of the TV right there.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
You just gonna have room for us to do a show here? Or are you gonna evict us too?
Oh no, this will be plenty of room for us.
Just checking.
Yeah.
Just
When,
making sure.
Actually, part of the remodel now is going to include ease of setup for our shows. At
Okay.
least that's the plan.
Awesome.
So we can just walk in, flip a couple switches, and boom.
So everything will be hardwired and good to go.
I'm trying to pull something like that kind of.
Okay. All right. Well, we can talk about that. I'm looking forward to that. Okay. So already hour number 3. K Dog, Black Tom, Lori. Paul has left. He's got to drive back to the Great White North, BFE, middle of nowhere, and deal with snow in his wannabe Mustang. What's great is that he's not listening to the show, so we can talk all the smack about it when we want to. That car couldn't make it across like a 3-inch puddle, let alone any snow on the ground. Why he even drives that car is an insult to his man card, just so we're clear.
It's a Mustang. I mean,
Well, it's not a real Mustang. It was made in Germany.
that actually that kind
It's a Timu Mustang is what it is. Let's be
Oh.
honest.
Damn,
Ouch.
man, you just insulted the Germans.
All the time, man.
Yeah, but
All the time.
Germans are way better engineers than the Chinese.
He's
Well,
not
that's
gone.
not wrong.
He's
oh, look,
not
Paul's
gone.
back. I thought you left. Where's your daughter at? Oh, you was into the bathroom. Oh, okay. All right. We were just talking about how sad we were to see you leaving and how much the show's going to suffer because you're not here. And that's really what we were saying.
So, one of the kind of a hangover, if you will,
He's such
from.
an idiot. I swear to God, he's so
Oh,
stupid. I swear
stop
to God,
it.
Just an idiot.
You shouldn't talk about yourself like that, Kevin. It's bad message.
Go ahead, tell him. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, buddy.
So last hour, while we were discussing tariffs,
Mm-hmm.
one of the conversations I was kind of following in the chat was, should we have a tariff on American-made parts manufactured in, say, Mexico to be sent back to assemble, I don't know, a Toyota Tacoma, right? Because Toyota's got manufacturing plants in Mexico, but they're
Right.
coming back to the United States for assembly. Is
Well,
that
those would have tariffs on them.
right?
Yeah.
So do you think the tariff's a good idea in that regard then? Because now you're pushing jobs home. Is that the intention?
Yeah, that's the
I-
intention.
Well, it's not what Trump has cited as the intention. Like Trump has said that Mexico specifically is getting the tariffs because of the amount of illegal drugs and human trafficking that comes across the borders and illegal immigration. That's what he's given the reason for. Could it have the impact of pushing jobs back? Maybe. It depends. It depends how much of a cost difference that becomes on the vehicles here. You know what I mean? Like if you're looking at an extra $1,000 a vehicle, that's probably not enough to push it.
No.
But if you're looking at an extra $5,000-$8,000 a vehicle, that might be enough. You know what I mean? So yeah,
Right.
it could be.
I think it's an interesting part of the conversation, though, because I mean, what do we have for skilled labor here in the United States now?
For skilled labor?
Skilled labor.
Like skilled labor as far as like the people putting together vehicles and stuff?
Yeah, sure.
I think there's a lot of
that-
this is all assembly line stuff. I hesitate.
Design and build a new vehicle for company Q.
Well, hold on. Designing a vehicle, we have a lot of them because Ford, Dodge, Chevy, they're all still here, right? The building process, I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes. I don't really consider that skilled labor anymore because most of that is
A lot of it's
automated machinery,
Right. It's robotic.
robotic, assembly line stuff, right?
Right,
So
but maintaining all that equipment and stuff, that is
Right.
skilled labor.
yeah, so I think you could see some of that come back, but I don't know how much.
Yeah, because I mean, building a car now is just push a button because the robot does the work, but
Yeah.
someone's got to maintain the robots, and that's skilled labor.
Yeah, and on top of that, listen, I don't think I think that the American workforce has changed a bit. I think there's a
Yeah.
lot of people that don't want to do that job, that do not want to work a machinery line, that do not want to do assembly, that they feel like, well, the kind of job I want is one I get to really use my skills and and develop and grow or whatever. That would be boring.
Right, but
And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I just think that, especially the younger generations, they're not looking at that as a job field they want to get into. They want to do something where they can use their creativity. And there is zero creativity on an assembly line.
Right, but there's also very few jobs where you get to be creative. I mean, do you want to stand at a drive-through window and say, "Do you want fries with that?" Or do you want to go, like build a car and earn a living wage?
I hear you. No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that I think I don't know if that job, you guys tell me in the chat, I don't know if that job market exists in the United States as much as it used to. In the 50s, you had people that wanted to take those jobs. It was a good paying job. You provide for your family, buy a house, live the American dream, do your thing.
See, and I would argue that right now there is the idea that a college degree is valuable anymore. That's kind of gone by the wayside. There's a lot of people saying, "Don't waste your money going to college." They're saying, "Go to a trade school, get a job learning a skill," and I would argue that learning how to build an automobile is it falls into that description. The only reason no one talks about it is because we don't have those opportunities here right now. Detroit's empty.
Yeah.
There's no one in Detroit anymore. I mean, that used to be the capital of automaking in the United States.
Well, think about Pittsburgh and most of Philadelphia, where there was a whole bunch of metal production and steel work and all that. All that's gone too.
That's all gone too, because no one's building anything with steel anymore, not in the United States.
Well, and on top of that, you can get it cheaper from overseas.
Right, but not with the new tariffs.
Well,
so that's going to drive everything home.
But that's the question. Is the tariff enough to close the gap? I would argue it's not. We're only putting a 10% tariff on Chinese stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what.
I don't think that's enough. So a $5,000 car is going to cost you $5,500.
I don't know
from China. I'm not saying that they make cars. I'm just using this example.
Right.
An extra $500 on a $5,000 vehicle. That's probably not enough to inspire any real significant change, right? So you'd have to do way more than a 10% on China stuff. They can.
Maybe that's one of those steps that you're looking for. Maybe it starts at 10%, and if things don't change, it goes to 15.
Yeah, but if you're going to really try to change the global market, right? Like if you had come to me and said before, we're going to put tariffs on China because they're employing children, and we can't compete on an economic model with a country that's employing children at 15 cents a day,
but that
whatever astronomical stuff that they're doing.
But that didn't bother us in the 90s when we shipped all of our labor to China because it was cheap, because they employed children to work for 15 cents a day.
But what I'm saying
bother
is,
us then.
If that was why we did the tariffs, then I'd be all for 100% tariff.
Okay.
Then because if you're doing the tariffs for moral reasons, if you're saying we don't want little kids working in sweatshops to make our iPhones, we don't want to slowly kill and mistreat children to have our shiny toys, then I would say 100% tariff makes perfect sense if that's what you're trying to do.
Well,
but all you're going to do with a 10% tariff is you're going to tack it on, and who's going to pay for that? China's not going to pay for it.
The consumer, the end user.
No, China's not going to pay for it.
No.
And the U.S. government's going to pay for it because China's going to send it into an importer. The importer's going to resell it. They're going to add that extra 10% to what they sell it for. So you were buying your Xbox One for $300, and now it's going to cost $330.
Well, it's going to cost more like $360 because there'll be other markups and other stuff that comes with the tariff.
I don't know what the extra markups in the tariff would be, but let's say it's $350 instead of $300.
Well,
if I'm an avid video game player, is that $50 going to stop me from buying my Xbox?
No, it just means you can buy one less game.
It just means I'm going to have to wait to buy a game.
Yeah,
it's not going to stop anybody from buying it. 10% is not going to be enough. 100% would be enough.
Yeah,
you tell me that $300 Xbox is not going to cost me $600? I don't think so.
I agree with you, but
you tell me that that $1,200 iPhone is going to cost me $2,500. Yeah, that Android is looking a whole lot better. By the way, I don't have an iPhone because I'm not a lemming, but you hear what I'm saying? $100 would be a lot, and it would bitch slap China.
Yes.
into making they would at that point feel like they had to make some changes.
Yeah, I agree, but again, that moral, ethical, motivation, whatever you want to call it, that's not how we operate.
Comments in chat: a lot of Asian countries have horrendous labor protections per Terry, if you can even call it labor protection. No, they don't. It's bottom line. It is blatant, brutal capitalism was what they're doing in China.
Well,
Not domestically, but internationally, they're competing on a capitalist model in China.
well,
But
the
they're
whole globe is capitalist.
yeah,
Yeah.
but they're violating everything that we would consider
Yes.
allowable or normal.
Right.
Terry also said we need to make the corporate bonus check worth less than the general American people. I don't know how you could make corporations pay less as a bonus.
No, you don't get to dictate what the corporation does. I mean, they're a private entity.
Corey agrees with you. Someone had to build and repair those robots. That's where the money's at. No, fair enough.
Yeah.
You're not wrong, man. And Terry said we need a tariff on vehicle parts that equals the rates of American labor. Well, again, that's your problem. Because if you equal it out to American labor, then it's going to cost you exponentially more for an oil change, exponentially more to replace your alternator, exponentially more to do a tune-up.
Yeah. Well, the problem is, I mean, we created this problem over a long time, 30 years. It was 30 years ago when we started really farming our labor out to China.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And listen,
we're not.
but
gonna
wages
fix it.
haven't kept up with inflation.
No, but we're not going to fix that problem in 2 years or 4 years.
Not at all.
Or 6 or 8 years. That problem's going to take a long time to fix.
All right, Paul's leaving. He's got his ascot on. For those of you on the betting pool online about whether or not Paul's wearing his scarf, he is wearing his ascot. He looks like he's about to go hop on a yacht and do some yacht rock.
Totally.
Bye,
thought
Paul.
You
We're
were
gonna
saying
miss you, buddy.
something else.
We're gonna miss you,
Bye,
Paul.
Paul.
And
Wish you
what-
were staying. So glad you're leaving. Wish you were staying. So glad you're getting
Drive
the fuck out of
safe.
here.
Drive safe.
Bye, Paul.
Drive
We love you.
safe,
We hate you.
Drive safe.
Be careful. Hope you die in a fire. All right.
What's wrong with Yacht
Wow.
Rock?
Huh?
What's wrong with Yacht Rock?
What's wrong with Yacht Rock?
Yeah.
What was right with Yacht Rock?
I
Dick in a
love
Box
Yacht
was
Rock.
great.
If
It's
you like
hilarious.
pina colada.
Sure.
That was
Dick-
considered Yacht Rock,
No,
right?
Yeah,
Dick
Rupert
in a
Holmes.
Box.
No, Dick in a Box was not Yacht Rock.
It was
Justin
hilarious.
Timberlake.
I know.
No,
It was
Dick in a Box
hilarious.
was a great, funny song, but not Yacht Rock.
No, it was a spoof of Yacht Rock. That's what was so funny.
No, I'm on a boat was a spoof on Yacht Rock.
I still want to know what's wrong with Yacht Rock.
Well, it's lame.
I like Yacht Rock.
Will
when
you
I'm
come
in
to
the
karaoke
mood.
with me and just sing Yacht Rock one night?
I'm gonna have to figure out the.
Give me some Yacht Rock song, like "Sailin'" by Christopher
yeah,
Cross,
sailing.
"Muskrat Love" by Captain and Tennille.
Yeah.
Yeah.
was considered Yacht Rock.
I think that's genre. Yeah.
Yeah, what was
Oh.
it? What's the one by Mike McDonald?
Taking it to the street.
Yeah, there you go.
My son hates him, by the way.
As he should.
Oh, he hates Mike. I love Michael McDonald's voice. Some of his music is.
Oh,
not
do
great.
you really?
Oh yeah,
Michael McDonald?
We're
can't stand his voice.
I mean, that's another.
Yeah,
It's
what?
another Yacht Rock guy.
Doobie Brothers, man. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
Doobie Brothers. And you were surprised they were high with the name the Doobie Brothers.
The Doobie Brothers.
Margie said, "End Citizens United. U.S. Supreme Court case. Let's corporations control Congress." Okay. I think you got to do way more than End Citizens United. You have to be like, you've got to get money out of lobbyists. You've got to make a lot of changes.
How about if we just get rid of lobbyists?
Well, again, you have to get money out of it. You can't get rid of lobbyists
Why?
because I'll just figure out another way to do it. If you get rid of money, there won't be lobbyists because it won't make sense to be a lobbyist if there's no money.
Right, but we
So
can't get rid of
the
money.
You get rid of the money in politics.
What if we get
Federally funded elections.
that? Okay, that will work because I was going to say if we get rid of the money in politics, then only the elite can run for office. And
here's what you do.
That's not right.
Federally funded elections
Yeah.
that are bipartisan leadership, meaning both sides of the aisle have to be a part.
No,
Equally.
hold on. Here's what you do. You figure out an amount that you're going to spend annually on federally funded elections for federal offices, okay? Federal. Now, states are different. You let the states handle their things. But let's say you spend $1 billion in federally funded elections. I'm making up a number. It could be $5 billion. I don't, whatever number you decide on. And then your party gets that percentage of that budget of what they got in the last federal election. So Democrats got 46%. They get 46% of that budget. Republicans got 47%. They get 47% of that budget. The Libertarian Party got 0.3%. They get 0.3% of that budget. Now they can still fundraise on their own through private donors. Okay, private donors, but there are no corporate donors. But you can do private donors with a private cap. So individuals could still donate to a cap of $2,500 or whatever the number is per person. But that's
pack.
Huh?
No pack.
No packs.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I think that'd be fine because then people still get an individual say,
Yep.
but you remove all the big money out.
Yep.
That's it.
As long as we don't give corporations the opportunity to purchase a politician, which is what they do now. You know, all of our politicians are bought and paid for.
Purchase a politician. I like that saying.
That's
It's there.
what they've done.
Yeah.
I mean,
It is.
they're
It
2 for
really
1
is.
at Walmart.
So Ukrainian brides online too. They are too.
Yeah. Okay.
John Walker said Michael McDonald wrote a lot of Christopher Cross songs. Yeah, probably.
Say
Yeah. No.
Keep forgetting, not in love anymore.
Wait.
God, man.
What was it? Woman in Red or whatever?
Oh, Lady in Red.
Lady in
Christopher.
Red?
Yeah.
That was not yacht rock. That was
What would you call that? Heavy synth.
80s.
80s ballad.
Yeah.
80s ballad stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That Ladies in Red song was a horrible song.
You thought so?
Oh yeah. Hold on. I got to look up the lyrics. I'm just going to read you the lyrics
There
to
are
Lady in
Certain
Red.
parts of the song where you
lyrics.
think he's dying. He's croaking.
Hold on. I've never seen you looking so lovely as you did tonight. I've never seen you shine so bright. Okay, look. That is the creepiest, weirdest thing I've ever heard in my life. Yeah. The lady in red is dancing with me cheek to cheek. There's nobody here. It's just you and me. It's where I want to be. But I hardly know this beauty by my side. I'll never forget the way you look tonight. Those lyrics are garbage. Those lyrics are Luke Bryan lyrics, okay?
Oh.
Those are...
Wow.
Brought out the Luke Bryan. Here we go.
Wow, the Luke Bryan insult.
That's so bad. The whole song is about how pretty she is. That's how the whole song is. Yeah. She's wearing red and she looks hot. Great. Great. Congratulations, Krista Berg. No, that wouldn't be yacht rock. Hold on. I'm going to look up best yacht rock songs. Okay. Here we go.
Oh, Ride Like the Wind.
Top 50. Oh, cause I'm riding like the wind. Yeah, whatever. God. Who said, was that Doobie Brothers or was that Michael McDonald?
Ride
by
Like the
himself?
Wind? Oh, I don't remember.
Hold
Not
on.
Sure. Can't remember.
Yeah, did I just see on that list like something about Jimi Hendrix?
Yeah,
Who has
but I
nothing
think
to do
I
with
went
yacht
to a
rock?
different. I think I went to a different list of something.
Oh, okay. 'Cause I was listening to a morning show the other
Christopher
day,
Cross.
driving from point A to point B.
Christopher Cross. Ride Like the Wind.
Oh, that was
that's who
Christopher
it
Cross.
was.
Okay,
Okay.
all right, fair enough.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, the local morning show decided they needed to have a conversation about the top 10 favorite yacht rock songs from, I don't know what their like what their pool was that they drew from.
What do you think the number one top yacht rock song is?
What according to that list?
Yeah, What a Fool Believes by the Doobie Brothers.
Is the number one?
Really, that's what they said.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Okay.
Michael McDonald too, man. When he was
Okay.
lead singer of the Doobie Brothers.
Yeah. All right.
Peg by Steely Dan.
Yeah, and see, I've heard Steely Dan's upset
no,
about
the-
being lumped into the yacht
Yeah.
rock
The
genre.
Lido Shuffle by Boz Scaggs. That's a horrible song. Low Down by Boz Scaggs.
That one wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
Summer Breeze by Seals and Croft.
Oh yeah,
Summer Breeze.
yeah. That's
makes me feel fine.
that's some quintessential yacht rock right there.
Whatever. Holy cow, man. How do we get into the yacht rock?
If you
Ride Like the
pina
Wind by
coladas-
Christopher Cross. Dirty Work by Steely Dan is all over this list, man.
Yeah, and they
That should
resent
be.
that.
Baker Street by Jerry Rafferty.
That's all right.
Fooled Around and Fell in Love by Elvin Bishop. Fooled around down and fell in love. And Rich Girl by Hall & Oates.
Rich girl.
Oh yeah.
You're a rich girl, and you're gone too far. Okay, whatever.
What about the Pina Colada song?
That I wasn't in the top
Rupert
10.
Holmes. Yes, it was on the
Kevin Nelson, you go to hell and you die.
Whoa.
He said some of Steve Perry and Journey stuff could be considered yacht rock. You are not my favorite listener
Rock on,
anymore.
Kevin.
You go to hell and you die. That is out of line, man.
He's
That's
not wrong.
blasphemy.
He's not wrong.
Yes, he is. There's nothing yacht rock about Journey.
They have a couple of songs that would qualify.
Name one.
Now I've got to go through the damn Journey discography, and I can't recall it.
Keep on turning.
Hold on. So Journey's on a list here, but what is the list of?
Yacht rock.
No. Because Boston's on here. Alice Cooper's on here. What is this a
No,
list
it's
of?
definitely
No, it's not
Alice
yacht rock.
Cooper's definitely not yacht rock.
No. Molly Cruz on here.
That's not yacht rock either.
Hold on. I'll tell you what this list. We got to get back to topics in a second, but
Well, this is a topic.
anytime we go down a rabbit hole of music, I'm totally fine with that. All right. This is the top 100 classic rock artists.
Okay.
And Journey's on there.
Journey's number 48, which I think is way too low. But
Where's
they are
Journey?
ahead of bands like Heart,
What?
Rod Stewart,
I wouldn't even call
Janis
Rod Stewart-
Joplin, Def Leppard. Of course, they're ahead of Def Leppard. Jefferson
Hey,
Airplane.
hey,
Leopard's not classic rock.
Hey.
Yeah, they are. They're from the same genre. Anything over 25 years is classic rock, dude. When it came out in the late 80s.
Sugar on me,
That
Iron Maiden, Journey's ahead of all those. Santana, yes, they are. George Harrison, yep.
sugar on me.
Who's ahead of Journey? Ready for this? Let's see if we agree with this. Ready? So Journey's at 48. At 47 is Bob Seger.
What?
okay.
Yes is at 46. F that. Yes should be way farther down that list.
No.
Agreed.
Yes is good.
Cheap Trick. No way.
They're not classic rock.
No way. Kiss is at 44. No way.
Bad.
Genesis is in there. The Ramon. No, stop it. The Cars. Stop it.
The Ramones are not classic
Deep
rock.
Purple. Knock it. Steely Dan. Stop it. Who do you think is number one on the classic rock artists?
It's
Elvis?
probably Led Zeppelin.
Elvis.
Elvis Presley? No.
Marcy Playground is classic rock, according to Sean.
That is true. Marcy's put.
Sean, you can eat a bag of cat shit.
candy here.
Marcy Playground's classic rock. You stop it. Stop that.
Here's the
John-
top 10
John
of their
is
classic
voting
rock
for
artists.
Liver-
Bruce Springsteen, who is horribly overrated.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Elton John, who is horribly underrated. David Bowie, who is horribly overrated.
I disagree with that.
Van Halen. I think 7's a little high for them, but okay.
Yeah.
Pink Floyd at 6.
Not high
Bob
enough.
Dylan at 5. Way
Doesn't
overrated.
belong on there.
Way overrated.
Jimi Hendrix at 4.
All right.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Okay.
Okay.
Led Zeppelin at 3.
Oh.
The Rolling Stones at 2.
If you start me up.
Brown sugar. All right, whatever.
Okay.
And number 1 is the Beatles.
No.
Where's Elvis?
No.
Well, hold on. I
I
hate
don't think
the
Elvis
Beatles.
is
The
considered
Beatles
rock.
are the
Classic
Beatles
rock. How?
are
What else would
so
he be?
overrated.
Elvis is not even in the top 100.
R&B.
He was rock.
Elvis
Jailhouse
was,
Rock is rock.
Elvis was one of the only artists to have number 1 hits in R&B, country, and rock. I
Yeah.
believe it was.
In the ghetto.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You guys realize that Nirvana's classic rock right now?
Nirvana is not classic rock.
Yeah, they are.
The rule is 25 years.
I reject that rule, and I
When did
replace it
Nirvana
with
come
my
out?
own. 1991 is when
Nevermind.
Nevermind came out. Yeah. Nevermind, the Black Album, 10 by Pearl Jam,
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
and then
Nirvana released
was
Bleach
it?
in 1989.
Yeah.
That means it's been more than 25 years. They
Yep.
are classic
The,
rock.
the, the
Congratulations.
25-year thing can no.
Why?
Now, classic rock is things like CCR and Three Dog Night
see
and
a bad moon rising.
yeah, that is classic rock.
Okay. I'm just saying the rule for classic rock is 25 years.
I reject your rule.
Okay.
So John is asking,
As a
is
libertarian
mine-
would, because why would you have rules? Rules don't make sense.
Is
Lori?
Stairway to Heaven the number 1 song?
I don't.
'Cause it's mine.
Oh no,
I hate that song.
actually, Led Zeppelin was number 4, which I'm not sure I agree with. I mean, they've got the Beatles in there, and the Beatles don't even belong on the list. So
Lucy in
Okay,
the sky.
top 100 classic rock songs. Hold on.
Yeah.
The top 100 classic rock songs.
well, according to whom?
Well,
Oh,
this
looks
is a
like
Spotify
Spotify.
playlist, which was made by some 19-year-old kid in his mom's basement, so I'm not going to work off of that.
Probably one of mine.
Let's see. I'm trying to
And now
find-
Sean's trying to tell me
VH1.
Harvey Danger.
The
is
number one
rock.
classic
Stop
rock
it, Sean.
song, according to VH1, is Rolling Stones, Satisfaction.
All right,
I can't get.
it's better than the Beatles.
Dun, dun, dun. And number 2 is Respect.
Satisfaction.
Number 3 is Stairway to Heaven.
Wait, Respect by Aretha?
Yep.
Woo.
Number 4 is Like a Rolling Stone by Bob Dylan. Can we stop?
Stop
Please.
with the Dylan.
Born to Run is number 5. How is Born to Run higher than Born in the USA?
I don't know.
Yeah. How is
I don't
Bruce
know.
Springsteen?
Hotel California by the Eagles is number 6.
Okay.
Number
Okay.
7 is The Doors, Light My Fire. Number 8
Okay.
is The Beach Boys, Good Vibrations.
All right.
Number 9 is Hey Jude, otherwise known as Stick My Head in a Blender by the Beatles. And number 10 is Imagine, otherwise entitled Eat the Barrel of a Shotgun by John Lennon. Well, those are horrible.
9 and 10 can go away.
And Journey didn't even make the list, even
all right.
though Don't
Oh,
Stop
no.
Believe It has been called the greatest pop song of all time.
tomorrow.
Well, then
Rolling
if,
Stone called it the greatest pop song of all time.
Well, if it's a pop song, it doesn't belong on the greatest rock song
Pop
list.
pop rock. Pop rock.
Pop rock.
We're not having pop rocks.
Pop rock song. Yeah.
Hey, little baby.
You guys need to stop talking about Journey. I'm never ever gonna speak to Kevin Nelson again. His
Oh.
bashing Journey like that.
Kevin.
Oh.
What?
Tom and I still like Kevin Nelson.
Oh, Freebird. Freebird. Let's see if Freebird even made the
Oh,
list.
Skinner does belong on that list. I mean, that's true.
Freebird is 44.
That's
What?
not high enough.
It's behind Every Breath You Take by the Police.
Oh, the
That-
creeper
no.
song of all time.
It's behind
No.
Smells Like Teen Spirit. It's behind Born to Be Wild. It's behind I Heard It Through the Grapevine. It's behind Walk This Way by Aerosmith, which wasn't okay. All right.
Aerosmith is not
That
classic
version-
rock.
Yes, they are.
Not.
Yeah, because they came out in the 70s, dude.
I still have
That wasn't even the best version of.
Wait,
Walk
wait,
This
wait.
Way.
Walk This Way with Run DMC. When did that come out? Wasn't it?
The original
the
version
80s.
came out in
no,
the 70s.
I know
though.
the
Oh.
original. I'm talking about with Run DMC. Wasn't
Late
that
80s?
Yeah, that was in the
80s. So
80s,
that
yeah.
would be classic.
All of, yeah,
whatever.
classic rap.
Yeah.
What's your favorite classic rap song, Tom? You strike me as a brother that listens to a lot of rap.
Actually, I'm okay with a little bit of rap.
No?
No, I'm picky.
You know what my favorite rap song is of all time?
What's that?
Christmas in Hollis by Run DMC.
I don't know if I know that one.
It's a Christmas song we play every year. Dun 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 dun. Bim, 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 bim. Whatever. Get out of the house more, man. Get out of the house
Who,
more.
me?
Yeah, you.
I'm never home. I'm always here.
Distillery.
I'm here. I live here
I'm going to tell you right now. There's some awful music on that list.
on the list you just
Yes.
put away.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
And Journey
I mean,
wasn't on there, which means it's a totally bogus list and needs to
yeah,
go
but
away.
the Beatles were on there, which just justifies your
Have I told you my top 5 overrated bands in the history of music?
no.
No.
Okay.
Here we go.
Number 5, Fleetwood Mac. I swear to God, if I have to listen to any more Fleetwood Mac, the landslide. Shut up.
That was
they're-
Stevie Nicks. And by the way, did you ever see Fleetwood Mac with USC marching band?
No.
Amazing.
I hope they're on the same flight. So no, Fleetwood Mac needs to go away. All right. Number 4.
You mean the original Taylor Swift, known as Stevie Nicks? Lindsey Buckingham was her boyfriend.
I'm going to tell you right now. I have some respect for Taylor Swift because while I don't like her music, she is 100% authentic to who she is, and she is kicking ass, right?
Yeah.
So more power to you. And
Using
to
the
her.
names.
And she's tipping people, like she tipped her drivers and stuff. She makes serious cash donations to every city she goes to. She's great for the economy. More power to her. If you're hating on Taylor Swift, it's for 2 reasons. You're either A, jealous of the fact that she's making all that money, or B, jealous about the fact that she wouldn't sleep with you. Okay? That's it. If you have an issue with, I'm not saying you have to like her music, because I don't like her music, but if you have an issue with her, those are the only 2 possible reasons. Okay? That's it. That's it. I'm sick of watching her dating Travis Kelce. Well, if you were dating somebody rich and all over the TV, you wouldn't cry about it at all. But it's because it's a really cute young white girl. You're all flabbergasted with yourself. Knock it off.
These are the views of Kevin's friends or acquaintances, and not necessarily
All right.
those of the hosts.
Number 4 most overrated band of all time, Nirvana. I swear to God.
Why?
Nirvana. Listen, if it was Eddie Vedder who shot himself in the face in a greenhouse, we'd be talking about Pearl Jam today the way we talk about Nirvana.
I disagree with
I
you.
disagree.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, Nirvana gave way to like Dave Grohl, who is
Yeah.
an absolutely astounding musician.
Yeah. And not only
Astounding
not
musician.
only that, but Eddie Vedder always sounds like he's got to go poop.
Work with my baby.
Yeah. Eddie does have a
Take some milk and magnesia, dude. You'll be fine.
He does have a unique vocal style.
Yeah. Okay.
But he
Number
does it on purpose.
number
Oh,
3.
Yeah.
Number 3. What is it? Young. What's the 4 of them? Crosby, Young, Stills, and Nash.
Oh, yes.
I have
Totally
not
agree
heard
with you.
one song of theirs that make me not want to put my head through a plate glass window.
Take it or
There's
leave it.
there's at least a song or two by Nirvana that are okay. You know what I mean? There's at least a couple that are not awful. But Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young, none of them have any vocal talent whatsoever. Okay, that's number 3. Number 2, Led Zeppelin.
Really?
Over effing rated.
I've
Disagree. Totally disagree.
Overrated.
strongly disagree.
Stairway to Heaven is an awful song. It's horrible. It is wretched. Their best song is Immigrant Song.
It's a good song.
That's
Yeah.
their best song
It's
is
a good
Immigrant
song.
Song.
I would say
Pink
yes.
Floyd is a much better band than Led Zeppelin, and Pink Floyd does not get the recognition they deserve. And the
agree
most
with that.
and the
but
most overrated band in the history of music
Per Kevin. Per Kevin.
per everybody with a brain.
Per Kevin.
The Beatles.
I'll agree with that.
The
all-
Beatles.
No, I,
Oh, I can't
love
stand
the
the
Beatles.
The Beatles.
Listen, maybe you got to listen to the Beatles. I didn't know they existed till I was like 14. They were outlawed in my house, and so I never knew that they existed. So,
Listen, here's the deal with the Beatles. They basically took black music
yeah.
as a bunch of cute white boys from England, hijacked it, made a whole bunch of money, and then the minute they got famous, decided to split up
Yeah. But
and
I
took
didn't-
all their money with them.
Right.
And none of them, well, Paul McCartney's not bad on his own. George Harrison wasn't great. John Lennon, imagine all the people. No, I don't have that much energy,
Well,
John.
You know,
Um,
you were hanging out with Yoko.
I just, so overrated. They're so bad.
Right?
Butterfly.
Sean said without Nirvana, we would never have gotten the best filter song ever. Is that which filter song? Take My Picture? Is that the one he's talking about?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him.
Terry says, I don't like the fact that she uses music as the device and the degrading of men and the value of deep relationships. Yeah, like every song, every male singer everywhere does.
Yeah, true.
Guns N' Roses had a song called I Used to Love Her, but I Had to Kill Her. And
Yeah.
It was about
women-
his dog.
I know. Women cannot do what men do without being judged differently than men.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Totally.
Taylor Swift is look, she's been a little promiscuous, I think, in her life. I think that's been established. She had a very vocal relationship with John Mayer, who was way older than she was. You know, she writes a breakup song about every guy she's dated. Okay, whatever, fine. Guys have done that throughout history,
Yeah.
and it's never been an issue
Yeah, I mean, since
But-
the beginnings of
of music.
organized music. Yeah.
Since two Aborigines banged on Congos, right? I mean, since the beginning of like, right, all of that was about a guy that got pissed off because a girl broke his heart. Okay, so
Alrighty.
so let's just acknowledge the.
Soon.
And listen, I know that people that are conservative, that's not true. Pay attention. Women cannot, and you see from conservative women on social media say anything and they get ripped up by liberal men.
Yep.
Just ripped up. Women are not judged at the same standard as men. Taylor Swift is my hero. I don't like her music, but God bless her for doing what she does. She got a lot of talent. She got more talent in her little finger than Paul has in his entire body.
Wow.
Damn.
Rick said, "You don't listen to my suggestions soon, and I'm going to start hating on you." Rick said, "What suggestion? Is that the suggestion about watching Blazing Saddles? Is that what you're talking about? Because I said we could watch it. We just have to set it up.
One among many.
And Phil will be there. You'll come over and watch with us? Yeah, I don't believe in the look on your face. Will you watch it with us?
Blazing Saddles is great.
Will you come to my house and watch Blazing Saddles, Phil? Sure. You will? Okay, all right. I'll make spaghetti or something.
Yeah, no, Phil's talked about his love of the movie Blazing Saddles.
You know what I'll do? If we don't have too many people coming over, I'll get steaks, we'll put them on the grill.
No apology is what Rick is referring to.
No Apology by Nirvana?
I don't know.
Is that what he's talking
It
about?
was a good song.
He's mentioned it several times tonight.
Earlier
than
can't,
music.
I can't watch the feed and talk to you guys at the
I
same
know.
time.
That's why I've been trying
When
to
you've
do
had
it.
So, Rick, can you put No Apology in context? Because I believe there was a really bad 90s metal band called No Apologies. So let's just make sure that...
And by the way, Corey has mentioned that if Fleetwood Mac goes, they have to be replaced by all their music with Luke Bryan.
Oh. Now, okay, you've...
Hold on, who'd I rather listen to? Luke Bryan for an hour or Fleetwood Mac for an hour?
Oh, that's a good question.
I'd rather listen to a toilet flush. Yes, Tom? Oh, so he was talking about a band. Okay.
Oh,
It's a
got it.
Ukrainian band. Oh, that's the one band he wants me to listen to. I'll listen to it tomorrow, Rick. I might even listen to it on the way home.
Okay, 4 people.
So in my Jeep, by the way, funny story in my Jeep, I'll just tell this really quick and then we'll get off this.
Oh.
All the buttons on my steering wheel stop working and my horn stop working. And there's a thing, it's called a clock spring or clock spring. Mm-hmm. So nothing's worked, right? So yesterday I ordered the clock spring. My son's going to fix it for me. Tonight, guess what happened? Everything in the steering wheel started working again.
Because you ordered.
Is it because it's cold? Is that why? Maybe. I think it's because I ordered it.
Yeah.
And Jesus is teaching me a lesson.
Yeah. Stop reacting.
Stop reacting.
Stop buying.
Yeah.
Save your money.
All right. Any other music talk we want to have in here? We've really spent the whole hour talking music.
That's not a terrible thing, is it?
No, I don't think so at all.
Song to play.
What's that?
Most complex pop song to play the music.
Most complex pop songs to play the music? Like if you were
You're playing the band.
if you were playing in the band,
Most complex song.
anything by Robbie Williams.
Yeah.
Anything by Robbie
Yeah,
Williams.
I would agree.
One more complex than anything you're going to think of.
You've got one more. Come to the microphone, Phil. This is a streaming show with microphones.
Is it a Rush song? Because Rush's music is pretty wild.
I hate Rush.
Rush ain't bad.
Whoa,
Rush,
whoa.
Man, Rush would have been number 6 on
Rush
my
has
list.
patterns.
Oh.
Rush, you can figure out what the pattern is.
Yeah, Rush is great, dude.
The only thing good about Rush was Neil Peart on the drums. He's a phenomenal drummer, but their music was awful. And Tool, by the way, Tool's like 7. Like Tool.
Dude.
Learn to swim. Learn to swim.
For the life, I can't remember the name of the song all of a sudden, but it was by Sergio Mendes back in the 80s.
Nothing's going to change my love for you.
Something like it. It has so many modulation. Like you got to have it written out. You are not following along with the changes.
Yeah.
It is complex. I'm not saying it's a good song. I'm saying it's complex.
A lot of stuff that came out of the 80s, they try to be really complex. They were trying to push boundaries, and it just sounded awful. But every once in a while, you got some stuff that came out that was really good, even though they were really pushing the envelope.
I mean, there's great prog rock out there, and and that's where that's where Rush, that's where, even
Tool. Yeah.
Margie asked, has anybody here ever been hypnotized?
which reminds me.
Reminds me, she must be a Notorious B.I.G. fan. Yes, Phil?
Speaking of tools, do we ever, the one about the tragedy of the carrots, or what do they call it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
That's funny. Yeah, you know when he's sounding all angry in German on that album? He's reading a recipe for chocolate chip cookies in German.
Have any of you guys been hypnotized?
No.
No,
I don't think I can be.
didn't work.
I don't think I could be hypnotized. I think I'm too smart.
Yeah, didn't work.
I think it's only weak-minded people that can be.
Oh, wow.
Or if you're in a certain open frame of mind.
I think it's only weak-minded. I don't mean that bad. You just have to be. You have to be open to that extent to let somebody have access to your subconscious and your inner psyche.
Right.
So I don't think if you were maybe
Power
weak-minded is the wrong word.
suggestion.
Maybe,
Yeah.
strong, not strong-willed. I think people that are strong-willed are too stubborn, are too focused to let it in. I'm not saying it's a bad thing to be able to be hypnotized because it means you're open to outside ideas and processes and things. But I think people that are really strong-willed, people that are really deep thinkers, probably like I'm always in thought, my brain's always working. I don't think those people can be hypnotized. Now, I would gladly let somebody come in here and try to hypnotize us. Would you guys? Would you guys be okay with that?
I'd let someone try. I don't think it'd work.
We'll have to.
Now-
If you guys know anybody that does hypnotism,
Now,
and it's not Corey, because I think Corey would hypnotize us by hitting us in the back of the head with a wrench and then taking all the money out of our wallet. Love you, Corey.
Now I've been part of like sitting down to play some music, and you find that you just kind of get lost. If you can really relax your brain a little, and
It happens a lot when I'm driving on Highway 3 with the radio cranked up. How the hell did I get here? I don't even remember driving this route.
Right? Yeah, yeah, and so I think if you can find that mental place to relax, I guess. And I've only had that happen once or twice when I've been attempting to play some music because I'm a horrible musician.
Tracy said, I watched the kids at graduation project be hypnotized. I can see stubborn people refusing to let it happen. Again, stubborn is not the route I was going, but it's not far off of the route I was going either. Just really strong-willed people, I think, are going to be really hard to.
Have you ever read that book?
Corey says he thinks I'd be the easiest to hypnotize. Why do you believe that, Corey? Please explain that in chat. Go ahead, Lori.
Have you guys ever read the book?
No, I don't read books.
Strong-Willed Child.
No.
I read it when my kids were little, and it was funny because I was raised with a Norwegian grandma who was very strong-willed.
Corey says he's been to a hypnotist and he can't be done. I'd love to have a hypnotist come in here. I really would. I think it'd be great. You know who I think could be really easily hypnotized?
Who?
Paul.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not disagreeing
She would hold a
with
little
you.
Trump doll in front of his eyes and just wave it back and forth, and Paul'd be like,
I think
MAGA.
Dennis would be really open to it.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
I think the higher he is, the more open he'd be to it. Where is he tonight anyway?
His grandson's visiting.
Oh, okay. Nancy said she couldn't be hypnotized. Too strong-willed. I wrote that book, Lori, she said.
Yeah, it was funny. I read that book because there were inklings that some of my children were extremely strong-willed. And then I took the test at the end for each child, and I took it for myself. I won.
Did you? I'm going to ask you guys when we come out of the top of the hour and we do our little hour break thing. I think we're going to come back and have a conversation about parenting,
Oh, God.
Oh,
about whether or not ADD and ADHD are really a thing.
okay.
We're going to talk about that.
That's gonna be an interesting chat.
Really?
Corey said it's an alpha thing you wouldn't understand. Corey, I know that you're going to have a hard time accepting this, but I am Alpha Maximus. Just so you're aware. Janice said that her dad was hypnotized to stop smoking and it worked.
Oh, wow. So like what was it, Schlick Shadel or whatever? Schick
Did
Shadel?
Schick Shadel do hypnotism? Is
Yeah,
that-
yeah.
Was it really? I
Yeah.
thought they were a treatment program. They did hypnotherapy?
Yeah, it's part of their treatment. Yeah, because one of my family members tried it. Didn't work.
Oh, I
It
know.
worked when they had their first heart attack. They stopped right
Oh,
there.
I
Cold
bet.
turkey.
I bet they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know there was. I can't remember her name. I met her once. I don't have any contact info for her anymore. But there was a hypnotist here in Kitsap County for a while in the early 2000s whose bread and butter was helping people to quit smoking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I have this great idea.
What's up?
We really need to have Paul, because you know Paul. Paul knows all these fringy weird people, hypnotherapists and aromatherapy and rubbing raw hamburger on your gums, all that stuff, right? So I think Paul probably has some contact somewhere of people who do hypnotherapy.
Yeah.
And I would love to bring a hypnotherapist in here and see if they can hypnotize any of us.
Okay.
Because I don't think
Now,
I could be. I'm pretty confident Tom couldn't be. I'm pretty sure Lori couldn't be. I think Paul could be hypnotized.
Now, what if you were to sit down and be cooperative with the whole thing? Do you think you could cooperate?
I don't
and
know.
find your way
I don't know
into
if I
it?
can shut my brain off enough.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I can't. Because they're like, well, don't think about it.
Right.
And then I'm like, well, I'm thinking about it because you told me not to think about it.
Right.
Like I
you're
cannot shut my
focused.
brain off that way. I can't. You know what I have the hardest time doing, and it really sucks in these college classes I'm taking. I can't read
What do you mean?
because when I read, my brain is working faster than what I'm reading, and so I will read, but I can't read as fast as my brain wants to work, and then my brain wanders while I'm reading, and then I'm not even reading anymore.
You know how to fix that?
How?
Take notes while
Yeah.
you're reading.
Take
Oh,
notes.
well.
Because now you're using a corner of your brain that has to pay attention to
Or
some manual
doodle.
It's
dexterity.
a lot of extra work.
Or-
I am using a highlighter a lot.
or
now. That
doodle.
helps.
No, you got to take
Doodle.
notes. Right,
You
like
got to write or doodle.
formulate actual words with your pen. Don't just draw. Drawing lines is easy. Make your brain work.
I will try. Boss Baby messaged me and said that she's been hypnotized.
Really?
And she said she thinks she may know a hypnotist. Boss Baby, get on it.
That's cool.
Have him in studio. We can try to do a multi-camera setup.
Heck, I would like to hear more from Andy about what she discovered with the whole hypnotism thing.
Boss Baby, you want to call in and talk hypnotism really quick?
Hey, by the way, Paul just sent a message. The roads are sheets of ice, and
Are they?
it's snowing and sticking to the roads once you get around Fred Meyer in Port Orchard. And he sent a photo.
Goody.
Well, I hope his daughter took the photo and not him.
Well, I'm going to assume that.
Well, look, here's the deal. I know that everybody hates me for saying this, but please bring on the snow. I want. I'm not going to read what she just sent me, but Tom, look at why she asked for a minute before she came on the show. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Oh, okay.
That's hilarious.
I mean that's
that's how you're watching the show. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. All right. Yeah.
hey, if you're going to come over to my house, you should probably call me because I might not have pants on. I get it.
Yeah.
I get
Could
it.
happen.
Okay, Terry said I did hypnotherapy for a while. It didn't work for me. It turned my first husband into a bigger whiner than he already was. Well,
Damn.
Ooh.
clearly they programmed him incorrectly. Rick said he's gotten two test messages from work now, preparing for tomorrow. Rick, are you comfortable sharing what those say, or are they just tests? Like, are they just saying, hey, just be alert, or making sure that our system works, or are they giving you any kind of guidance? I'm checking mine as well.
Is
I
this
don't- I
for
don't-
snow coverage, or is this something else?
Huh?
Snow?
Yeah, it's about
Oh,
snow.
snow
Yeah, it's about
schedule.
snow.
Are you back in the
'Cause-
office?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
Any day now.
Okay.
Yeah, see, this is my Friday night, so I don't have to worry about work tomorrow.
He says they're testing connections. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If I don't think we're supposed to get that much snow.
2 inches.
That's
Right.
what she said. All right. Boss Baby, we're going to bring
was
you
hoping
on,
for
and then
more.
give me a second because I've got to make sure that I know how to do this without asking Phil. Otherwise, I'll ask Phil to help. So we're going to bring you to stage, and then Boss Baby, say hello. Are you there?
Yes.
I did it right the first time. The first time. Wow. Okay.
Look at that.
So did they really hypnotize you?
Yes.
What did they make you do? Did you come out of your trance on like Aurora Avenue in Seattle and wonder why
No.
you're walking bow-legged? Like what did they make you do?
No, I was in Graham actually.
Really?
Where the crackers are from. Okay.
Yes, right. And it was a big. Well, actually, I've had it multiple times. So I did it like
What?
like
Oh, you mean
show-
hypnotized. Okay.
perform.
Uh-oh. Is it our internet or yours? I think your internet's conking
yeah,
out.
it's
Try that again, Boss Baby.
Oh. Hear me now?
Yeah, try it again.
Yes, no, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. Try it
Okay.
again.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I did it for a show. And so they like had a bunch of people up on stage and were making everybody do silly things. Like one guy had to pretend he was dancing with a stripper and it was like a mop. And
Okay.
one person had to do something else and it was silly.
Do you believe they were really hypnotized or were they faking?
I'm gonna go with I really believe because in that situation there was all like his wife had also gotten hypnotized
Mhm.
and she had a obnoxious outburst that she thought he was actually cheating on her. He was cheating on her with that
Ooh.
stripper. So it became a whole big thing.
Did
yeah.
you know any of the people that were hypnotized that night?
Yes, I sure did.
Oh,
No.
you did really? Okay.
I knew
all
the
right. No,
husband
go ahead.
and
Continue.
wife.
Continue.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh.
It was, yeah, that's
So,
who
what
I
did they
was.
make you do when you were hypnotized?
That one was, I feel like I was dancing or something. Like every time they said something, I responded and then I did a dance. What it was.
Do you
This was a
remember
lot of
it?
years ago.
So, did
Huh?
they deprogram you? Like, if the word was cheesecake and somebody just said cheesecake 5 years later, would you bust into dance moves or something?
No,
Or did
they're
they
you're
deprogrammed
it's
you?
when you're in that state or
Mhm.
when you're not in that state. So
I would
yeah,
never deprogram anybody.
never had
Do,
anything since.
Wait, say that again. You broke up again.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. No, it's only when you're in the state of the meditation, or hypnotherapy, hypnosis, whatever.
do you
But I
remember
did
it?
do yes.
Huh.
I do. Like it's like I knew I was awake, but I couldn't stop myself from doing the things. It's like my body was just
Ooh.
doing the things and my mind was disassociated from it.
I'm out. Nope.
So like a third person view.
Kind of.
Nope.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nope. I'm out.
That's how I need to get a wife.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nope.
So
Tom's
then,
out.
Andy, if someone were to do the
Andy.
same steps as the
Andy. Hold on, Andy. Look at the screen.
hypnotist,
Yeah.
You're getting sleepy.
I am sleeping at. That's why I'm in bed, you weirdos.
Okay.
anyway, so if a hypnotist or somebody did the same steps as the hypnotist, would you go back under, so to speak?
Nope.
Nope. Oh, okay.
Nope. It's literally like they do pull you out of it and they're like, yeah, this and no longer do the thing. I honestly didn't think it was gonna work for me.
Mhm.
But yeah, good one, Kevin.
You're getting
trying.
sleepy. You're craving a banana. All right. Go.
I'm allergic to bananas, you weirdo.
Okay. Hold on. You're
But I
craving
did
a cucumber. Okay.
I
She
did
likes
also
pickles.
yeah, I do like pickles. I did get it for some medical stuff. Actually, I quit drinking soda for like a year and I have that one recorded somewhere. I'll try to find it.
Oh, that'd be great. We could play it on the show.
I don't know how interesting it is, but it happened during COVID. And so she like brought up, okay, think of something that is disgusting for you to drink, and then whatever it was, and then she associated the thing I like, which was Coca-Cola,
Mhm.
and then associated it with that gross thing.
Oh. All right. Well, look, I'm
It's a thing.
I'm surprised you could be hypnotized because you strike me as a strong-willed person as well.
Yeah, see,
my
and I
belief
don't
is-
think it's the strong will. I think it's the openness to allowing. I know
Oh,
I
yeah.
heard your internal dialogue about strong will. I don't think it's that, because you of all people know I'm probably the strongest willed of them all.
Well, and I would be too afraid of what they'd make me do. Like I would snap out of my trance on the middle of the street with no clothes on, wearing a sandwich board, and
Nobody would make you do that.
See, my
I don't believe that for a second. I got some people that don't like me very much.
Well,
See,
that's why
my-
you don't have those people hypnotize you.
Amen.
my problem with the whole thing is the fact that what she described of you just can't help yourself. You hear the words and then your body goes and does something outside your control. Nope, I'm out.
That's like
Well, I
being-
feel that anytime anybody says the word Whopper, so that's okay. Just
Hard
kidding.
pass.
Just kidding. I'm just playing. It's good to see you there, boss baby. Nice to have you on camera tonight. Join us more often, will you?
Whoa.
You never know.
You need to check out J. Andrew Kennedy's
Oh, what did you?
comment to you, boss baby.
J. Andrew
Oh,
Kennedy.
look, there's Buckeye.
Hello, Buckeye.
There's
Aw.
Boss Puppy.
Congratulations, national champ.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no doubt.
J. Andrew Kennedy has said the following to you, boss baby, and I quote:
see it.
"You're getting sleepy. Boss baby wants my banana. Think clearly, Andy." All right. He is all over you. There must not be any women in that part of Michigan he's in.
He's in Michigan.
He must be up on the UP.
He's
And,
willing to cross football lines for you, Andy.
No, he sees it as a missionary trip. You know, he's saving the. Missy said, "Yeah, I don't think it's strong-willed. I was told by the hypnotist that I wasn't willing to look like an idiot. Really, he said I wouldn't allow them to make me do things I didn't want to do." Yeah, Missy, I don't know. And she's watching us on YouTube, by the way. Missy, have you followed us on Facebook? Because I don't know how much longer we'll be on YouTube. I got to talk to Boss Baby about how this is going to work. We got to talk tomorrow, Boss Baby. Will you call me?
No, you can call me though.
Okay, I'll call you. We'll figure it out. All right.
She sounds like she has commitment issues, like me committing to watching
Kevin
a
has
TV show.
commitment issues. That's why I'm making him call me.
I don't have any commitment issues. What are you talking about? I'm healed.
Oh,
Boss
Really,
Baby, you're
Kevin?
getting sleepy.
Boss Baby, you're so lucky you're not here right now. Smell vision's not a thing.
I kind of wondered.
Yeah, Tom's got gas.
No.
All right, Boss Baby. We'll see you. We'll see you on the flip
defame
side.
Tom.
I'm going to put you back off camera, but you can still be in the background. If you want to come back
Okay.
in, let me know.
Good night, Boss Baby.
Sounds good.
All right. Next time you don't need to put clothes on. Good night. All right.
That's just what she wanted you to say. Good Lord.
Missy said she was at a grad party and with my whole class. I don't follow in Facebook. Just watch you because I can close the app and still listen. Good point.
Aw.
Good
Thanks,
point.
Missy.
Thank you, Missy. Kevin Nelson, hypnotism equals Jedi mind tricks. Janet Kennedy says southeastern Michigan, which is pretty close to Ohio then. He must be pretty close to Toledo. We can forgive the boundaries. Andy is going to have premarital boinks with me. That reminds me of something I heard somebody say once. Remember, a man that refers to his private parts as his junk will never respect yours. And calling it premarital boinks is probably not a way to a woman's heart. All right. Listen, it is 9:00. We got to do just a quick 30-second musical interlude, only because we got to have these divisions in there so that we can break things down for when we divide the show out. So we'll do that. We'll take that. When we come back, I'm going to ask a very tough question about ADD, ADHD, and bad parenting.
And
Are they
Kevin's-
connected?
Kevin's dance party.
I'm just asking questions. That's all. Phil just asked how far from Badax, and I swear to God, the first time I saw it, I thought it said how far from Bukkake. It is Michigan. Outlaw Radio. Quick little segue. We're back in 30 seconds on the Outlaw Radio Network. All right, Outlaw Radio. Final hour of the show. We'll do some football picks later this hour. Talk some other stuff as well. We've slowly gone off the rails. It's great that when Paul leaves, we just have fun. Like Paul's here, it's like, oh, Trump and Biden and all the bad stuff. And Paul leaves, like, let's talk about fun things for a change.
Fun.
Paul doesn't know good music if it bit him in the ass.
Whoa.
Oh, I'm staying out of that one.
He doesn't.
too. Me
He does not
too.
know good music if it bit him in the ass. Hey, by the way, a couple of things I want to go over with you guys.
Yeah. What's that?
So in 2 weeks, I'll be out.
Yeah.
I'll be at the
too.
Hamilton show at the Paramount.
I might be in Idaho.
Where?
Boise.
What state?
You heard me.
Where?
The state next to Montana.
What state?
He's trying hard.
What state, Lori?
The
Hey.
state where they have potatoes.
I can beat a hoe. I beat a hoe here.
Idaho, yeah. Okay.
Idaho.
So anyway, I'll call in early on StreamYard because you guys are starting at 6. The show doesn't start till 7, so I'll call in just really quick and say hi. Maybe I'll even call in live from inside the theater before the show starts.
Don't you think that would be a problem?
No, not if the show hasn't started yet.
Oh, they don't make you like turn off your phone
No,
and prove it?
no, it's totally okay.
Oh, okay.
No, it's totally okay. Yeah.
Wait, is your Hamilton on DVD?
No, they never released it on DVD. You can watch it on Disney Plus,
Oh, so I physically have to come to your house and watch it.
or take my Disney Plus login for a night.
Oh, I could do that.
Well, maybe. Yeah.
Maybe.
I'm not
Okay.
opposed to it.
Okay.
You guys, everybody in the chat with my Disney Plus login, knock yourselves out. It's my Disney Plus login. Write this down. You ready? Here it is. jandrewkennedysucks@gmail.com. And the password is Wolverine suck. There you go. All right. Can't wait for the ADHD segment as I'm one with children and grandchildren with it. Well, Bruce, don't hate me. No, I want to have this question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Missy said she started listening to us after we had Brandy on and enjoyed the entertainment in the evening show. Well, thanks, Missy. I'm going to try to keep us on YouTube. I just got to figure out how to do it if we don't use StreamYard.
I think there's
Easy
a couple
peasy.
of ways to do it.
We'll just have to figure it out. And
Easy
I'm-
peasy.
Easy peasy? Okay.
Easy peasy.
So, Missy, follow us on Facebook anyway. Maybe not to listen to the show, but just so you can get updates because
Yep,
things
yep,
change.
yep.
All right. And if you like the friend, be a friend, tell a friend. Tell all your friends about this show, Missy. Do that.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't like the show, we were never here.
It never happened.
That's right.
Yep.
Okay. I want to ask a question.
Yeah, that hypnotism thing.
And I want to preface this by saying this. I am not saying that all diagnoses of ADHD, ADD, hyperactivity disorder, any of that stuff, that they're all wrong. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm asking is, are some of those, maybe most of them, because of poor parenting?
No.
Are some of them or most of them a result of parents not instilling boundaries in their children at a younger age?
So,
And again, I'm not saying it is or isn't. This is just a conversation I've had in
Yeah,
my
yeah.
head. Because I see a lot of parents that don't set boundaries with their kids. That
or do you think they're more like, hey, instead of putting them in front of a screen, I can give them this drug that'll help modulate their
I wonder about that
temperament.
too. I mean, we have seen an increase in ADD and ADHD diagnoses since screens, since the internet. And I do think that there was this push among parents, right? I'm a gentle parent. I'm not going to spank my kid. If he throws a fit in the grocery store, I'm just going to let him lay there and throw a fit. I'll let him embarrass himself. And he doesn't embarrass himself. He's a 4-year-old. He doesn't know what embarrassment is. He knows that he's trying to get attention to the grocery store. I'm not trying. If you've got a kid with ADD, ADHD, you believe they have it. I'm not telling you that you're wrong. I'm just asking the question if the uptick we see in these cases is due to improper parenting, failure to set boundaries, nice parent syndrome. Not all of them, but some of them. I'm afraid to look at the chat because people are going to hate me. But I think it's an honest
okay.
question.
So I'll answer from
Yes,
my
please.
perspective because I do have a child that
Okay.
has ADHD. He got diagnosed as an adult. I chose not to diagnose him in elementary school because I was raising my children where you and I had grown up. And I watched other kids as they got diagnosed, they were labeled. And I didn't want that for him.
You didn't want the stigma.
Nope, didn't
Okay.
want the stigma. And so his was not a screen issue. I don't perceive myself as a gentle parent. Anybody that knows
Nothing about you is gentle.
And so, he was 5th grade before he sat down at the dinner table and ate dinner with us, because he would behave in school. But as soon as he got home until he had to go to bed, he was constant motion. He just had to go, go, go. And that's how he learns. And so when he finished high school, he had a conversation with me, set up time, and he goes, "Mom, I don't want to go to college yet. I want to stay home. I'll get a part-time job, but I need to go on a journey and figure out what's wrong with me." And I said, "Nothing's wrong with you, but this is what I think you have. But here's, you need to figure it out." And so he did. He did all the work. He met with a psychiatrist. he went through everything, testing and all of that, got diagnosed. And for him, it was a relief because now he has the strategies to figure out how to use his mind, how to, calm himself, how to,
Some
all
self-management
Right.
principles. Yeah.
right. And now he's in his third year as an electrician apprentice, which, if you're not managing yourself, you could blow yourself up.
Very
Yeah,
easily.
that takes a little focus.
Yeah.
That'd be
a lot
shocking.
of focus. So,
Yeah, shocking. Yes, that's a good way to put it.
But I don't.
Revolting.
Some of it, I think, could be totally honestly, it could be medicine based. He had illness when he was an infant,
Yeah.
him and his twin brother. Or
If he has an accident as an electrician, he could be discharged.
ha ha ha.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, but the other part of it is he was not the screen child. He never sat
No.
still long enough. He was always going. So for him, it was just constant. And the interesting thing for me was when I told my doctor about it, my doctor looked at me and he goes, well, don't you know it's hereditary and who he got it from? And I was like, well, I know it's not his dad. That's not his dad's nature. And he goes, it's you. Aren't you medicated? And I said, no.
No? Well, maybe he should have been.
But
Tom,
yeah, I
what do
mean,
you
it's
think?
interesting.
Well, so I've got
Tom,
I
quit
guess
passing gas, man. It's
I'm
It's
trying.
not
I'm
Tom.
trying.
It's
Go ahead,
you,
yeah.
Kevin.
So I guess
damn it, Phil.
this one hits close to home because all the stuff I've read lately, ADD, ADHD, all of that is kind of peripheral. The current guess or whatever is it's all kind of peripheral to autism spectrum.
Yeah.
So
Is it part of spectrum then? Do they consider it part of spectrum?
that's kind of turning into part of the conversation right now.
Yeah, that's what I've heard as well.
And
I'm going to ask another difficult question in a second. Though.
okay, but honestly, I'm not sure how much I buy into it. I really believe that a lot of our ADD stuff is kind of leftover survival skills from before human beings were civilized. Because if you were wandering around in the savannah or whatever 150,000 years ago and you weren't paying attention,
Yep.
something's going to eat you.
Yeah, your head was on a swivel.
Right. I mean, that's just a survival instinct. And in 150,000 years, I mean, that's a long time.
So
but
evolutionary landmines, essentially.
I think honestly, it's just it's a leftover trait that we don't need anymore.
Okay. Let me ask this question then. Because you said that it's attributed to being part of the spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked this question in the most sensitive way possible, knowing your son.
You're not going to offend.
And I'm trying not to. I don't want anybody in the chat to feel like I'm being offensive either. I'm asking serious questions that have rattled around in my genius head. Is the spectrum really the spectrum, or is it something that we as a society have concocted to allow more people to be in victim stance? And again, I'm not speaking about your son or anybody specifically, right? But have we created this additional breadth of the spectrum to allow other people to feel entitled or victimhood because of that?
I think there's something to it. I know people. I know people in my life that I won't throw anyone under a bus or anything. I'm just going to be real vague. But for whatever reason, they feel like they want to be remarkable in some way. And the best way for them to be remarkable is to have something wrong with them. I'm like, wait, what? Why? Why?
Because I'm remarkable because I can overcome what's wrong with me. Look at what I'm doing in spite of.
Right. Maybe. Right. I mean, when really I think it's part of the human condition to have a little bit of ADD, ADHD, because I do honestly believe it's a little bit of a leftover evolutionary landmine. I like that description.
I'm a genius, by the way.
Yeah,
Don't try this
you
at
must
home.
be.
I'm a trained professional.
So but I think there's probably something environmental that is coming along with much with if ADD and ADHD are part of the autism spectrum, I think there's something maybe environmental that's leading to a severity and taking it beyond just ADD or
Well, a
just
couple people
ADHD.
said in chat that food is an issue. That
Yeah.
and I
Possibly.
I have nieces and nephews that had been diagnosed with that, and their doctor told them it was a food issue, and gave them a list of food additives they couldn't have, like red dye, whatever, yellow, whatever,
Right.
all that kind of stuff. And I don't recall if it made a difference or not, or if they even stayed on the diet or what.
So I mean,
So it could be food. It could be and I also think it's atmospheric. I mean, there's a lot more chemicals in the air that we breathe. A lot more stuff in the water, stuff in the food, pesticides. Nobody eats organic, really. I mean, some
it's
people
expensive.
because it's massively expensive. So you're feeding your children, if you're a working class family,
Right.
the cheapest possible crap you can buy
Right.
because you got to feed them.
Yeah, and unless you're growing your own. I mean, if you have your own garden, then you're eating organic.
But you
probably-
can't grow enough in your own garden year round.
not year round, not here,
Not year round.
not
but-
here.
No.
No.
But man, yeah, F-Bomb and I have a pretty good garden that we keep every spring, and last year it did really, really well.
I also think
you're
it's
lucky I didn't.
emotional.
It could be.
Yeah. Because just within my own experience, within my family, I've watched as things have become more steady, stable, calm within our family, that's really helped out. It's
Yeah.
more, I don't want to say security, but, kind of like here are the confines or the box that I can operate in, and I feel safe. I feel loved. I feel, there'll be emotional things that happen, but it's okay. And it was really, really hard because unfortunately this child lost 3 of his friends his senior year. They committed suicide at different times. So his senior year of high school sucked.
Yeah. I do think that this generation, and maybe I'm the grandpa in the front yard screaming, "Get off my lawn." Okay. But I feel like this generation seems to be more willing to take the "I'm a victim of something" track. I'm a victim. I'm LGBTQ, even though they may not be when they get older. I'm on the spec, or like they're all like
it goes back to I want to be special.
I want to be special.
Yeah,
but
I
I
need a
think
label.
this generation, this 18 to 30-year-old generation, 15 to 30-year-old generation, to me, feels far more entrenched in that I'm a victim of something mentality than I remember seeing. But maybe it's just because I'm older and I'm paying more attention to it. I don't know.
I'm not. So on the autism thing and people talking about food and chemicals and stuff. Right after my son was diagnosed, I had gone and of course dug into reading everything. Some of it good, some of it bad. I found useful things and I found complete crap too. But one of the studies I was reading on was, it was so long ago I don't remember the specifics of it, but it was a medical study. There was a group that was implanting gut bacteria in the digestive tract of kids on the autism spectrum. And they were seeing improvement in behaviors and cognition and things like that, because they have found that there are certain gut bugs, if you will, certain flora fauna of your intestinal tract
Right.
that are missing in a lot of cases of people that suffer from autism. I don't know if that's the right word, but you know what I mean. And so supplementing those like. Those microbes in the
This is
gastrointestinal tract.
fascinating.
They actually saw a like decrease in symptoms from autistic behaviors.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was interesting.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Very, very interesting.
So
Well, there's a lot of talking about red dye 40. The FDA just banned red dye number 3. For some of the same concerns about red dye 40, which is what it does to children's behavior. There's some concerns about whether it may cause cancer.
What has red dye 40?
Well, that was red dye 3 that they banned, so not red dye 40.
Oh, okay. Red dye 3.
Red dye
Sorry.
3. Red dye 40 is still allowed, I believe, currently today, but it is used in basically anything that they want to use to give it a vibrant color. It really is just for color. Candy,
So like some
cereals, drinks, baked goods. It
Mountain
enhances
Dew
the appearance.
Code Red. Makes
Makes it more attractive to buy. The fact that I think this is Tom. You're gonna disagree because you're libertarian. I think this is a failure of the federal government. When the federal government has allowed them to put chemicals in,
Yeah.
where we don't even really know what the chemicals do, what the long-term effects are, because we want the colors to look more pretty, and we're going to feed these to our kids, and we're not going to know really what they do. I think the failure of the federal government, for every party, every administration, every member of Congress, everybody, that's a failure. To just randomly say, well, we think this is probably okay. Go ahead and put in the food.
Okay, why is that a failure?
Why is it a failure?
Yeah, I mean, what led to that failure? I can tell you what led to that failure.
What led to the failure?
Lobbyists.
Well, maybe, but I want.
I mean, because-
100%.
yeah, I mean, the whole thing started with you know the food pyramid that we learned as kids. That thing's complete bullshit.
It is.
Right?
Yeah. Do you know where it came from?
Lobbyists
Lobbyists.
Yeah. But listen,
for different lobbies.
I would be okay if they outlawed all artificial dyes.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything that now some of the things like things that preserve foods longer or have nutritional value, whatever. Okay, I'll leave those alone to an extent because the ability to keep food so it lasts longer is
You're
certainly
okay
a big
with
deal.
Twinkies?
I'm not. Twinkies are amazing, man. Well, hold on. I'm not saying I'm okay with them so
No,
much
I
as
know.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I can argue a value for that. So I think
Okay.
more research has to be done. I cannot argue a value for random chemicals just designed to make things look more attractive for people
Right.
to buy when you don't have a bulk of evidence in which to determine if it's healthy and safe or not. Phil?
An example, for example, I mean, it's just something I came across. Like there was a time when you could store eggs, but you don't clean them. You leave them as they came.
Mm-hmm.
You just put them in. I think it's a salted brine, water glassing. I think they call it. Nowadays, everything's bleached. Everything's processed to make it better. Well, it's because the animals are in such horrible conditions, and I'm not worried about the animals. I'm worried about the condition of my food.
Right.
Yeah, there's stuff like that. Or there was a time when you just store your meat, in beef tallow or in lard. Like it just encapsulates it and preserves it.
Yeah.
Nowadays, now I will say this: like, why did we come up with hydrogenated oils? They're really bad for you. Trans fats and all that are terrible. But at the time, it stabilized the oil. It made it not go rancid. And these are all nice sounding things until they learn. But then they wouldn't. The genie's out of the bottle. They wouldn't revert back. There's companies now. They're starting to go back to cooking in beef tallow, like McDonald's used to.
Yeah.
Like their fries, they're French fries, but they were just cooked in beef tallow.
Yeah, and I think if you look at the human issue with obesity and diabetes and a lot of the side effects of how we eat, it's not that we eat red meat. It's not that we eat fat.
Red meat's wonderful.
It's that we eat
Sugar.
stuff cooked in unnatural fat, and we eat a lot of processed sugar.
A lot of carbs.
Carbs is not a big deal. I honestly don't believe carbs is a big deal because I think the average person was eating carbs.
well, the problem is
But it's the preservatives in the carbohydrates.
thank you. That's the problem.
but
and
we
the
miss
carbohydrates are complex, and so your body can't break them down appropriately, and it wears out your liver and your kidneys faster.
But if you go to Asia,
and your pancreas.
Right, they eat an ass ton of rice,
Right.
which is a carb.
But
it's a natural
simple-
carb.
Exactly. And,
It's simple.
and that's the difference, right? We are manufacturing fake carbs
Yeah.
for the purpose of having fake carbs. Listen, I don't care who you are. Noodles do not taste good.
No.
A noodle does not taste good.
Throw
What
some
tastes-
butter and salt on
What
it. though.
tastes good is the stuff you put all over the noodle to make it taste good. Nobody's going to eat a lasagna noodle by itself. It's ridiculous. But you'll put sauce and cheese and meat or whatever on it, and then you'll eat it and like it. So why are you eating the complex noodles that are made of nothing but sugar and starch and crap? Phil?
And the way we're making our noodles versus, say, the way the noodles are made in, I don't know, let's pick Italy. You know, they're kind of known for their noodles.
Mm-hmm.
It's different. I
Yeah.
mean, around the world, the food in America is, I mean, there's a reason they call it Mexican Coke, because you know what they sweeten it with? Sugar.
Real sugar.
As opposed to high fructose corn syrup.
Yep. And by the way, Mexican Coke, if I dare you to taste test it. Get a Mexican Coke. You can buy them at several stores still have them. Get a Mexican Coke and get a regular Coke and try them both. And you'll figure out the difference. Mexican Coke is so much. I can't do Mexican Coke, but it's so much better.
It's just not as sweet. I mean, the natural sugar is just. I mean, so there's things we've been doing. I mean, and we're just not, for whatever reason, you know. I get it. There's lobbies. There's money, but at the same time, we the people, we don't even realize. Like, if you just want to eat healthy and be on the go, it's hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I agree. Well, even if you don't want to eat on the go, if you want to eat a normal meal,
You have to plan.
I've talked about this before. If you are a single mom with 3 kids and you're
I have
working
4.
your ass off, okay, 4.
Yeah.
But you're working your ass off.
Yeah.
Okay. You're a single parent household, which means you're already up against a wall being able to afford a decent rent in a decent place, pay the power, water, sewer, garbage, whatever, you know, cable or whatever you're going to have, right? Internet, whatever, right? So you pay for all that stuff. And then you have to fit in your grocery shopping around within that budget. So what are you going to do when you go to the store? I mean, unfortunately, you're going to end up buying crap. You're going to try to get them stuff that's not total crap, but you're getting a lot of box stuff. Hamburger Helper, which I love Hamburger Helper. I really do. I don't like noodles, but I'll eat noodles and some Hamburger Helper because that some bitch is good.
Too salty.
Too salty.
I love
Yeah.
salt, man. I grew up on my Top Ramen. Love Top Ramen.
Oh.
Worst thing in the world for you, but you know what?
Ugh.
Get some Top Ramen. Here's what you do: you get some Top Ramen. Okay, you scramble up some eggs, mix it with some scrambled eggs, a little bit of ham, a little bit of cheese, put some salsa in there. That's some good stuff right there.
I'll do that and skip the ramen.
Top ramen, boiled, throw in some scrambled eggs, and it's a great thing when somebody's sick with the flu and they need to build up.
Yeah, you know what's great
Yeah.
when you're sick with the flu? A whole bottle of NyQuil. But I'm just saying, right? You go to the store and you got to make that budget fit. You can either get 3 days worth of dinner buying original, natural, non-preserved crap, or you can get 2 weeks worth of groceries if you're buying 98 cents pastaroni and frozen
Or-
stuff. And
Or you can make your own. You can make your meals
But it's
ahead
hard
of
to-
time and put them in the freezer. You spend the weekend doing it, but then you don't cook for the rest of the week, the month, or whatever, how many ever you make. You make your own noodles fresh.
couple comments in chat. Marty says olive oil, but it doesn't stay fresh long. I don't know how you milk an olive. Nancy said red dye 40. Skittles, gummy bears, bologna, hot dogs, cookies, cakes, frosting, sports drink, soda, popsicles, frozen yogurt, ketchup, marinara sauce, etc. So much stuff.
Ketchup.
And you don't need red dye. First of all,
you
if
don't.
you're buying bologna because it looks like it's a brighter color,
Ew.
you need to go back to therapy because bologna is the grossest meat known to man. The only thing maybe worse than bologna are cheap hot dogs.
Have you ever had Kraft bologna?
No.
Oh, it's delicious.
But I'm not saying it's not good, but I'm saying those are crap meats.
No, but crafted
Lips.
bologna.
Lips and anus.
Yeah, you can say assholes. We don't have to listen to the FCC anymore.
Lips and anus.
Yeah. And Kraft bologna, like made from, someone took the time to grind up all that meat and craft their own bologna.
Oh.
It's good.
Oh, you mean
Oh,
Kraft,
you
like
mean
homemade bologna?
Kraft,
You mean
yes,
Like I thought you meant like
specialty.
Kraft macaroni
I know,
and
that's
cheese.
what I thought you meant too.
No. I mean, like a Kraft
talking
You mean
distillery
like a
that you're sitting in.
specialty,
Yeah.
like a
Okay,
specialty.
that's fine.
Right,
That's
right.
fine.
Like bologna, not because it has two names like Oscar Mayer, but
Yeah.
like bologna because it's Italian or
Yeah.
something
Okay,
like
that's fine.
crap.
Yeah. I've never had real bologna. I've only had
so good.
the really cheap stuff. When we were broke, I used to make a spice sandwich.
Speaking of broke, I remember, you talked about having hamburger helper. We get to the time of the month at the end where we just have helper.
Yeah. when we were little, we were broke. I used to make a spice sandwich, and the spice sandwich would be 2 pieces of bread, some mayonnaise, some bologna, and whatever random spices I found in Mom's cupboard. Oh, we'll put just random spices, and sometimes it was good, and sometimes it was horrible. Cream of tartar? No, thank you.
No.
No, thank you. Okay, other comments in chats. Let's see. Bruce Jones says, "Bring on Kennedy." I'm not sure what that means. Talking about fixing the food thing. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
JK.
John Walker, baloney equals horsecock. Thank you, John Walker. I need to read what I'm reading before I read it. Jander Kennedy, if you're a single mom with 3 kids, you made bad choices. I feel sorry for you, but it doesn't change your life pathway decisions. Jander Kennedy, not necessarily true, because I know women whose husbands have died.
Yep.
I knew women whose husbands left them for another woman. So you're right. Sometimes you make horrible decisions.
Yep.
Look, if you got 3 kids with 3 different daddies and they're all in jail and they're cellmates, you probably made some bad choices. But I'm not going to make decisions on life choices for people. I think there's some really good people that have met really bad people.
Yep.
And for whatever issues they've got, insecurities, fears, abuse, whatever, they are where they're at. But there's that. Spam. Fuck spam. I swear, people love spam. My oldest daughter loves spam.
Really?
Spiced ham. What type of mental myopia have you had to have gone through? What type of repeated blows about the head and chest did you have to get into? Because you were like, "Oh, I'm going to pull my ham out of a can."
Yeah, it's gross.
It's not even good.
Now, there is a caveat on spam.
Yeah.
And there's one caveat only.
Musabi.
Spam musabi.
Yeah.
Spiced ham is
Just
awful,
never had
Phil.
it properly prepared, and
No, my daughter's made.
you are from Stanwood, so
Well, that's true. That's true.
Whoa. I grew up on spam, but I can't stand it. And when I went to Hawaii, we went to Safeway. And by the way, in Hawaii, they have chickens running around. And
Been a lot of bricks too, Tom.
you
Stop
have
it.
to,
A lot of bricks
you
for
have
those
to
chickens.
make sure that you don't
Damn it,
run them
Mahood.
over. But anyways, I went into Safeway. They had a whole aisle, Kevin, of spam and all the different kinds of spam.
Oh, there's a lot.
Yeah. And
My daughter loves spam. Really, she loves. There's bacon flavored spam.
Yeah,
There's
it's
reduced
gross.
fat spam.
It's gross.
There's spam.
Because didn't spam come from
Chicken
the
brick and
US
spam.
military? Didn't spam? Isn't it an invention of the U.S. military?
I believe it was a
MREs
World
or
War II
something?
ration.
Yeah.
I think
But it
I
is
saw on, like
loved in
Food Network
Hawaii.
history.
Yeah.
Or something.
It is
yeah.
loved
It is
in Hawaii.
loved in Hawaii.
Hold on, I'm going to look here really quick. Who invented spam?
But it is gross in my mind.
Spam was invented in 1937 by George A. Hormel. He created it to sell pork shoulder, which was unprofitable at the time.
Oh. Is it something that the military embraced?
Spam became popular during World War II when the U.S. military shipped it to the Pacific. Spam was a menu staple in England and the Asian Pacific. Spam remains popular in areas of the world where soldiers were stationed, especially Hawaii, Guam, and the Philippines. You know why? Because they don't have much beef there. That's why.
Right. And it keeps.
And it keeps. But they don't have much beef there.
Yeah, you know.
Look, if you give me a steak and a piece of spam, I'm eating the steak.
Right.
Yeah. Well, you know they quit making spam right around World War II. We're just eating the leftover stock right
Oh, Tom.
that and the government cheese.
Yeah, that government cheese.
Which I used to think government cheese was a metaphor. No, it's literally
No, it's a
cheese.
real thing.
It's a real thing.
now in a cave somewhere.
I
Oh, there is so much government cheese in a
And
cave
why
in
did it
West
happen?
Virginia.
Yeah, is that where it was?
It's West
Virginia,
West
yeah.
Virginia or Tennessee, something like that.
Yeah, I know it's in a cave somewhere.
the government cheese, the result of the alcohol abolition.
Oh, the Volstead Act?
Well, everyone instead of getting their booze down at the,
Oh, it's in Missouri.
they started getting, they started having their little, milkshakes and everything, and then the war.
Oh my God.
Well, they needed to make sure they had the milk for the troops, and when
Yeah,
they started making
I know
it,
the
you gotta
government cheese thing had to do with.
check out Fat Electrician government cheese.
Oh,
It
I'll
does
have to
a
check it
great
out.
job.
Oh, yeah, because I'm
Not work friendly though.
Yeah, I didn't realize it had anything to do with prohibition in the Volstead Act.
Check this out.
Okay.
There are 1.2 billion pounds of cheese
Of cheese?
in the cheese caves in Missouri.
But wait, how long does the cheese last in the cheese cave? Because
Well, let's ask. Let's look.
I mean,
I love Google.
so
Maps.
let's talk about it. Because do we really want that cheese by the time we need it?
Well, yeah, but I mean, when you go to the store, you pay a pretty penny for some like aged cheddar cheese that is extra sharp. It's been around for months and months and months.
Yeah,
The
those
length
are
of time, this is according to Google AI, because why would Google AI lie to us?
Would I lie?
The length of time cheese lasts in Cheese Cave depends on the type of cheese, but generally can last weeks, months, or even years, with some cheeses requiring several months to fully mature and develop their desired flavor and texture. The consistent cool temperature and high humidity of the cave creates the ideal environment for proper aging. Sometimes it can be in there for years, it says.
Wow.
That's a long time for a piece of
I wonder
cheese
how
to
much
sit.
spoilage they have.
They have
Of the cheese.
it's kept at 36 degrees.
I still remember getting the government cheese as a kid, waiting in line in downtown Bremerton.
Oh, they don't even do government cheese anymore. It was
know.
it was
I mean,
removed in the 90s.
Yeah, they finally. Yeah, I remember getting those big 5-pound.
Oh yeah.
Of course, I also remember.
And then I have a grilled cheese sandwich, man, the minute we got home.
So I always was under the impression the best way to have your lines at the grocery store is the way they did it at the commissary, at least at Naval Station Oceana Air Station when I was a kid. Like, there's one line, everyone gets in one line, and it feeds all the cash registers.
Oh yeah.
All this pick a line, which line nonsense. Oh my gosh, it's so horrible.
Yeah. Do you know what I found at Target today? It's a microwavable grilled cheese sandwich.
Oh, why even
I
bother?
wouldn't even try that.
Why even bother?
Why? It's a grilled cheese sandwich. If you can't make your own grilled cheese sandwich, you deserve to go the route of the Darwin Awards.
Yeah, right.
If you can't make a grilled cheese sandwich, get your will ready.
Mm-hmm.
It's time to go.
Do you
I
use
was a-
your mic? Oh,
Sorry, I was a bachelor for a while. I made microwavable grilled cheese sandwiches. It's called 2 pieces of bread and cheese, and you throw it in the microwave because you just.
But it doesn't give you the
grilling.
desired effect, right? In order to have a grilled cheese sandwich, you want a little bit of crisp on the outside. And,
yeah, it needs to be toasted, not.
yeah. And then I've learned if you sprinkle a little Parmesan cheese on there on
And
the outside,
you're putting other things in there,
Yeah.
like maybe some lunch meat or an egg.
not bologna,
Not bologna.
and none of that
No,
frickin'
no.
spam either, you little
No.
bastards.
Some diced up onion and celery.
Can't
Oh,
believe
that
we're
sounds
talking
good.
about this.
Yeah.
Bruce Jones, I lived on Camino and went to school in Stanwood in the 70s. Funny, Jones, me
Aw.
too, man.
Wow.
I started school
Not
in
me.
Stanwood in 1976.
I started school in 1983.
Rick says
the new
age
kid on the
Gouda,
block.
old enough to have formed crystals, is amazing. Junior Kennedy, unpopular opinion, if you eat Spam in the USA, you don't care about your personal health. You can easily get better food. It's free if you're low income. Stop being stupid. Junior Kennedy, we agree. Because Spam is horrible.
Except for spam musubi.
It's still horrible.
Wasabi.
Missy said people in Hawaii put it on everything. I ordered a vegetarian dish and even checked with the chef to make sure it was, and my food came out loaded with Spam on top like it was an overloaded garnish. Spam never expires, neither do Twinkies. Bruce said, who's from Stanwood? Me and Lori both lived in Stanwood. I went to Stanwood High School, actually, till halfway through my junior year, and then went to Lakewood High School out by Smoky Point.
I graduated. From
Spam for Loco Mocos is the best. What is Loco Mocos, Corey? If you could please tell us.
Sounds Hawaiian.
It does say, well, is it Hawaiian or is it Mexican?
Spam
it's
is available.
Loco
on the
Moco's Hawaiian.
McDonald's breakfast menu
In Hawaii?
in Hawaii.
Really? What is Loco Mocos?
Oh, I don't remember what's
If only
in
there
it.
was a thing
Nothing
like
good
Google,
for you.
could look that up.
Well, I was asking you because I thought you'd know. It's boring radio to have me look everything up online.
Yeah, I don't remember what's in it. I know it's not good for you.
Well, anyway, Spam is not good for you. I'm looking. Hold on. According to the Google machine, it's a hamburger dish of it's a Hawaiian dish of hamburger, gravy, rice, and a fried egg.
Yep.
Yeah, doesn't sound good. I don't like rice either, by the way. Plain white
Really?
rice, I'm not a fan.
Have you ever had rice?
If I have
with
like flavored
milk?
rice, no. Oh no,
I'm-
but my dad used to have that all the
I
time.
know. I can't understand that. I know people that
He loved
still
it.
love it.
My brothers like it. My older brother
Rice
likes it
with
too. I
milk?
think rice with milk. That
Oh.
just seems weird. Rice is the worst thing ever. Right? Plain white rice. You remember that? Now listen, the kids today won't get this, but remember when we went to kindergarten and we had to buy paste. You know, you had,
Yeah.
you had to bring paste to school,
Yeah.
and it came with the lid with the little stick
Right.
that went down
Yeah.
in it. That's what rice reminds me of. It reminds me of like I'm eating paste,
Yeah.
which I did in kindergarten too, by the way, Phil.
I would say half the kindergarten class ate the page.
That's right.
So I was just reminded, speaking of rice and breakfast,
Rice, baby.
best way to have rice for breakfast. So this guy, I'm sure he's long gone from this world.
Probably.
He was in his 80s, like 30 years ago. So pretty good bet. Anyway, Don was his name. Old, crusty sounding naval chief, heart of gold. You know those guys, right?
Yeah.
They put on a good show. His wife, Okinawan lady, he was like from Texas. Cute couple. She would cook this breakfast. It was so amazing. It would, a heaping thing of rice with side of bacon, and then there's like, over easy or over medium eggs. And you just cut your eggs up, the yolk gets in the rice. It was so delicious. Oh man, fond memories
All
of
right.
breakfast.
You're going to
at
make me
Don's.
puke.
Well,
Rice.
breakfast in Japan, when I
Rice
was in
for
Japan,
breakfast.
breakfast was awesome.
Rice for breakfast.
Little bit of rice, but then you had a big green salad on top of your rice, and you'd have a couple of poached eggs. Oh,
Yeah.
so
You
good.
guys
My
are so
Aunt
wrong.
Keiko would make
Your aunt who?
Japanese. My Aunt Keiko would make Japanese breakfast. We were like 3 or 4, and we had to sit at a little table in the kitchen
Mm-hmm.
and use chopsticks, and she would mince up those scrambled eggs so small. We would be there for hours
Here's the
trying to eat breakfast.
I'm not a fan of Asian food generally. Like,
Oh, you
because it's
poor
all
soul.
rice heavy or sushi. I'm not a fan of that. But I
Not
love,
always.
Asian meats, right?
Right,
So
right.
barbecued pork or General Chow's chicken or beef and broccoli. Oh, beef and broccoli. Yeah, all of that stuff. So good.
Kevin.
If it's got meat, I love it. But
Right.
if it's anything with like spring rolls with just veggies in them, shoot me.
Delicious. Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh man.
Spring
Have
roll.
you
Like I
had-
love dumplings. I like kind of like
Do you
egg
like
rolls.
lumpia?
I love lumpia.
Okay.
I love
That's what
I
I
love
figured.
lumpia.
How do you feel about tofu?
Oh,
So the issue with tofu, hold on, here's the issue with tofu. I don't mind tofu
Continue.
because tofu doesn't taste like anything.
Right.
So
Yeah.
tofu is only dependent upon what you cook it with.
what the
Tofu's a
flavor is.
vehicle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
tofu's a vehicle.
Yeah.
And so if you cook it with beef, it's going to take like beef, and then why wouldn't I just eat beef?
Right.
Why not eat beef and tofu?
But why? Why waste the
not?
time on the tofu? Why not just have a steak?
Because it's good.
But it's only good because you cooked it with something else.
Right. So it's, some textural variety and yeah.
Gordon Ramsay should shank you.
I happen to
Side
love
of tofu.
I happen to love most Asian cuisines.
I like Asian meats. I like Asian like seafood generally. That's not sushi, but they got some weird. I'm not a fan of the rice at all. Like I like flavored rices. Like I said, if you give me like chicken and rice, or
Do you like fried rice?
fried rice, chicken fried rice, especially from Fujiyama. Oh yeah, eat that stuff for days.
Oh yeah, hibachi style cooking.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
plain white rice or plain white rice with gravy on
Or
it.
the
like my
sticky
dad.
rice?
My dad used to love to make plain white rice and put gravy on it.
Yeah.
So gross. It's like eating paste with gravy on it. It's horrible. Yes, Phil?
So what's your opinion on beans?
Beans.
What kind of beans?
Well, the kind that you might cook around a
Like dried beans, like pinto
like
beans,
a campfire with cow pokes, and
Like I don't like baked beans.
because I was going to say, because for the upcoming movie we have to cook up Blazing Saddles beans and bacon bake.
I don't like baked beans.
really?
Yeah, I don't know
you
why.
probably don't like Blazing Saddles either, so may as well just double.
I'm sure I'll
up,
like blazing salad.
double up on the misery.
it.
It just seems like stupid humor, but I'm sure I'll like it.
Oh, it's stupid, all right.
Oh, it's absolutely ridiculous humor. I mean,
Are you going to come, Tom, if we do
Like-
the movie?
It depends on when.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
it'll
mean, the
depend
lines
entirely
are
on when.
like-
I'm not going to invite Paul.
They like the guys like my name is Jim and people call me Jim.
No, so it's going to be like, how long is the movie? An hour and a half? It's going to be like an hour and a half with Phil.
No,
All right.
I mean, the idea, if you're going to watch Blazing Saddles, I would say endeavor to not be sober by the end of the movie.
Oh,
Like get a bottle
We're
of
gonna
tequila.
watch it at my house, so that'd
yeah,
be
get a
fun.
bottle of tequila or something and have some fun with it. Because I mean, the humor is dumb.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're a little altered, it's funnier.
Perfect. All right. Comments in chat. Terry said pancit's amazing. I don't think I've ever had pancit. Bruce said no beans.
Oh, you haven't had pancit?
I don't even know what pancit is.
Oh,
what is
pancit.
pancit?
Pancit's
Filipino.
Filipino
Noodle, right?
Yeah,
Filipino
it's a
noodle
Filipino-
dish? Well, that's
Yeah.
probably
Yeah.
why I'm not a big fan of noodles.
But it's good.
Oh, it's delicious.
I'm just not a big
it's
fan of
good.
noodles.
I know, I get that, but it's really good.
I'm not a big fan of noodles.
This is starting to explain a lot of your life.
I'm going to tell you this right now, though. There is one exception to my aversion of noodles.
You like
What?
spaghetti?
I will eat the hell out of lasagna.
Oh,
Okay.
really?
Spaghetti, not so much, because spaghetti to me is like a lie. Okay? Because when you look at spaghetti, you see all the sauce and
Wait,
cheese.
wait. Have you
But
had
it covers up a
manicotti?
mound of noodles that is bigger
What
than the
about-
sauce and cheese.
What about manicotti?
I don't know when the last time I had manicotti was. If you take me to an Italian restaurant
Oh,
He's
I'm
getting
not
and I'm going
lasagna.
to order pasta, there are two options:
lasagna.
lasagna or chicken parmesan.
Okay.
Okay, those are the options.
And-
And if they have seafood, shrimp scampi
And your problem with spaghetti is your own
or shrimp
doing.
fettuccine. I mean, sorry, huh?
Your problem with spaghetti is your own doing.
Probably.
Yeah, you,
But there's
you,
never enough sauce for those noodles. There's
Well, then-
always too
then
many
put-
spaghetti noodles.
Then put more on it.
I'm just saying there. Then why have it? Like I would rather eat spaghetti sauce with hamburger or beef or something in there.
Oh,
yeah.
man, spaghetti and meatballs.
Now, I found the solution.
I hate fennel in my meatballs.
See, I
And every time I get meatballs, they got too much freaking fennel in them.
I
Oh,
just have
you-
the most amazing wife who makes sure there's plenty of meat sauce to go with. Not just
So rub it in, Phil. You have a wife. Congratulations. Thanks for reminding me that I'm still single at 53 and I'm going to die alone. Thanks.
Don't forget,
You're fired after tonight.
Don't forget, coming up in 12 days is Singleness Awareness Day.
Oh, I know it is. Junior Kennedy says Tom is standing over a bunch of heterosexuals demanding that they cook American barbecue.
Now,
I don't even know what that means.
here's another.
The American barbecue is all we really need to know.
That's right.
I love barbecue.
Go further in the chat, and you'll find your comment, Kevin.
Have you ever had
Not a fan of adobo.
spaghetti squash?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of squash.
Oh, my wife. So she cooks the spaghetti squash.
Yeah, your wife. Thanks for bringing that up again, Phil.
Fine.
Sorry.
You're welcome.
Kevin, what do you eat?
But it shreds into like little noodles. Look,
Yeah, it looks like
Yeah.
spaghetti.
you put
It's
spaghetti
delicious.
sauce on it, and it's amazing.
We grew some in our garden last year.
So I've done squash noodles before. I've done that before.
Like
but
maybe we should
again,
bring that over for the party
since
since you don't like beans.
you're not really eating the squash. You're using them as a vehicle for the sauce, right? Which I'm totally fine with. I'll do that, and I've done that before because I don't like noodles normally. So I have bought like the frozen noodles, the frozen veggie noodles that you can get, because I'd rather eat those with the sauce on them than actual pasta.
What's your take on Mexican food?
I love Mexican food.
Okay, chips and salsa.
Okay,
The chip is a vehicle
Yeah.
to get the salsa in your gob.
yeah.
What do you have against food vehicles?
I don't have anything against food vehicles. I'm just not a fan of pasta. Pasta to me is unnecessary. I would rather, unless it's lasagna, I would rather just have the sauce.
So what's the word? Best.
An Alfredo sauce over like steamed broccoli. Oh, chicken Alfredo over steamed broccoli. There you go. That's heaven.
So who's got the best salsa Mexican restaurant in Kitsap?
Oh, in Kitsap? Oh,
I don't
have
know
an
the answer to
opinion
that. I haven't gone to a lot of Mexican restaurants in Kitsap
Oh,
because
see,
most
According
Mexican
to my wife
restaurants
and
to me.
I, we decided-
Moctezuma's is really good.
we decided our buddy, because the owner there, Alejandro, he's just super friendly.
Mm-hmm.
His little place there at Mandila's on Kitsap Way. We've literally gone
Where's
to
that
other
one at?
places, and we're like, we don't like the salsa. We want our Mandila's salsa.
Where's Mandela at?
Right next to the Pancake House on Kitsap Way. Same parking lot.
Oh,
UL.
same building as the DMV
Yeah,
or the Department of Licensing. Sorry, the Department of Licensing.
I haven't tried
Oh.
there yet.
great food. And Alejandro's he's a hoot because sometimes he'll be like, "Hey, I'm trying this new thing. Want to try something? Like, what is it? Like, you try it first. Like,
Missy loves the
Sounds
food
good.
talk, but then she said that I'm beginning to sound like a picky ass 6-year-old.
So when
Yes, Missy, you have hit that. Nail
No, I
on the
really eat
head.
everything. I just
pasta and rice.
I don't like I don't like pasta.
like
and
Spam.
I like rice as long as it's not plain white rice. I hate Spam. I'm not a fan of pasta. I'll eat it if I have to, but I would much rather put it over something else.
J. Andrew Kennedy, what a great idea. The smoked shotgun shells. I'm going to have to make that and bring it in. This is what it looks like. It's uncooked. Sorry, Tom. Uncooked manicotti wrapped in bacon and other
What's it
delectable
stuffed with?
meats
Oh,
and stuffed with cheese.
Oh, hell yes.
I'll have to try that instead of regular manicotti.
yeah. That reminds. So one of I do armadillo eggs on my smoker. So you take a jalapeno, split it in half, scoop out the pith and the seeds, stuff it with cream cheese and shredded cheddar.
Oh,
Put the halves back together, wrap them in bacon, and then throw them on the smoker. Delicious.
Okay. But I do. Look, I eat just about everything. There's just some veggies I won't eat.
Do you eat Brussels sprouts?
No, I do not ever eat Brussels sprouts.
Love Brussels
How
I
about
knew where
carrots?
you were going
I know.
before you even finished the sentence. Brussels sprouts are
Carrots?
baby cabbages, and cabbage is awful, and Brussels
Cauliflower?
sprouts are worse. Cauliflower is good if you season it up right and you steam it.
Carrots?
Carrots, I'd rather eat raw than
Yeah.
cooked.
Broccoli?
Love broccoli. Love broccoli.
Did you know that broccoli...
And love asparagus even more.
Hold on. If you have a medical...
And broccolini is for pussies, but go ahead.
If you have a medical procedure coming up and they ask you, are you on blood thinners or whatever, and they test your blood, make sure you let them know that you love broccoli, because they'll probably ask you to stop eating broccoli.
Yeah, because all of it, vitamin K.
Yeah, it thickens up your blood.
Yeah, vitamin K.
That and kale, but no one eats kale.
So you don't care for those little cabbages. So I got a fun story. My brother
Yes.
is developmentally disabled, but he's a hoot. We're at like Red Lobster, back when they were still open, and they have a Brussels sprouts. It's what do they call it? When it's a little charred,
Braised or broiled
something
or...
like that. Anyway, it comes out. I enjoy it, and he takes one taste of it. He tastes the char. He doesn't. And he's like, out loud. My wife turns pale as he yells out, "Blah! It's poison!"
It's poison. Perfect.
Oh my God.
I don't think anybody should eat
Just remember,
Brussels sprouts.
is simply a vessel for butter.
Make America great again. Ban Brussels
I
sprouts.
love Brussels sprouts. We grew them in our garden last year.
Nancy says Texas Twinkies, stuffed jalapenos with cream cheese, smoked brisket wrapped in bacon and smoked. That sounds good.
Yeah.
Phil says, Bruce says, sorry, Phil, my barbecues are open any day and I'm on the water. Come cook. Well, why didn't you invite the rest of it? We could do a show from your deck. Lori, my family did too. Could never tolerate the taste and texture of what, Lori?
Sauerkraut.
Sauerkraut. I
Could
wasn't a
not.
big fan of that
Love
either.
sauerkraut.
I love making calzones. Oh my gosh. Love them.
Terry said she's on warfarin and has 2 pages of food she's got to be careful with. My dad was
Yeah.
the same way. He was on blood thinners too, and
Yeah, you have to.
they told him not to have a lot of that food, and he was basically like, "Screw you, I'm going to have that food." And then he had a stroke.
Was he really?
Shocker. No, he was actually really good about following the doc stuff, but he liked what he liked.
Yeah, actually, speaking of, I got a friend that has to test his IFR, the whole green stuff.
Yeah.
Messes with the warfarin because he's got a artificial valve, and apparently you don't want that thing to clog up.
Yeah, we used to check my dad's INR once a week.
But this guy doesn't like to check his INR all the time, so he just won't eat green vegetables. That's his solution.
Well, great. Asparagus is probably my favorite veggie, though.
Really?
I love asparagus. If you steam it right,
Can't.
season it up with some black pepper
love
and garlic
asparagus,
salt.
too.
Oh, it's so good.
It's a texture and
And some spray it's just a little
Wow.
bit of butter on it. Spray some
can't
butter on
stand
there.
it.
Now,
About-
does it need to be al dente or does it need to be soft?
No, al dente.
Yeah.
Yeah, al dente. I mean,
Once it gets soft,
if it gets
like,
too mushy, it's not worth it. And when I cook it, when I used to work going to the office 5 days a week, which is about to happen again, Trump, you bastard. I used to cook it a little less than al dente so I could microwave it and it would still be close to al
yeah,
dente.
that makes sense. So, Tom, you have a smoker, right?
I do.
Okay.
Dennis is more than a smoker, but okay, go ahead.
Wow, that's not where I was going.
I'm a
Anyways,
smoker, I'm a toker, I'm a midnight toker.
So the shotgun shells have to go on the smoker, is what Jay Andrew's saying.
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah.
Rick says, no wonder you're so gassy, Kevin. Asparagus, broccoli, yes. But I haven't had any asparagus all week. I need to
Thanks,
have some,
Rick,
actually.
because that's true.
Missy said, have you ever?
Have you ever what?
She said, never had asparagus with hollandaise sauce on top. Definitely not healthy, but super delicious.
Oh
I've had
my
that.
God,
Yeah.
yeah.
Hollandaise sauce on anything. Hollandaise sauce on broccoli.
Oh, yeah.
Hollandaise sauce on cauliflower.
Hollandaise sauce on my favorite breakfast.
Yeah, hollandaise
you-
sauce on my
Eggs,
son's breakfast this
If
morning.
you pour hollandaise sauce on an unattractive woman, I'd still take her home with me. Hollandaise sauce is amazing. Béarnaise, what is it? Béarnaise sauce is really good
yeah,
too.
Béarnaise.
Okay, yeah.
And I love Eggs Benedict with hollandaise.
Oh,
sauce.
yeah, it's great.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. It's so
Yeah.
good.
Eggs Benny or
Not good for you. Totally fattening.
Yeah.
Will give you diabetes after the third bite, but so worth it.
Yeah, I mean, you just go out and work hard afterwards and you're fine.
No, screw that, Phil.
So you like eggs Benedict. Now, have you
Work
ever had
hard.
it served on a hubcap?
What's a hubcap?
Are you serious? It goes on a car's
Oh, you meant like a real hubcap.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
thought it was a nickname for some kind of
Yeah.
a food thing.
because there's no plate like chrome for the hollandaise.
Oh my God. Get out of here.
All right,
Get out of here. I swear to God. Just for that, we're going to go for 20 minutes over. Okay. Really quickly, let's do some football picks, shall we? Let's find some more music that we can play. Here we go. Oh, there's a tax TurboTax. By the way, if anybody in the chat has a tax person they recommend, will you please let me know?
I got
Why?
you.
Do you?
You're not doing
Yeah.
your own?
So here's the deal. I have too much stuff because of mom passing.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And now I'm making mortgage payments on 2 houses, and I got money from her estate. and
Right.
so I got to make sure this is all on the up and up. I don't want
Right.
to owe.
I have an amazing CPA that we use for the distillery. So I see him once a year.
What does it cost an arm and a leg to get your taxes done?
For me, no, actually, it's really not as bad as you would think.
Give me an idea, ballpark.
Under $1,000.
That's so much though. Still, God. I mean, I'm only going to owe $1,200 right now. I think.
I'm
So why would I hire somebody?
I mean, hell, I could even say I think it was.
I need to
even
talk to
under
somebody and ask them
800.
questions.
I think it was even under 800.
So my tax guy.
Talk
all
right in the
I
mic.
know So my tax guy. All I know is, I can do the math. I don't have complicated things, but somehow when it passes through his hands, more money comes back to me,
Yeah, I know. I don't get a refund anymore.
and maybe your payment will be less.
I don't know. I'm going to try my taxes without getting help and just not claim the additional mortgage interest on the second house and see what it gives me. Because it's not going to give me enough to justify paying an extra amount to an accountant to have him do my tax. I'm not going to get an extra more than $1,000 back. It costs me $800 or $1,000 to have a tax person do it. Why would I even do it? I'm not going to break even.
I can look it over.
Okay, we'll talk later. All right. Final comments in chat. We'll do
It's
some
my
football.
job.
Do you know Chris Frazier?
Chris
No.
Frazier.
Yeah. He that's my CPA. He's at Waterfront Professionals in Silverdale. So
Jane, I see the name you recommended. I shall not be asking her for tax assistance. Yeah. Okay. Bruce says, Kevin, PM me. I have an awesome estate lawyer and an accountant in Paulsbo. All right, Bruce, I will do that. I'll try to do it before the show's over. You guys remind me when we're done, and I'll send him a quick message. Adriana Kennedy, smoke those shotgun shells. That sounds like something you said in the gay bathhouse. Prep the shells and keep them in the fridge for 6 hours before smoking. They're a killer. Don't be shy with the bacon wrap. The bacon will shrivel. Jane Kennedy knows a lot about shriveling. Use manicotti shells. Missy, I make the best eggs Benedict with homemade English muffins. Panko shrimp, topped with hollandaise sauce. I'm not a fan of shrimp for breakfast. It's just a me thing.
you are a picky eater.
I
aren't
just
you?
no. Maybe I am. I didn't ever think I
You
was,
are.
but maybe I am.
So what?
But not as bad as me.
So I can name one food I won't eat, and only one food:
What's that?
beef liver. I don't like. Beef
I won't
liver,
do liver either, dude.
But I
My
like
parents loved liver growing
See,
up.
I like chicken liver. I'll eat elk liver. I'll eat deer liver.
I would walk in the house and you could smell that. You know the smell of beef liver when they're frying beef liver.
Yeah.
Do.
I would walk in the house and smell that, and I wanted to go out in the greenhouse and pull a Kurt Cobain. It was so bad.
Yep.
Hey, maybe if I had done that, I would be a famous rock star now.
Maybe, but we wouldn't be sitting here talking.
Yeah. Here we are now, entertainers. Whatever. All right. Chris Frazier's my CPA too, John Walker says. Yeah. I just don't want to pay out the ass to get my taxes done. Not that I can afford it anyway.
I understand that, my friend.
I mean, if I'm going to pay $1,000 for my taxes or $1,000 to get them done, I might as well just pay $1,000 for my taxes because I'm still going to owe when the accountant's done. Anyway,
But maybe that $1,000 that you're going to owe, that you think you're going to owe, will actually only be $500.
I might qualify for some
Stuff.
tax credits because I'm back in school now.
Yeah.
So I might come out okay. Lima beans are a hell no, Jennifer says. Hello, Jennifer. Welcome back to the show. Lima beans are not my fave, but they're not horrible. I'll eat some lima beans. You know, I had a buddy that took cannelloni beans or cannellini beans or whatever they are,
Cannellini.
and he would mash them up and have them like potatoes. Like he would season them
really?
up and
Yeah, put a little butter in it.
put a little butter in them and eat them
Interesting.
like potatoes. Yeah. Sounds really weird to me. Do your own taxes. You can do it. I normally do my own taxes. I worked for the IRS for nearly a decade, but all this stuff with the probate and the estate, and there's a house that I've inherited along with two of my siblings, but I'm the one making the mortgage payments because I'm living in the house, and I can't buy them out until the other probate goes through. So I just don't want to do anything that gets the IRS pissed off at me. I know what happens when they get mad.
Now, I heard you can call for help.
No, you cannot call for help. You'll be on hold for 4 hours, and they'll hang up on you. Thanks, Trump.
Now, I also am told if you do your taxes and you don't quite get it right, they'll fix it for you.
Yeah, they'll fix it all right, and then charge you interest and penalties. Okay, let's do football picks really quick between the three of us. I have sent them out to the rest of our crew. So Dennis, Paul, and Trojo have had these sent out. So here we go. It'll just be the three of us picking today.
Can we turn the music down just ever so slightly?
Sure.
Thank you. I feel like I'm in the middle of the
You ready?
Valkyrie War.
You're in the middle of what?
The Valkyrie War.
I don't.
Oh, that's what you should. You should play "Fly to the Valkyrie."
Yeah.
I love the music though. This is.
Oh yeah, the music's good. It was just really loud.
So you want it louder?
No, Kevin.
Okay, sorry.
I'm going to
All
start
right,
throwing things at you.
Andrew Kennedy, Tom, beef liver is ass without a lot of seasoning. And if anybody knows about ass without seasoning, it's a guy from Michigan. All right, here we go.
I can't argue with that. I mean,
Bruce said I need his guy for sure. It just scares me. It's so much money.
If you get it done right now, though, then you know, and you've got time.
I know.
Plan.
And they do take credit, so I can put it on my credit card if it's too much. All right, here we go. The first thing we're gonna pick backwards, okay?
Okay.
So I'll pick first on this one. The over-under is 49 points on the Super Bowl. The over-under is 49 points. I'm going to make it 48.5 because I don't want any ties, okay? So the over-under for us will be 48.5 points. The two teams' combined score, will it be over or under 48.5 points? That would be about 24 points each team. Is it over or under? I'm going to say it is over. Tom?
under.
Lori?
Over.
All right. Next, Tom, you'll pick first.
Okay.
Actually, I put that in the wrong spot. That's what she said. All right. All right. Tom.
Yes.
What team has the most yards and penalties in the Super Bowl?
I'll take Philly on that one.
You got Philly? All right. Fair enough. Lori, who do you have? What team will have the most penalty yards in the Super Bowl?
Oh, during the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with the Chiefs on that one.
Yeah, me too. Actually, I'm going to go with Philly. I got to catch up with you a little bit here. I'm going to go with Philly as well. You're the only one I'm worried about, really. Will either team complete a 2-point conversion, Lori?
Yes.
Lori says yes. I will say no. Tom?
Nope.
Tom says no. I'll pick first. What team has the most passing yards? Yeah, this is Kansas City all day. Tom?
Yeah, my money is on Mr. Mahomes for that.
Yeah, my homie. Lori?
I'm sorry. Can you say that one more time?
Which team will have the most passing yards?
Oh, Mahomie. Chiefs.
I'm trying to find some good background music here, but everything is way... Oh, let's do some Indian music. That says football. All right, you got the Chiefs?
Yeah.
Okay. Tom, what team will have the most rushing yards?
Yeah, we'll stick with KC.
You got Kansas City? I got... or Lori?
Oh, rushing yards?
Yeah, rushing yards. That's when they run the ball.
No, I know what it is.
She's going to hit you.
Dipstick.
Do you know why the queen is the strongest piece in the game of chess? Because the chessboard looks a lot like a kitchen floor. Lori, who are you picking?
I am going to hurt him so bad.
Full of girl jokes tonight. Full of woman jokes.
You are. Yeah, you are. It must be that time of the month.
Breaking news: South Kitsap School District schools are 2 hours late tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Rushing yards. I'm going to go with Chiefs because Kelsey has some awards to win before
Kelsey's not a running back; he's a tight end.
I know, but he'll go in the slot to run.
Okay. All right. I got Philly.
He's got some other things that he wants to achieve, and then he'll retire.
Lori, how many passing touchdowns will Pat Mahomes have?
Passing.
4.
Passing touchdowns. You say 4. By the way, you have to
4.
get this correct to win. It's not who's closest. If nobody gets it, that's it. I got 2. Tom?
I'm going to split the difference. I'll go 3.
All right, I'll pick first. What team has the most turnovers? What team turns over the ball most? I got Philly. Tom?
I'm going to say neither.
You say it's going
to be a tie.
Tie. All right, fair enough. Lori? Actually, I'm changing mine. I'm going to go with Kansas City. Sorry. Lori?
Oof. Tom, you're messing with my brain.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Kansas City.
You got Kansas City?
Mm-hmm.
All right, fair enough.
I think they'll both take care of the ball. So if there's turnovers, they're going to each have 1 or something.
All right.
I think it's going to be Kansas City. They're going to go for the risks. They want the 3-peat.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Tom?
Yes.
By the way, these are worth 25 points apiece. So
What?
this, yeah.
Whoa.
So,
You didn't tell us that. Being a little cavalier with my choices.
all right, here we go.
Okay.
Tom,
Yes.
how many rushing touchdowns, specifically rushing touchdowns, does Saquon Barkley have?
2.
You got 2?
Really?
Yeah. Lori?
I'm going with 3.
I'm going with 1.
I think this could be a very defensive game.
I don't think so.
No?
No.
Lori?
Yeah.
Saquon Barkley this year set a record for the most 60-yard rushing touchdowns in a season. In fact, he had more in the last game he played than the Dallas Cowboys had all year. True story. How about them Cowboys?
Yep.
Does Barkley break off a 60-plus yard run during the Super Bowl? Not even a touchdown, but does he run for 60 yards on one play at least one time in the game?
I'm going to say yes. It's either got to be right off the bat, but everybody's going to have fresh legs, or it's going to be later in the game when
everybody's
everyone's tired, and for some reason he'll still have the energy. But
All right.
I think
say,
he'll have 1.
I say no.
Really?
Tom?
Mm-hmm.
6. I don't think so.
Okay, Tom says no as well.
No.
All right. I'll pick first.
Okay.
What team scores first? Kansas City. Tom?
First?
Yeah, first.
God.
Andrew Kennedy says you're lame. This is a football stream. I don't know what that means.
Philly.
You got Philly?
It's a 50-50.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Lori?
I'm going to go with Philly.
All right.
That one.
What team scores last, Tom?
The last team to have the ball?
Okay, fair enough.
Not
the Cowboys.
Yeah. Philly?
You got Philly? All right.
Sure.
Lori, who scores last?
Philly.
I asked you guys who scored first last time, right? Okay. I have Philly scoring last, and I have to fix these because I did them backwards. Which team scores last? Which team scores first? All right. Who is your game MVP, Tom?
Kelsey.
Really?
Lori?
Yeah, it'll be publicity.
Yeah, I see that.
Lori?
Saquon Barkley.
All right. I'm going to go with Barkley as well. Andrew Kennedy said, final score, Eagles 7, Chiefs 3. That would be a horrible game.
Oh,
I
that
think
would
it's going to be low scoring.
Yeah.
Really?
I do.
I don't.
I think it's going to be a defensive battle.
If it's that defensive, it would be amazing to watch the strategy on that, though.
Yeah,
John Walker
I don't
said
think
that-
it's going to be that low, but I think it's going to be low score.
Obviously by halftime, if that's the case. John Walker, Budweiser unveiled a new commercial for the Super Bowl and has absolutely crushed it. It's great. I'll have to watch for it. Lori,
Yes.
who wins the game versus the spread? So the spread means that Kansas City is favored to win by 1.5 points. So the question is, does Kansas City win by at least 2 points or more? Or does Philly win or Kansas City win by 1 point or less?
So I have a choice between 3 different options.
No, really 2 options. So option number 1 is, does Kansas City win by 2 points or more?
More. Mhm.
Or they lose the game or they only win by 1 point. So it's one or the other.
Just really stressing me out.
I love commercials. I hate commercials.
Either they lose to Philly or they win by less than 1.
So they don't cover the spread.
Yeah,
All
they
right.
don't cover the
So
spread at all.
you're picking against the spread is Philly.
Correct.
All right. I'm going with Philly as well. Tom?
Me too.
Philly as well. And now who wins straight up? I will pick first. I believe that Philly will win the Super Bowl. Tom
Yeah, me too.
and Lori.
Me 3.
All right, I'm going to change it to Kansas City. Both of those point
Why?
spread, and
Because
because I
you're
got to
going-
catch you.
Because you're going opposite of me.
And listen, I mean, I could go either way. You know what I mean? I
So
could
could
go.
I.
I could go. That's what I heard about you.
Oh.
I could go either way on these teams win the Super Bowl.
You never brought back the beads that you borrowed.
And well, I need to run them through the dishwasher. And I'm going to change my MVP to Mahomes.
Really? You're
Yeah.
going with Patty.
Well, if Kansas City wins, he's going to be the MVP.
You
I think it'll be
so?
Kelsey if he wins.
Yeah, I think it'll be Kelsey.
I don't think it'll be Kelsey. Kelsey's not played great this year.
It doesn't matter about how he's played.
He's retiring.
One, he's there's talk of that, but 2, I think it's going to be a T Swifty publicity.
He's going to
thing.
make a baby.
J. Andrew Kennedy said Eagles 7, Chiefs 3 first score. So he's saying Eagles will be a first score, will be a touchdown, Chiefs will be a field goal. But then he goes on to say that Kansas City and the Zebras will win by 17. There's been a lot of complaining about whether or not the Chiefs are getting a bunch of good calls from the refs. All right, so that's going to wrap that up. I did send those over to the rest of the crew, so we'll get those before it really is anybody's game. So there's that.
Dead air.
Hold on, I'm sending.
Dead
We're
air.
supposed to have Frank.
Dead air. Dead air. Dead air. Dead air. Dead air. No.
Okay. I'm checking the.
Yeah, you're going to have to check the chat.
I'm just checking the chat. Rumors are that the Chiefs are going to let Kelsey go after the season. He'll retire before he goes to play for another team. He doesn't even need to play anymore. He's going to marry Taylor Swift and world tour with her. I mean, that's what he's going to do.
He's got T Swifty money now.
Yeah, he got T Swifty money.
Well, not only that, but Machine Gun Kelly offered him bank to come back and play for Cleveland.
Yeah, Machine Gun Kelly can go to hell in a handbasket.
I know.
All right, let's do this. Do we have any parting shots? Phil, do you have any parting shots other than yawning? Anything you want to say before you wrap up your final show on the show with the show?
I guess just say goodnight and been fun, but got stuff to do. So, but yeah, I'll still be around behind the scenes, make sure to keep Kevin squared away. So thanks all.
Okay. Thanks, buddy. We love you. Thank you for all of your help and all of your time and diligence. And thanks for allowing us to go 5 hours over tonight. That's great. Thank you. Lori, do you have parting shots?
Thank you, Phil. It's been interesting to get to know you and learn things from you, and I wish you the best.
Perfect. That's it? No, like be good to each other or Stroke some beads or whatever. Okay, whatever. Tom, parting shots.
Pay attention to Wild Leg. There's a lot of bills that we didn't
there's
discuss.
so many. We didn't even get to those tonight.
There's some poop
We
coming
will-
down in Washington State.
Oh, there's some 2A stuff that we really
we
need to
need to
cover.
talk about.
Really
you know
bad.
what we should do sometime? We should do this show on my back deck when the weather's nice.
The
Yeah,
weather
that's
is not nice
now.
right now.
but I mean, like in the summer, we'll do it on my back deck.
Yeah, that would be
I
better.
like nice weather.
That'd be
Yeah.
great, man. Have the grill going. We'll throw some. We'll grill on the show.
Oh yeah,
Invite Rick over. Yeah. Kevin Nelson if he wants to.
that'd be fun.
I would invite J. Andrew Kennedy, but I can't do a tofu burger on the grill. You lush. All right. Tom, parting shots.
You know, so we hosted a memorial for a good friend of mine at Black Ring today, and it just, you know, I saw a bunch of his friends come together, and that was really cool. But I saw his family come together. I met members of his family I'd never met before, and there were people that hadn't seen each other in 15 years.
Oh no.
Yeah, and you know, it kind of made me, you know, a little bit sad, I think, because I mean, they had to come together for a funeral.
Right.
You know, and everyone's local as far as I know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it just kind of made me reflect on, you know, the time that I try to spend with my friends and family, and I get so consumed by trying to keep up with everything that I forget to stop and smell the flowers. So yeah, do yourself a favor and stop and smell the flowers.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. Okay. I got some flowers for you to smell, Tom.
Oh, we've been smelling you all night, man.
Yeah, we have. Unfortunately.
Shut up, ass. Okay, couple parting shots. First of all, I do want to again give props out to Phil for all of his time and energy and effort and knowledge and skills that he shared and everything he's done. And one of the advantages of this show, as I've said before, is some of the people I met along the way, and Phil's one of those people that I met along the way. And so I'm really appreciative and thank him. And I hope he still invites me to the next Seder dinner, because I didn't get invited to Seder this last year, and I was very sad. Seder, huh? You guys didn't do a Seder last year? Why not? You can do one this year? What, is Seder like an every other year thing? Whenever they do it? Okay, well, if they do it again, I want to go again. It was pretty cool. Maybe I'll get a yarmulke. Secondly, I do want to ask Paul, because Paul's back really quick on StreamYard. Paul, do you have any parting shots? Okay, thanks, Paul. I
thought you were actually serious. He was back on StreamYard.
I
for a
did
second.
too.
Gotcha. I also want to remind you guys of my favorite love song that's inspired all the other Taylor Swift love songs. It goes like this. Thank you, Taylor.
Oh,
okay.
I thought it was by Luke Bryan.
No. Hope Luke Bryan gets hit by a tour bus.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh,
I know I do.
That.
I do. I do.
You don't mean that.
I do.
Really?
Yeah. By a tour bus.
What did he do that was so wrong?
He's a no talent hack.
Well, okay, so am I.
Hold on. Listen. I know we're trying to get out of here, but I'm just gonna.
Sorry.
I'm gonna give you the lyrics to one of his songs
Okay.
to explain why I detest the man so much.
I don't actually know anything about his music.
Okay, listen to this. This is
Me
like
either.
This is like Taylor Swift is a better songwriter than Luke effing Bryan. Okay,
I don't know much about Taylor.
here we go. Let it fade to black. Let me run my fingers down your back. Let's whisper. Let's don't talk. Baby, leave my T-shirt in the hall. It doesn't even fucking rhyme. Like a
Because
needle.
he couldn't say what he wanted to
Like
say.
a needle finds a groove, baby will remember what to do to drown out every distraction. It's time we made it happen. That doesn't rhyme either, you hush. You lush. Here's his chorus of his amazing love song. If some woman sang this to me, I would punch her in the nose.
Damn.
Strip it down, back to you and me like it used to be. When it was an old back road with an old country, with an old school beat, cowboy boots on your little bare feet. You can't have boots on bare feet. They're bare feet. Let it out. Tell me right now everything I need in them white cotton sheets. Dirty dance me slow in the summertime heat. Feel my belt turn loose from those old blue jeans. We know that we lost it somehow. Let's get it found. strip it down, down, down. These lyrics are awful.
I'll agree with that.
This is horrible.
You're not wrong.
He is an atrocity to music. All right. My final parting shot, though, in all seriousness, is you guys drive safe, be careful. If you're going to be out on the roads tonight or tomorrow morning, please watch out for black ice. That's not a DEI phrase. Like, really watch out for the black ice. Be careful on the roads. Take care of yourselves and each other. We'll see you again next Sunday. Outlaw Radio Network. A little bit of outro music so we can edit it easier. Thanks for listening to the show. We love you guys. Kevin, did you like the Ray Roseanne bars saying? Not in the slightest. Not at all. Andrew Kennedy, do we need to set up a P.O. box? Tom, I need to share the spirits in Michigan.
All he has to do is shoot me an email or something. I mean, you find us on Black Ring Spirits.
Oh, yeah, and Beyonce got the best country album at the awards tonight. Yeah, Beyonce got the best country album.
I don't know anything about her music.
I haven't heard her country album, so I'm not going to say anything about it, but
I'm not a big country music guy.
I don't like people.
care.
I don't like people crossing genres. Either way, right?
Why?
I just stay in your lane.
Elvis did it.
No, Elvis created every freaking genre.
Yeah, I mean, Kid Rock did it.
And Kid Rock shouldn't have.
He did good.
Every Kid Rock country song is horrible.
I'm just saying.
It was 1989. My thoughts was low. My hair was long. Shut up, Kid Rock, you crack addict.
He's made an appearance on rock, country, and R&B or rap charts.
You addicted crack baby. I hate Kid Rock. I really do.
It's
not even about his politics either.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't like Elvis.
We got to go. We can go way late next week because Tom won't be here staring over. Phil won't be here to staring over our shoulder to wrap this up. Good night, everybody. We love you. J. Andrew Kennedy says the email is on the way. Jennifer says it's snowing in Belfair. John Walker said Daddy's home. I don't know what that's about. What are you saying Daddy's home for?
Good night.
Good night.
What is Daddy's home about? All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
We'll see you guys next Sunday. This is the Outlaw Radio Network.
.com.
Daddy's home.
Stop it.